Mr. Z, this is the current situation. Wan Tonghai recounted the day's battle to Zichie. Alright, I understand. Zichie nodded lightly. Wan Tonghai furrowed his brows. His mouth moved as if wanting to speak but hesitated. Merely knowing the current situation was not enough. They needed to come up with a plan of action. But looking at Zichie, there was no indication that he was planning to strategize, giving off a sense of indifference. This made Wan Tonghai couldn't help but wonder if Zichie was genuinely considering giving up resistance. Wan Tonghai wanted to ask but hesitated. At that moment, Lu Jinya also noticed Wan Tonghai's troubled expression. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she slowly walked over. Zichie, today's battle has temporarily ended. What are our new plans for the next steps? Lu Jinya was a very clever girl. She understood that in the current situation, there were few people left by Zichie's side. If even these remaining few people lost faith in Zichie, he would truly become a commander standing alone. Therefore, she felt compelled to ask what Wan Tonghai didn't want to ask, providing an answer on his behalf. Even if just temporarily boosting Wan Tonghai's confidence, there are no new plans. Everything remains the same. Upon hearing Zichie's response, both Lu Jinya and Wan Tonghai furrowed their brows. It was evident that Wan Tonghai was dissatisfied with this answer, and Lu Jinya knew Wan Tonghai's feelings. Mr. Z, are you considering giving up the resistance? After hesitating for several seconds, Wan Tonghai finally voiced this question. After all, they were all sailing in the same boat with Zichie now, and everyone's fate was interconnected. Any decision made by Zichie not only affected himself, but impacted them all. No. Zichie shook his head lightly. Since there's no giving up, why act this way? Wan Tonghai shook his head. Mr. Z, I am not questioning your decision. I just hope that you understand. When no one supported you at the beginning, we were willing to stand by your side, not only out of respect but also in the hope that you could bring us a better future. We gambled our family's fate on following you because we believed it was worth it. Wan Tonghai's words were sincere and direct. He didn't speak falsely, but simply expressed the true intentions of the Wan family in following Zichie, to strive for a brighter future. The current situation, however, made it difficult for them to see that future due to Zichie's actions. Of course, when we made this decision initially, it was after thorough consideration, and we will not abandon it midway. But what I want to tell Mr. Z is that we knew this task was difficult, but we are not afraid because every endeavor holds risks. If we end up losing after a fierce battle, we will accept it. However, if we give up without a fight, we cannot accept it. Wan Tonghai looked Zichie in the eyes and expressed these thoughts seriously. He didn't blame or accuse, he simply conveyed the genuine sentiments of the Wan family. In essence, they were willing to stand by Zichie to challenge the Yi family. Even if they ultimately failed, they would have no regrets. But if Zichie conceded defeat before the battle, they would never accept it. Give me some time. At most, 2 days. Zichie looked at Wan Tonghai and replied softly. In the past, he wouldn't have explained his actions to anyone. They could either believe him or not. But this time was different. He had staked the fate of the Wan family on a single sentence from Old Man Chen, which seemed somewhat self-serving. Zichie didn't want the hearts of those who supported him to grow cold. Understood. Wan Tonghai nodded gently and then stood up. I will reiterate that if we choose to follow Mr. Z, we will abide by Mr. Xiao's decisions. Let me know of any arrangements, and I'll take my leave now. After speaking, Wan Tonghai slowly left the room. They were all adults with functioning brains, so Wan Tonghai believed that saying those words was enough. He trusted Zichie to make a rational judgment. Zichie, it seems that the main branch of the Wan family may be struggling. He's under a lot of pressure today, which might have led to his slightly impatient demeanor. Don't take it too hard. Lu Jinya was concerned that Zichie might be feeling uncomfortable, so she softly comforted him. I understand. Zichie nodded lightly. Following Zichie's decision was a promise made by Wan Tonghai and the elder of the Wan family, that the Wan family, with its numerous legitimate and collateral branches, wasn't limited to just them. If their decision resulted in significant damage to the Wan family, other family members would undoubtedly hold a grudge against them. Therefore, Wan Tonghai not only faced pressure from the business circle, but also internal family pressure. Under this dual pressure, his speech might seem somewhat impulsive, and it was understandable. Zichie also acknowledged that each word spoken by Wan Tonghai made sense, leaving little room for criticism. I admire the courage of the Wang family. They are braver than my grandfather and father. Lu Jinyao spoke as she slowly walked behind Zitia, extending her small hand to gently massage his shoulders. Does it feel good? Lu Jinya asked with a smile. Yes, Zitia nodded, realizing that Lu Jinya's massage technique was quite skillful, easing the tension in his muscles. That's good. Now, tell me quietly, what exactly is your plan? I promise not to tell anyone. Upon hearing this, Zitia felt speechless. He had already formulated various response plans, but due to the phone call from Old Man Chen, he was forced to make changes. He didn't know what actions the Yi family sub-branch might take next and how long his group could endure. On the other side, at Chen Chun's residence, today's battle had been a complete victory for them. Through deceit and manipulation, Chen Jun had successfully made Yi Qingcheng follow his arrangements. The results achieved were indeed significant. However, at that moment, Chen Jun didn't appear so pleased. How could this happen? Chen Jun was extremely puzzled at this moment. He truly couldn't figure out why Zitia suddenly retracted his defenses. The Yi family branch in Tianhai City had been established for some time, and had been in conflict with Zitia for a while. Regarding Zitian's personality and style of doing things, he knew him quite well. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory. 100 battles. Chen Jun believed he understood Zitia enough to formulate a series of targeted plans. Even Yi Wenchen said that Zitia had a tough personality and would definitely resist the pressure from the Yi family branch. Based on this judgment, Chen Jun secretly contacted Yi Wenchen to set a trap for Zitia, preparing for a deadly blow. He believed that if Zitia chose to be tough in today's battle, they would be able to deploy subsequent measures to prevent Zitia from even having the chance to regret. However, unexpectedly, Zitia, who usually didn't back down in the face of pressure, chose to retreat this time. This truly puzzled Chen Jun. Could it be that he discovered our plan? Chen Jun furrowed his brow slightly. The situation today was like setting a big trap along the path that prey must pass through, filled with steel nails and spikes at the bottom. Once the prey fell into the trap, it would be instantly killed. However, just when they thought they had everything under control, the prey, upon approaching the trap and about to fall in, suddenly turned and moved in a different direction. Was this normal? Definitely not. It was highly likely that the prey had detected the trap in advance. But what puzzled Chen Jun was how Zitia could have known about the trap beforehand. Only Yi Wenchen, Chen Jun, and a trusted companion knew about this plan. Even Lin Wanhe and others were unaware. Therefore, if Zitia wanted to know about this, he could only do so through Chen Jun and Yi Wenchen. Chen Jun and Yi Wenchen couldn't tell Zitia, and Zitia currently had no contact with anything happening in the capital. So, what was the reason? Zitia is quite smart indeed. Indeed, we have to admit that. A young man in black beside them shook his head slightly. That's right. Chen Jun nodded. Despite his disdain for Zitia, he had to admit that for someone of his age to achieve such great accomplishments and possess such deep cunning was quite remarkable. Although Zitia sometimes made wrong decisions, his ability to handle things effortlessly among a group of old foxes who had been around for half a lifetime or more proved his excellence. However, what does that matter? Whether he truly saw through the trap or it was a lucky coincidence, it just delays the inevitable of him being completely defeated. In the end, he must die. It's just a matter of time. Chen Jun shook his head. He acknowledged Zitian's excellence, but no matter how exceptional his individual capabilities were, how could he compete against the rich heritage of the Yi family? It could only be said that Zitian's confrontation with the Yi family was doomed from the start, with no suspense at all. However, I should inform the head of the family about this. Chen Jun picked up his phone to contact Yi Wenchen to report the situation. On the other side of the lakeside villa, Ya Qingcheng threw her phone aside and then picked up the remote control, aimlessly switching channels on the TV with a blank expression. Her secretary, Li Ting, could see at a glance that Ya Qingcheng was clearly angry. In this state, Ya Qingcheng needed an outlet to vent her dissatisfaction. Zitia really doesn't know his place. Li Ting sneered. It's been so long, yet he still refuses to humble himself and ask for forgiveness. It's truly exasperating. That's right, you hit the nail on the head. Initially silent, Ya Qingcheng instantly found a common ground and said, sneering, I'm kind-hearted. I thought if they bowed down, I'd let them off, but they're still putting up a fight. Chief Ye, did you say you would let them off? Li Ting was puzzled by the meaning of this statement. What's the matter? Is there a problem? In fact, Ye Qingcheng's original idea was that the Yi family branch in Tianhai City was just a formality. According to Yuanshan, Zitia arrogantly ignored the Yi family, deliberately challenging them in every way. In that case, according to Ye Qingcheng's thinking, she wanted Zitia to witness the power of the Yi family, force him to publicly admit defeat, and thus allow the Yi family to save face. She wasn't even interested in the commercial district of Tianhai City. This included the lakeside villa she resided in, which she could easily give back to Zitia. However, the current situation was that Zitia was too stubborn. He was willing to endure heavy losses rather than bow down to the Yi family. Chief Ye, but didn't Chen Jun say they were going to completely defeat Zitia in Tianhai City? Hearing Li Ting's words, Ye Qingcheng shook her head disdainfully. They think this way, Lin Wan said. It's because they have personal grievances with Zitia. What does their personal grudge have to do with my Yi family? My Yi family and they are at most in a cooperative relationship, not a tool for them to resolve personal grievances. Ye Qingcheng curled her lips, feeling truly annoyed whenever she mentioned Lin Wan and the others. In fact, Ye Qingcheng had always looked down on Lin Wan and his group, from the beginning till now. Despite Zitia being their enemy, she found herself appreciating Zitia even more. Of course, the key point is, Zitia is not as simple as we imagine, and not that easy to deal with. If this situation continues, what do you think will happen? Hearing this, Li Ting shook her head, indicating she didn't understand. You need to understand one thing. Whether in the Tianhai City or the top layers of the Dragon Kingdom, what they want is stability, peace, and harmony. All developmental activities must be based on this premise. If we continue to confront each other like this, causing chaos in the business district, making companies and people panic, causing the common people to lose their jobs and complain, it would go against this principle. Going against this core principle means going against the country. You can think about the consequences of going against the country. Ye Qingcheng's words made Li Ting take a sharp breath. Going against the whole Dragon Kingdom, not only Yi family, even several major families in the capital city might not withstand the sanctions. After all, no matter how rich and powerful you are, in front of the military and heavy weaponry, you are nothing. I understand, Li Ting nodded. So what do we do next? Originally, I intended that if he had any sense, he would apologize obediently, and then I would apply to my grandfather to have Yi family's branch withdraw from Tianhai City. But given how things have escalated, I no longer have a choice. Ye Qingcheng sighed and shook her head. Her plans were her plans, but many things in this world do not go according to her plans. For example, Ziqian's character was extremely stubborn. He would rather destroy everything he had worked for than bow down to Yi family. In this situation, if Ye Qingcheng were to concede, it would only embarrass Yi family. And for a prestigious family like Yi family, honor is the most important thing. So the current situation is that even though Ye Qingcheng doesn't want to fight, she has to continue fighting. Tomorrow, increase the intensity. They say a strong dragon doesn't crush a local snake, and I, Ye Qingcheng, just want to give it a try. I want to see how capable this local snake really is. Ye Qingcheng knew she couldn't afford to waste any more time, and must resolve this matter quickly. Yes, Li Ting responded. Next day, Yi family's branch intensified its attacks on Ziqian Sai, and as expected, Ziqian Sai still didn't retaliate or show any resistance. Today, Ziqian Sai seemed even more low-spirited than yesterday. Faced with Yi family's pressure, they either avoided conflict if possible or simply gave up those industries of high value without resistance. Countless people in Tianhai City were puzzled. If yesterday was a strategic adjustment, then what about today? When would Ziqian make his move? Furthermore, even if he was indeed adjusting his strategy, with the rate at which he was losing industries, how long could his remaining assets last? Amidst confusion, many still hoped to see Ziqian retaliate against Yi family. People often tend to root for the underdog when faced with a battle with a significant power difference. However, these thoughts were limited to bystanders. Those directly involved in the storm couldn't watch it lightly, because regardless of the outcome, it wouldn't affect the spectators, but it would affect these individuals directly involved. In Zhang Dingnan's office at that moment, "Boss, I suddenly feel that your expectations of him were too high." Zhang Dingnan's assistant shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment in his tone. From what I know of him, tolerating is not his style. Therefore, I speculate he is preparing something big. Zhang Dingnan, however, smiled lightly. If he didn't have that insight, he wouldn't have reached his current position. That's what others are saying as well, that the current situation is that Yi Ching-chen is not giving him any time to prepare that big move. If he continues to wait, all industries under his name will be devoured by Yi family. The assistant shook his head. In that case, he will end up with a hollow victory, as even if he has good strategies, there would be no one to execute them, leading to his ultimate failure. By your words, that actually makes sense. John Dingnan nodded in agreement, but from his eyes, there was no worrying to be seen. Do you still have confidence in him? The assistant was exasperated. Ha. John Dingnan shook his head and chuckled. Let me put it this way. Based on my judgment of Zitie, he might lose to Yi family, but definitely not in this way. This seemingly contradictory statement left the assistant puzzled for a moment, but soon understood the implication. Yi family's power indeed exceeded Zitian's. No one disputed that. Even John Dingnan thought Zitia would probably lose to Yi family. However, he believed that even if Zitia lost, it wouldn't be in the current situation. In other words, while others saw the battle nearing its end, in John Dingnan's eyes, it wasn't over until the last moment. Let's keep watching. John Dingnan turned his head to look out the window. Although it's not over yet, I believe there will be a resolution soon. A day passed quietly. A day that seemed ordinary to most people, but for Zitia and his people, it was like an eternity, each moment filled with torment. Especially for Wang Tonghai, he was starting to feel mentally exhausted, with his heart racing every time his phone rang, anticipating bad news every time there was a call from his team as they were forced to retreat under Zitian's orders. The industries that were being taken or destroyed were the result of the Wang family's decades of hard work. Now, watching their efforts being devoured, destroyed, or taken away while being unable to do anything but surrender was akin to excruciating pain. So, after dinner, Wang Tonghai once again sought out Zitie, this time accompanied by the elder of the Wang family. Inside the room were Zitie, Mr. Wang, and his son. There was also Lu Jinyao, who was a bit farther away from the other three. The atmosphere in the room was tense, giving off a sense of oppression. When Lu Jinyao poured tea for the three of them, she did so with great care, afraid to make too much noise. At that moment, Zitia was flipping through a medical book in his hands, while the emotions of Mr. Wang and his son were becoming more and more complicated. They felt a sense of defeat from the attacks by the Yi family branch, as well as a sense of frustration that Zitia made them endure in silence. The pressure from external opinions and the various accusations within the family were really starting to weigh on them. Mr. Z. Finally, Mr. Wang broke the silence. Speak. Zitia nodded slightly. I have always trusted all your decisions and firmly believe that your decisions are right. But this time, I am a bit confused. Mr. Wang spoke softly. Give it one more day. Zitia slowly put down the medical book. According to Mr. Chen's timetable, they should be back in Tianhai City tomorrow. Mr. Z, we can't wait any longer. Wang Tonghai took over, sighing. I don't know what your plan is, but considering the current situation, by this time tomorrow, there might not be a Wang family in Tianhai City. This statement was not an exaggeration, because the current situation had indeed reached the limit of what the Wang family could bear. In just a few days, their assets had dwindled repeatedly, with losses of all sizes adding up, too numerous to count. The tactics of the Yi family branch seemed endless, but the Wang family's resources were limited. In the end, the situation they may face could be bankruptcy or even heavy debts. In short, the Wang family was really reaching their breaking point. Mr. Z, just yesterday, the Wang family still had some strength. Even if you are acting recklessly, the Wang family can accompany you in that recklessness, but now, the Wang family really can't afford it. Wang Tonghai's tone was filled with deep helplessness and reluctance. Do you know what people are saying about us outside? They say the Wang family is foolish, outright fools. Many are laughing at our expense. Wang Tonghai shook his head with a bitter smile. Up until now, the Wang family had been relatively low-key in their actions and had maintained a neutral stance of not competing. Finally, when they seized an opportunity to secure a better future for the Wang family, it had unexpectedly led to this predicament. It was truly unacceptable. So, are you in or out? Zitia pondered for 2 seconds, looking at Wang Tonghai and his father. In. Of course, in. Regarding this matter, Mr. Wang and his son did not hesitate at all. You still have a choice. With Yi Ching-cheng's prideful nature, if I were to actively seek her favor, she might allow the Wang family to join the Yi family branch. So, if you have that idea, I can assist you. After saying this, Zichia was repeatedly waved off by Mr. Wang. Mr. Z, from the beginning, I have said that since the Wang family made this choice, we will follow you no matter what. It's just that we don't want to be too passive. Mr. Wang explained softly. In any case, they might feel some resentment and impatience, but they would not change their decision to follow Zichia. All right. By tomorrow, at the latest in the evening. Regardless, I will give you an answer. Zichia nodded gently, giving Mr. Wang and his father a definite response. We await your good news. After Mr. Wang finished speaking, he got up with Wang Tonghai to bid farewell. Zichia. Lu Jinyao walked over. She had wanted to say something comforting, but didn't know how to start. Just yesterday, they were able to deal relatively easily with the situation, even exchange a few jokes. But today, their mood was heavy and low due to the current circumstances. You told me yesterday that you wanted to tell me something. Lu Jinya paused and continued, but after I gave you a massage, you still haven't told me. Tomorrow, if all goes well, everything will be clear tomorrow. Zichia pondered for 2 seconds and still gave the same response as he did to the Wang family. But Lu Jinya wanted to say more but was interrupted by Zichia waving his hand. Enough. Get some rest. Zichia waved his hand and then returned to his room. The next day, the pressure from the Yi family branch on Zichia's side intensified. By the afternoon, the Wang family had lost about 70 to 80% of their assets. Wang Tonghai thought Zichia would give him an answer soon, but in the afternoon, Zichia unexpectedly left with Heifeng. Watching Zichia leisurely ride off, Wang Tonghai's mood became even more complex. Father, what on earth is going on with Mr. Z? I really don't understand why he's acting like this. What about the answer he promised yesterday? Wang Tonghai was filled with frustration and looked at Mr. Wang for answers. He said by evening at the latest. Why are you in such a hurry? Mr. Wang waved his hand and went back into his room. At that moment, Zichia rode Heifeng, galloping along the deserted rural roads. Heifeng, being a top-notch horse, preferred to run freely, so being caged was not ideal. Today, he finally had the chance to run free. With one hand on the reins, Zichia let Heifeng sprint with all its might, hearing the sound of hooves and the howling wind in his ears. Feeling the wind on his face, Zichia's thoughts drifted. The current situation in Tianhai City was highly unfavorable for him, including the public opinions mocking his side. Some said Zichia was timid, some said he was afraid, some said he was arrogant. In fact, Zichia didn't care much about how the outside world viewed him. He was just scared that he couldn't give those who genuinely treated him well a better future. Since yesterday, Zichia had made several phone calls to Mr. Chen. Yet, each time, there was no answer, or the line was disconnected. This made Zichia wonder if Mr. Chen had deceived him. Considering Mr. Chen's recent visit to the Yi family, could it be that he had reached some agreement with them to deliberately not resist, all for the benefit of the Yi family branch? Zichia didn't want to think this way, but the current situation forced him to. After pondering for a moment, Zichia shook his head gently. He couldn't wait any longer. Even if he could wait, the people around him couldn't. Zichia slowed Heifeng down by pulling the reins and then took out his phone, preparing to call Mr. Chen again. If this call didn't go through, he would have to play all his cards and confront Yi Cheng head-on. Just then, a loud engine sound came from behind. A car swiftly approaching Zichia. Zichia furrowed his brows slightly. He intentionally came to the outskirts of the city with a broad view to get away from the hustle and bustle, allowing himself to be alone in peace. However, at this moment, the ear-piercing sound waves overwhelmed him, making him feel annoyed. Zichia tightened the reins, preventing Heifeng from being startled, and controlled Heifeng to stick close to the edge of the road. Swoosh! A green-themed Kawasaki motorcycle whizzed by from the side. However, after passing Zichia, the motorcycle suddenly flashed its brake lights. Subsequently, the motorcycle slowed down, veered to the right, then executed a graceful drift, spinning 180 degrees, with the front of the vehicle changing direction. Surprisingly, there was a female rider in racing gear on the motorcycle. The female rider stretched out her long right leg to support the ground, facing Zichia. Although her face was obscured by the helmet, her perfect figure was displayed under the snug racing suit. Sexy, wild, and striking. Apart from these impressions, the two rabbit ear decorations on the pink helmet added a touch of cuteness. Ziqia remained composed, guiding Haifeng to continue forward calmly. The female rider, on the other hand, flashed her lights a few times towards Ziqia as if greeting him. However, Ziqia paid no attention, as he didn't know any female motorcycle riders in Tianhai City. Seeing Ziqian's disregard, the female rider parked her bike on the side of the road, extended the kickstand, and got off the bike. Subsequently, she removed the helmet strap under her chin and took off the helmet, revealing her cascading black hair as she shook her head. Is it her? After seeing her face clearly, Ziqia immediately furrowed his brow. No wonder she greeted him. They indeed knew each other because the female rider was Yi Qingchen. Well, isn't it a small world? Sister is out for a ride, and I run into you. Yi Qingchen, with an air of arrogance, raised her chin towards Ziqia. However, Ziqia merely glanced at her, then averted his gaze, continuing to move forward. Previously, when he hadn't completely severed ties with the Yi family, he would naturally have been more considerate when encountering Yi family members. But now, with both sides at odds, there was no need for pretense. Yi Qingchen shook her head in disbelief. She found Ziqia to be completely abnormal. Ziqia, I want to talk to you. Yi Qingchen stepped forward, blocking Ziqian's path. This horse has a fiery temper. If it hurts you, it's your own fault. Ziqia didn't even look at Yi Qingchen, showing no intention of stopping. TSK. Yi Qingchen teased, I like taming those with fiery tempers, whether they're people or horses. With a smirk, Yi Qingchen reached out to pat Haifeng's head. Good horse, she said. At that moment, Ziqia furrowed his brow slightly. Knowing Haifeng's temperament, he expected a kick to follow any moment. However, to his surprise, Haifeng, who usually resisted strangers, stood unfazed, allowing Yi Qingchen to gently stroke him. Moreover, Haifeng appeared to enjoy the attention, leaning into Yi Qingchen's hand. This unexpected scenario left Ziqia puzzled. Typically, it was only after Ziqian's permission that Haifeng gradually accepted Luo Jinya and Zhou Yuking. And initially, Ziqia had to be nearby to prevent Haifeng from suddenly turning aggressive towards them. However, now, Haifeng remained relaxed, showing no signs of aggression towards the stranger. Ha ha ha. Is this what you call fiery temper? It seems my charm is greater. Yi Qingchen chuckled at the sight, finding delight in Ziqian's exasperation. Haifeng, let's go. Ziqia patted the horse's back, but Haifeng seemed deaf to orders, standing still. Yi Qingchen laughed even louder, causing her tight racing gear to sway with the motion. Ziqia. Oh, Ziqia. Even the horse has better taste than you, recognizing that I'm a beauty. Yi Qingchen once again raised her chin with arrogance, her gaze challenging Ziqia. Without waiting for Ziqia to speak, Yi Qingchen grabbed Haifeng's reins and walked towards the side of the road. It was unknown what Ziqia was feeling at that moment. He saw Yi Qingchen as his nemesis. Since Yi Qingchen arrived in Tianhai City, everything seemed to go wrong for Ziqia. Even Haifeng was showing signs of betrayal. Reluctantly, Ziqia was led to the roadside with Haifeng. What's the matter, bossy? I'm helping you with the horse. Do you need help dismounting as well? Are you seriously treating me, Yi Qingchen, as your servant? Yi Qingchen gazed up at Ziqia teasingly. Ziqia and Yi Qingchen locked eyes for 2 seconds before Ziqia dismounted. Your horse's name is Haifeng, right? Go play over there. I need to have a word with your master. Yi Qingchen gestured towards the large grassy area not far from the road. As if understanding, Haifeng snorted, shook his tail, and trotted off to the empty field. This scene left Ziqia puzzled. He couldn't understand why Haifeng reacted to Yi Qingchen as he did. Ziqia wondered whether Yi Qingchen was skilled with horses or if Haifeng mistook her for Luo Jinyao or Zhou Yuking. What do you want to talk about? Ziqia slowly walked to the roadside and sat down, picking up a blade of grass and putting it in his mouth. He gazed at Haifeng grazing in the distance. Yi Qingchen, the young lady of the Yi family, didn't hold a high and mighty attitude. She casually sat on the ground. I had a friend before who also had a horse like this. They were in the capital. Yi Qingchen's words made Ziqia scoff. Through their interactions, he realized that Yi Qingchen always seemed to carry herself with a sense of superiority. However, it was true, even without mentioning the Yi family, just being from the capital set her above many others. Oh, by the way, you somewhat remind me of my friend. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yi Ching held her helmet in her lap, her beautiful eyes fixed on Haifeng in the distance, as if recalling something. Zichia furrowed his brow slightly, thinking Yi Ching was going off on a tangent with her irrelevant talk. If you want to reminisce about the past, I suggest you find someone else. We were never friends, are not now, and will never be in the future. Zichia expressed his disdain with a no-nonsense attitude. He didn't need to know what kind of person Yi Ching was. All he needed to know was that descendants from families like the Yi family, with their polished exteriors and DK interiors, were not good people. Otherwise, why didn't Yi Ching stop them from doing those things? Even if those deeds weren't directly done by Yi Ching, assisting in evil is also a form of evil. I don't understand what's wrong with you. Who would want to be friends with you? I just said that you resemble a bit of my friend. As for you, you keep seeking to be friends with me, Yi Ching, but I have no interest in paying attention to you. Yi Ching turned her head, a hint of anger in her eyes as she locked gazes with Zichia. However, as their eyes met, Yi Ching inexplicably felt her anger dissipate, and even her gaze softened. I'm not trying to get close to you. You should know that Yi Ching has no need to get close to you. I have been touring all the scenic spots in Tianhai City recently, and this place is the one I like the most. So these few days, I come here often, not specifically to get close to you. Yi Ching turned to look at the grass field where Haifeng was, and a familiar scene overlapped with her memory. It was a time when the sky was blue, the grassland was vast, and horses were joyfully running around with the beau she admired sitting next to her. It was a time when even the air seemed sweet. Do you know, when I said you resemble my friend, it was only your eyes that reminded me of him. Apart from that, your appearance, status, personality, and everything else are completely different from him. Yi Ching looked ahead, as if talking to Zichia and talking to herself at the same time. Zichia could sense that Yi Ching's words were heartfelt and sincere. These were all genuine words coming straight from the heart, and that made Zichia wonder if he had known Yi Ching before. No, that's impossible. Yi Ching is from the capital city, and her friends are also from there. Zichia didn't think he came from the capital city because he had visited there and no one recognized him. Zichia shook his head, dismissing the thought. I miss him, so whenever I see someone even remotely resembling him, I am willing to spend more time and be more patient with that person. Yi Ching continued, her tone shifting slightly as she glanced at Zichia. Otherwise, how do you think you've survived under the Yi family's power for so long? I guess I should thank you for that, Zichia said sarcastically. I really don't like your personality. Yi Ching shook her head, realizing they had nothing in common. Zichia, I'm speaking from the heart. I feel like your character, your temperament, your abilities, and achievements are not in sync, they are contradicting. Yi Ching paused briefly before continuing. Let me put it this way. The abilities and achievements you've shown should have proved how extraordinary you are. But through my observations and interactions with you, I found you to be quite ordinary, really common. To be blunt, your cunning, intelligence, and personality don't match the things you possess. Do you understand? Yi Ching locked eyes with Zichia. These were thoughts she had been holding in for days. She wasn't one to go with the flow. So, even though many people praised Zichia's abilities, in her eyes, he was just as ordinary as anyone else, or even worse sometimes. People have varying abilities, that's normal. It's not wrong to lack abilities and live a peaceful life as an ordinary person. What's frightening is when someone with limited abilities acts superior and lives in their self-righteous world. Yi Ching indirectly pointed out Zichia, although not using his name. Zichia remained silent. Perhaps my expectations of you were too high, Yi Ching said, after a brief pause. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Yi Ching shook her head with a smile, a self-deprecating expression appearing on her face. Deep down, she hoped Zichia would come up with a powerful plan to crush the branches of the Yi family. She longed for a formidable opponent, as simply overpowering others is boring. However, she had been disappointed by Zichia's lack of response and effective strategies. This led Yi Ching to believe that Zichia didn't deserve the intelligence and abilities he possessed. He seemed unworthy. So, I'll say it again. You think you're great, others think you're great, only because your previous adversaries were beneath you. Yi Ching expected a defensive reaction from Zichia, which never came. Zichia remained silent, looking ahead quietly. Don't you have anything to say? Yi Ching furrowed her brows, questioning Zichia. It's pointless, Zitia shook his head gently. How could he respond? With only 2 years of memories in Tianhai City, he had forgotten all past experiences, people he had met, and life lessons. Yi Ching stared at Zitia for a few seconds before shifting her gaze away. Perhaps I don't know you well enough, or maybe everything you show now is an illusion, and you're playing everyone. Or perhaps, there's another person hidden within you. When Yi Ching mentioned this, Zitian's heart skipped a beat. Had she discovered his biggest secret? However, looking at Yi Ching's expression, Zitia realized he was overthinking. It was just a casual remark from Yi Ching. Zitia had to admit, Yi Ching was indeed incredibly smart. Initially appearing carefree, she was actually remarkably perceptive. Other than a few individuals aware of Zitian's amnesia, no one, including Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuking, had ever said such things to him. Yet Yi Ching, through her keen observation, had seen things unnoticed by others. After her previous remarks, Yi Ching fell silent, closing her mouth and supporting herself with her hands on the ground behind her. She leaned back slowly, facing the sky, closing her eyes as the warm sunlight bathed her face. Zitia turned his head slowly, gazing at Yi Ching nearby. The sun was just right, the breeze gentle, and Yi Ching's long hair swayed lightly in the wind. The scene momentarily captivated Zitia, leaving him in a state of trance. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Yi Ching tilted her face up to bask in the sun, while Zitia just stared at her blankly. After a while, Yi Ching suddenly opened her eyes and looked towards Zitia, and their eyes met. In that instant, it was as if there was an invisible thread in the air connecting their gaze. This feeling made Yi Ching a bit flustered. What kind of look is that? Why are you staring at me? But it's true, for someone as average as you, being able to see a beauty like me is considered your good fortune. Yi Ching averted her gaze and used sharp words to mask her inner turmoil. Zitia shook his head at her words and also looked away. Yi Ching muttered for a while, then took out her phone and took a photo of the sky and the distant black white. Could we take a photo together? After all, we are not enemies. Once this battle is over, we may never meet again. How about a memento? Yi Ching asked Zitia for his opinion. Zitia remained looking into the distance, neither agreeing nor refusing. I'll take that as a yes. Yi Ching moved closer to Zitia, raised her phone, and began to search for a pose. But no matter how she moved her phone or adjusted her body, she felt that something was missing. So, the next moment, Yi Ching reached out and grabbed Zitian's arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Don't move. Zitia was about to frown and get up, but Yi Ching scolded him. With a click of the shutter, the photo was captured. Zitia immediately pulled his arm back. Be content. How many men do you know who can make Yi Ching take the initiative to hold their arms? Yi Ching said mockingly, then looked down at the photo on her phone, becoming more satisfied as she looked. Although Zitian's face was not fully captured in the photo, his sharp profile was perfectly captured. My photography skills are really good. Even someone as ugly as you can be made to look handsome by my photography. I admire myself so much. How about exchanging WeChat? I'll send you the photo for you to admire my photography skills. No. Zitian's response was simple and rude. Okay. The first time I take the initiative to add someone on WeChat, I get rejected. Yi Ching was speechless, then looked down at the photo again. Well, you better think carefully. Maybe you won't even have the chance to add me in the future. People are like this, always saying goodbye to each other, thinking that there will be many more encounters in the future, only to find out in the end that many things are uncontrollable, and that the last meeting was indeed the final one. Yi Ching murmured, then slowly stood up and brushed off the dirt from her clothes. Let's go. With these 2 words, Yi Ching turned to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, she stopped. Zitia, although I really don't like you, but for the harmony of the Tianhai City Business District, as well as the peace of the people, I can give you a chance. Yi Ching paused, then continued, as long as you publicly apologize to the Yi family, acknowledge your mistake, and adhere to the conditions I outlined earlier, I will still consider them. I can talk to my father and have the Yi family branch withdraw from Tianhai City. I can return the Tianhai City Business District, along with the lakeside villa, to you. How about that? Yi Ching's words were sincere. Despite the decent interaction between them earlier, it was merely personal communication. For both of them, They not only represented themselves, but also the forces behind them. Regardless of their personal relationship or friendship, when they were on different sides, they still had to fight for their respective forces. From Yi Qingcheng's perspective, this was already the biggest concession she could make to Zitia. However, after hearing these words, Zitia shook his head and scoffed. Apologize to the Yi family, or apologize publicly. He hadn't done anything wrong from start to finish, so why should he apologize to the Yi family? Zitia despised the Yi family's hypocrisy and would rather uproot them entirely and bow to them. You will never see that day for the Yi family. Ziqian's reply made Yi Qingcheng knit her brows tightly. Do you know what it means to be stubborn and suffer? Maybe you think you have integrity, but I tell you, integrity and dignity are the least valuable things. Only staying alive is the most important. Yi Qingcheng couldn't understand why Zitia was being so stubborn. Even a fool could see that Zitia was on the verge of being crushed. Yi Qingcheng was offering him a chance at life and to maintain his position as the ruler of Tianhai City, yet he was refusing, which was more foolish than being foolish. Or do you think you can withstand my methods? Yi Qingcheng frowned and asked Zitia coldly. Only by trying will you know if you can handle it, Zitia replied calmly. But don't you think what you're doing is a bit selfish? How many people do you have by your side? Honestly, I look down on Lin Wanhan Lugang, but I admire the Wang family's courage, and I admire the Wang family's loyalty to you. But have you ever valued their loyalty to you? You only care about your dignity and face, neglecting them in the process. You don't deserve their sincere treatment. Yi Qingcheng pointed at Zitia with a reproaching tone. This time, Zitia was silent without a reply. Unless you can come up with a method that would make me, Yi Qingcheng, submit. Otherwise, what you're doing is really selfish. Yi Qingcheng turned and left. I'll wait for your answer. With a buzz, Yi Qingcheng put on her helmet, revved the throttle, and accelerated away. In the end, the conversation had ended on a sour note, but it had to be said that Yi Qingcheng had won in this confrontation today. In her eyes, Zitia was completely worthless. With the evidence supporting her words, it was clear that Zitia had been defeated. Zitia turned slightly and watched as Yi Qingcheng walked away, sinking into a long silence. He couldn't help but admit that the words spoken by Yi Qingcheng at the end had left him speechless. He could be headstrong and continue to fight against the Yi family, exposing their hypocrisy for all to see, but he couldn't guarantee victory. It was an uncertain future. The second choice was to follow Yi Qingcheng's advice, bow to the Yi family, publicly apologize, and secure the safety of Wang Tanhai's group. If Yi Qingcheng kept her promise, Tianhai City would belong to Zitia once again, providing a bright future for those around him. However, this decision would also mean that he would forever have to bow in front of the Yi family and refrain from further confrontation. Additionally, he would never have the chance to reveal the true face of the Yi family to the public. The actions of the Yi family would continue to harm more people in the Long Kingdom. What should he choose? After a long period of silence, Zitia sighed deeply. The actions of the Yi family will harm many people in the Long Kingdom, but I am powerless. All I can do is protect those around me. Zitia muttered to himself, then picked up his phone and removed Yi Qingcheng's number from the blacklist. From the beginning until now, he had faced many enemies and crises, but this time, he was choosing to bow down. It was also a way to give Wang Tanhai's group closure. Regardless of whether they were satisfied with the outcome, Zitia couldn't be too selfish. As Yi Qingcheng had said, he couldn't let the people around him fall into an abyss because of his own ideas. After a long period of silence, Zitia was about to press the dial button. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Ziqian's body jerked in surprise. Grandfather. Zitia quickly answered the call. You've been waiting anxiously, right? I'm back. Chen Laoyi's words made Ziqian's eyes well up. Grandfather, I can't defeat the Yi family. Zitia had never said such words in front of anyone else. But in front of his only respected elder, he couldn't help but express his grievances. Who said you can't beat them? You can beat them. Come pick me up. Master Chen's tone was very confident. It seemed as if the current situation in front of him was not a big deal at all. However, Zitia, who heard these words, still did not feel an ounce of confidence. He felt that Master Chen's confidence was simply due to not knowing the current situation in Tianhai City. But Zitia, who was in the midst of it, understood very clearly that the current situation was indeed very difficult to turn around. Even though he still had a few cards in hand, He didn't believe that those cards could play any crucial role. "Grandfather, the current situation is more complex than you imagine," Zichia sighed softly in response. "So what? In this world, there are always more solutions than difficulties, and it's up to the person. All right, first come pick me up, and I'll tell you what needs to be said. As for whether to continue fighting with the Yi family and how to fight, you can decide on your own," Master Chen said seriously, and Zichia nodded after hearing this. He now only hoped that whatever Master Chen had to say would be the key to turning the situation around. 1 hour later, in Tianhai City, at Master Chen's residence in the city center. Since the last time Master Chen left here to retire in the countryside, he had never returned. But today, after Zichia picked him up, instead of going back to Chen's village, he had Zichia take him to this place. When Zichia met with Master Chen for the first time, he couldn't wait to ask many questions. However, while outside, Master Chen only smiled and did not respond to Zichia's questions. Only when they arrived at the residence did Master Chen finally speak. "These days, you've suffered a lot, haven't you?" Master Chen asked with a smile. "Grandfather, I don't understand why you made me do this." Zichia shook his head in response. "You don't understand why I let you tolerate the Yi family's methods." After asking this question, Zichia immediately nodded. He not only didn't understand, but he completely couldn't understand. "Grandfather, you don't know how I've been these past few days," Zichia said, feeling a bit aggrieved as he mentioned these things, but he only had these emotions in front of Master Chen. "I really don't know about the situation in Tianhai City, but what I do know is that the Yi family has dug a hole for you." Master Chen shook his head slightly, not hiding anything from Zichia, but explaining the situation truthfully. "How did you know?" Zichia was a little surprised to hear this. Actually, he had also thought of this before. Otherwise, he couldn't think of why Master Chen would make him do this. But thinking about it, if the Yi family had really set a trap for him, then this kind of secret matter would be known to very few people, let alone Master Chen. "You don't need to worry about it. I certainly have my ways to get information." Master Chen smiled and shook his head. Because he knew the Yi family's true intentions, he made Zichia endure for these 2 days. He could imagine that Zichia must have had a hard and frustrating time these past few days. But if it wasn't for these difficult and frustrating days, when Master Chen returned, Zichia might have already been completely defeated or even kicked out of Tianhai City. Zichia didn't press further, believing that Master Chen wouldn't harm him, which was enough for him. "So what should I do next?" Zichia asked this question, feeling very confused. Upon hearing this question, Master Chen didn't rush to speak but slowly got out, closed all the doors and windows, with a mysterious expression that aroused great anticipation in Zichia's heart. Could it be that what Master Chen was about to tell him was truly remarkable? "Grandfather, what do you want to tell me?" Zichia, who was usually composed, couldn't maintain his composure at this moment, and Master Chen still didn't speak, only quietly completed these actions before sitting back in his chair. Master Chen lifted the teacup and took a sip, contemplating what he wanted to say. After a while, Master Chen put down the teacup gently. "Chia, I lied to you before." This first sentence from Master Chen furrowed Zichia's brows. He had always had unwavering trust in Master Chen, his respected elder. Otherwise, at such a critical moment when facing the Yi family, he wouldn't have made a decision that left countless people puzzled based solely on Master Chen's words. So he had never thought that Master Chen would lie to him about anything. The words from Master Chen at this moment did surprise him, but it was just surprise, not anger. Because not all deception in this world is bad. There is a kind of deception called a white lie. So, until Zichia understood where and why Master Chen had lied to him, he wouldn't rush to judgment. "What do you mean? What did you lie about?" Zichia asked after a moment of contemplation. "I didn't tell you the complete truth about our initial meeting when you asked me last time. Now I have some things to tell you. Can they change the current situation? And before I came to Tianhai City, what did I experience? Where did I come from? Are my parents still alive?" Zichia had many questions he wanted to ask, but he couldn't remember what he had discussed with Master Chen last time, so his mind was a mess. "The other matters are unimportant, and I can't answer you. But one thing, when you face an insurmountable obstacle, let me give this to you. Perhaps all the answers are inside this." Master Chen reached into his pocket and took out a small box, placing it in front of Zichia. Zichia reached out and gently rubbed it in his hands. Being well-versed in Chinese medicine, he was naturally sensitive to Chinese herbal medicines. Even without opening the box, he could already smell a faint medicinal fragrance. What kind of medicine is this? Zichia sniffed at the box on the tip of his nose. I'm not sure, but it should be useful to you. Old Master Chen picked up the teacup and quietly sipped his tea. At that time, I said, whenever I encounter an insurmountable difficulty, I should use this, right? Zichia asked again. Correct, Old Master Chen nodded gently. Upon hearing this, Zichia had some guesses in his mind. Without much time to think, Zichia quickly opened the box, preparing to see what was inside. As the box was opened, a stronger scent of medicine wafted over. The smell of the medicine made Zichia's mind clearer in an instant. As a master in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, Zichia knew very well what kind of effects this medicine would bring. Zichia carefully took out the contents of the box, revealing a brown pill the size of a grate. After removing several layers of foil and wax paper, the scent from the pill had reached its peak, spreading continuously in the room. Zichia placed the pill at the tip of his nose, closed his eyes, and deeply smelled it. His rich knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine quickly identified the components of the pill. Good stuff. After a few seconds, Zichia opened his eyes, unable to hide his surprise. He knew that the key to his body's recovery was those 3 medicinal ingredients, and this pill contained the ingredients along with a few others. However, with his current knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine, he couldn't accurately identify the information about the medicinal ingredients. There was only one possibility. The ingredients in this pill must be extremely rare, even considered treasures from heaven and earth. And this pill likely held the key to his recovery. Combining this with what Old Master Chen had just said only confirmed Zichia's suspicions. He could determine that this pill would greatly help him recover his memory. Grandpa, why didn't you give this to me earlier? This pill should help me recover my memory. If I had known about this earlier, I wouldn't have needed to search desperately for medicinal ingredients or even participate in medical conferences. Zichia's tone was full of resentment at this moment. It turned out that what Yi Cheng said was correct. He could be quite foolish at times. Yes, I guess so. Old Master Chen's nod left Zichia speechless. He was responsible for his own memory loss, enduring hardships in Tianhai City for such a long time. What was he trying to achieve? Wasn't this just utterly foolish, seeking trouble when there was none? Zichia had never felt so speechless or foolish as he did now. He even wished he could slap himself. There's no need to feel uncomfortable. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is an instinct ingrained in humans. Therefore, people will make decisions based on the situation and experiences they face at the time. You may not understand your actions now, but you must have believed that decision was right then. Old Master Chen saw through Zichia's complex emotions and comforted him. This simple explanation calmed Zichia. Although he might not understand his past behavior, there must have been a reason for it back then. Thinking about it, Zichia couldn't help but frown. What had he experienced that led him to seal his own memories, living a hidden life? Even though he was still in a state of amnesia, he couldn't possibly figure out why he had acted that way back then. There was no need to waste time on these matters. As long as this pill could help him recover his memory, everything would become clear. Grandpa, do you have anything else to say? Did you tell me everything this time? I'm actively seeking you out now, and I want to know everything. Zichia looked at Old Master Chen, his tone incredibly serious. That's all. Old Master Chen waved his hand, then lowered his head to drink tea. I think there's more. Zichia stared at Old Master Chen. In the past, he believed everything Old Master Chen said. Even if he had doubts, he would convince himself to trust him. But now, after finding out that Old Master Chen had hidden such a big secret from him, Zichia had completely changed his mind. Gone. Master Chen shrugged. Surely there's more. Tell me the truth. Zichia stood up, with an attitude of getting to the bottom of things. Didn't you say this pill could help you regain your memory? After you recover your memory, won't everything become clear? Why do I need to say more? Besides, I have indeed said everything. Master Chen's attitude left Zichia feeling helpless. After all, he couldn't force Master Chen to speak. But what Master Chen said was true. If this pill could help Zichia fully recover, then he wouldn't need to learn more from others. By then, he would remember everything. Many things would have answers. At that time, maybe the current dilemma, including the powerful Yi family, wouldn't matter anymore. Thinking about this, Zichia felt a strong sense of anticipation. Do you want to use it now? I'll be here watching over you, Master Chen softly asked Zichia. Zichia didn't answer but looked down at the pill in his hand. Sometimes, when a person is relentlessly pursuing something, once they achieve their goal, they may feel lost for a moment. Just like Zichia searching for the ingredients to help him recover his memory and remember past events. However, now that the opportunity was right in front of him, combined with various factors, Zichia's emotions became very complex. Grandfather, you mentioned earlier that my initial decision must have had its reasons. Now that I'm about to break this seal myself, whether it's right or wrong, is the timing appropriate? Zichia was conflicted. I think the timing is right. Master Chen nodded seriously. If not, he wouldn't have brought it out at this moment. Zichia slowly turned to look outside, with various complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He had a feeling that when his memory was restored, many things might change, including himself, potentially becoming a different person. Just like the Monkey King with a tight headband, he was still him, but not purely himself. No matter what you become, who you turn into, as long as you recognize me as your grandfather, I will do everything in my power to protect you. Knowing Zichia's thoughts, Master Chen spoke sincerely. After a few seconds, Zichia smiled in relief. His previously restless and conflicted emotions instantly eased. Grandfather, I've made up my mind. I want to give myself half a day. This half day belongs to the current Zichia. It's also a way to explain to the Zichia who has been living in Tianhai City for over 2 years. Grandfather supports you. Master Chen nodded gently. Knowing Zichia's loyalty and righteousness, he wasn't surprised by his decision. Good. Zichia smiled and left. Master Chen slowly put down his teacup, his gaze following Zichia as he left. When Zichia drove away, Master Chen's brows furrowed, but his eyes revealed an indescribable emotion. As the dragon hides deeply, it will soar to the 9th heaven. Grandfather, I'll be watching over you from here and also blessing you. Master Chen slowly withdrew his gaze and then made a phone call. After leaving Master Chen's place, Zichia drove around Tianhai City aimlessly. A person's character development and way of interacting with the world are largely influenced by their personal experiences and growth. Zichia's current character was not just based on inherent qualities, but also shaped by his experiences in Tianhai City for over 2 years. No one is perfect, and Zichia certainly had his flaws now, but he was also unique. Given his character, the people he connected with and the friends he made were also worth cherishing. Before deciding to take the pill, Zichia wanted to spend the remaining time with himself and the friends he'd made over the past 2 years. It was a way to bid farewell to the Zichia who had lived in Tianhai City for 2 years and to those friends. Therefore, in the following time, Zichia visited some important people to him. During this process, it felt like Zichia was reliving the past 2 years of his life in Tianhai City. As evening approached, Zichia's car slowly stopped outside the Zhou family's mansion. Since the Zhou family chose to separate from him, Zichia had not been in contact with them to avoid causing trouble. But according to Lu Jinyao, due to this incident, Zhou Yuking, who had always been obedient, was very upset with Zhou Wenyuan and others. Hence, Zichia wanted to check on them. Zichia, why are you here at our Zhou family? You are not welcome here. Just as Zichia got out of the car, he saw Zhou Jinpeng and a group of people preparing to leave. The Zhou family members immediately frowned and showed resistance towards Zichia. After all, the Zhou family was now a branch of the Yi family, so they naturally wanted to avoid any connections with the enemies of the Yi family. Quiet, Zhou Jinpeng reprimanded, and everyone begrudgingly fell silent. Mr. Z, what brings you here? Zhou Jinpeng remained courteous to Zichia. I want to see Yuking, Zichia said, and several Zhou family members shook their heads in refusal. In the current situation, they couldn't let Zichia enter the Zhou family's gate. All right, no problem. Zhou Jinpeng's reply was unexpected and hard for the others to accept. Shut up, Zhou Jinpeng scolded, and everyone fell silent. Set aside everything. Mr. Z is Yuking's savior. Zhou Jinpeng suddenly exploded, yelling at everyone. This silenced everyone. Regardless of whether they were now enemies with Zichia, no one in the Zhou family could deny that Zichia had saved Zhou Yuking's life. Mr. Z, let me take you. Zhou Jinpeng prepared to lead Zichia personally. Thank you. Zichia nodded and was about to follow Zhou Jinpeng. Stop right there. Just then, a stern voice rang out, and Zhou Wenyuan's figure appeared. Mr. Z, we have settled matters between us. There's no need to disturb each other, right? His words were concise, abrupt, and his attitude was crystal clear. Father, Mr. Z wants to see Yuking. These days, Yuking has not been feeling well. I thought of having Mr. Z help her. Zhou Jinpeng tried to explain, but was cut off by Zhou Wenyuan. If Yuking is unwell, I will find a doctor for her. If that is not enough, I will have a specialist brought in from the capital by the Yi family to treat her. Mr. Z, please leave. Zhou Wenyuan's tone was indifferent, different from when he had sought Ziqian's help initially. All right. Ziqian nodded gently. This meeting wasn't necessary after all. He disliked forcing anything, so if the Zhou family's attitude was firm, then it was better not to meet. Ziqian nodded slightly at Zhou Jinpeng before leaving without any regrets. Father, how can you act this way? He saved Yuking's life before. And Zhou Wenyuan cut in. And what? His saving Yuking's life was part of a deal with our Zhou family. The deal ended, and we owe each other nothing. Hearing this, Zhou Jinpeng shook his head and sighed. Back then when we talked about Mr. Zhao's matter, you said the Chen family was foolish. But now, how are we any different from the Chen family back then? Now that he wants to see Yuking, you won't allow it. If he gains influence again, and we need to see him in the future, we might not have the chance. Humph. There is no chance of that happening. Facing the Yi family, does he still think he can rise again? Let me tell you, he will never rise again. Never. Zhou Wenyuan left, leaving Zhou Jinpeng feeling helpless. The Zhou family was Ziqian's final destination. After leaving the Zhou family, Ziqia returned to the Wang family's residence. Once there, he entered his room and took out the pill. The room was filled with the scent of medicine. Ziqia could clearly feel that when he smelled the pill up close, every cell in his body became very active. In his mind, things suddenly became clearer, and even the fatigue he had been feeling for the past few days seemed to ease. At that moment, Ziqian's heart was filled with anticipation. He hoped that the pill in front of him could help him rediscover his former self. However, before this, Ziqia could not be completely certain about the effects of this pill. Ziqia took a deep breath, countless images flashed through his mind, and then he picked up the pill. Dang dang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Ziqia, are you resting? Came the voice of Lu Jingyao from outside. Ziqia glanced over, then turned his gaze away. Nothing was more important than what he needed to do now. Ziqia put the pill in his mouth, but before he could drink water, the pill melted instantly upon contact. Immediately, an extremely bitter taste exploded in Ziqian's mouth, making his eyebrows furrow and his facial expression contort with the bitterness. Ziqia dared to say that the bitter taste of this pill was more than 10 times stronger than that of traditional bitter herbs. In just a few seconds, the pill dissolved into a warm stream, which then flowed downward. Upon reaching his stomach, the warmth spread throughout his limbs and body. Ziqia closed his eyes and carefully felt the state of his body, continuing this for about 5 minutes. It seems nothing changed. After 5 minutes, Ziqia slowly opened his eyes. When the heat from the pill completely dissipated, Ziqia found that there were no significant changes in his body. His memory showed no signs of recovery, and he still couldn't recall past events. What's going on? Ziqia whispered to himself. According to what he told the old man Chen before, the pill he had entrusted the old man to keep must bring significant changes to him. Why was it that he couldn't feel any changes now? Dang dang. At that moment, the door was knocked on again. Ziqia, Mr. Wang's family wants to see you. Ziqia got up slowly, opened the door, and walked out. It was only after he saw the scene outside the door that he understood why Lu Jingyao had knocked on the door twice within 5 minutes. In the past, if Lu Jingyao couldn't get an answer after one knock, she would never disturb Ziqian's rest again. But at this moment, Wang Tanhai and more than a dozen members of the Wang family had arrived. It seemed that even Lu Jingyao couldn't resist this pressure. Mr. Z, yesterday, you said you would give me an answer today. Wang Tanhai sighed lightly. At this point, the Wang family, both externally and internally, was in complete chaos. Even if he still wanted to believe in Ziqia, the Wang family was not just him. Other members of the Wang family were pressing him for an answer. Mr. Z, our Wang family has staked the fate of the entire family to support you. Now, what should we do? Please, Mr. Z, give us an answer quickly. Otherwise, we will have to bow down to the Yi family. I may not represent the entire Wang family, but I can represent myself. The members of the Wang family next to Wang Tanhai spoke up without reservation. their dissatisfaction plain to see. While Zichia was about to speak, he suddenly felt dizzy in the head, swaying a bit and almost unable to stand steady. Zichia, are you okay? Lu Jingya quickly reached out to support him. I'm fine. Zichia waved his hand, then held on to the door frame and looked at Wang Tonghai and the others. However, Zichia's state was seen by the Wang family members as plain sick and manipulative. Several people were continuously sneering. The actions of the Yi family branch in these 2 days are just bait, trying to provoke us. As long as we take a strong stand, they will reveal their trump card and completely crush us. Zichia explained the old man Chen's words to everyone. However, they became even more disdainful after hearing it. Mr. Z, if you're backing out, just say so, don't make excuses. Of course, saying all this now is meaningless. We don't need to know what the Yi family is planning. We just want to know what you are planning, how you intend to get through this crisis. Dozens of members of the Wang family spoke up one after another. The noisy voices made Zichia feel a headache. Mr. Z, why don't we use that card now? Wang Tonghai shook his head and sighed. If they didn't use that card soon, they might not get another chance to use it. Zichia knew that the card Wang Tonghai referred to was a secret the Wang family had hidden for decades, a secret between them and the Western medical community. This card was indeed a super trump card in the hands of the Wang family, and its use would undoubtedly yield good results. However, Zichia shook his head. It can't be used casually. The card is not small, but it will also be suppressed by them. Zichia paused and said, it can only produce a winning effect when used in conjunction with other cards. So, Mr. Z, what do you mean? Wang Tonghai's heart was filled with hope upon hearing this. These days, he felt that Zichia seemed to be in a daze, as if he didn't know what he was doing. But now, Zichia seemed to be finding back his strategic demeanor. Tomorrow, I'll go to Beijing. Zichia stopped abruptly here, furrowing his brows the next second, and clasping the door frame tightly with his hands. What about tomorrow? Wang Tonghai followed up quickly. Tomorrow, Zichia shook his head, trying to finish his sentence. However, he suddenly felt a severe headache, his body swaying, and he almost couldn't stand. Zichia, what's wrong? Wang Tonghai asked quickly. Tomorrow, Zichia shook his head, struggling to complete his statement, but he felt as if a steel knife was turning in his head, causing him excruciating pain, as if his head were about to explode. His vision darkened at times, and at other times, he saw flashes of light. Who? Zichia gasped heavily. His face turned waxen, sweat poured down his forehead, and his whole body was quickly soaked with sweat. Zichia, what's happening? Zichia, are you okay? Wang Tonghai and Lu Jingya were the first to notice that something was wrong and quickly came to support Zichia. At this moment, the members of the Wang family also gathered around. Previously, they thought Zichia was pretending to be sick to avoid them, but looking at Zichia's complexion now, it was clear that he was not faking it. Ouch! It hurts. Zichia hugged his head with both hands, crouching down and gasping heavily. Zichia, don't scare me, Zichia. Lu Jingya was shocked and pale, kneeling on the ground and shouting continuously. Zichia continued to press his head with force. He felt as if an invisible steel knife was gradually digging into his head, the pain making him wish for death. The unbearable pain that seemed to reach his soul made his facial expression look ferocious. Zichia, Mr. Z. Zichia's head was buzzing, faintly hearing the shouts of surrounding people. He tried hard to withstand the pain and get up, but the intense pain kept hitting him like waves. Zichia felt dizzy, his vision darkening, and the voices around him fading. Wait for me. Wait for me. Qin Hemming, call Qin Hemming over here. Zichia clenched his teeth, struggled to say these words, then everything went black, and he collapsed to one side. Zichia, don't scare me. Zichia, you bastards, all of you. Do you have to drive him to death to be happy? He is also a human being, not an all-powerful god. Why can't you give him some time? Lu Jingya cried uncontrollably, reaching out to hold Zichia in her arms, then yelling at Wang Tonghai and others. The Wang family members slightly lowered their heads, trying to say something but ultimately unable to speak. Quickly take us to the hospital, Lu Jingya said through gritted teeth, looking at Wang Tonghai. Don't worry, Miss Lu, we in the Wang family have our own medical room, Wang Tonghai said, gesturing for people to lift Zichia and rush to the Wang family's medical room. Families like theirs, with wealth and power, had their private teams of doctors and advanced medical equipment. Their medical level surpassed any hospital in Tianhai City. Soon, Zichia was brought to the Wang family's private medical room, where several doctors approached. Ziqian's pulse was checked by a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and a Western medicine professor conducted various physical tests using expensive medical equipment. The Wang family's patriarch and other members anxiously waited outside. Although they might hold some grudges against Zichia, they were clear that he was their last hope. If anything happened to Zichia, it would only accelerate the downfall of the Wang family. So, everyone was deeply concerned about Ziqian's condition. "Sir, we didn't force Mr. Z," he was speaking, then suddenly this happened. "Maybe he has some illness," the Wang family members explained to the patriarch. "Shut up, you bunch of incompetents. Mr. Zhao's medical skill is extraordinary. If he had any illness, he would have discovered it already. It's because of you that Mr. Z is in distress, a bunch of people who cause more harm than good." The patriarch scolded them harshly, rendering them speechless. Lu Jingya stood by the door, silent but tears streaming down uncontrollably. The moment Zichia fainted in her arms filled her with fear. She was afraid of losing Zichia and couldn't bear to think about how she would live without him. At that moment, the medical room's door opened, and two doctors walked out. They were the leaders of the Wang family's private medical team, one in traditional Chinese medicine, the other in Western medicine. "Old Chen, how is Mr. Zhao's condition?" the patriarch asked as the doctors emerged. "Don't worry, sir. Mr. Z is not in mortal danger," Old Chen reassured them, prompting a collective sigh of relief. However, as soon as Old Chen mentioned however, everyone tensed up. "What is it? Speak up," Lu Jingya urged anxiously. "Mr. Zhao's current condition is very abnormal. The normal heart rate for a person is between 60 and 100, but Mr. Zhao's heart rate is at 150 and shows no signs of decreasing. In usual circumstances, this would pose various risks of illnesses and complications, but except for a slightly high body temperature, Mr. Zhao's other indicators are normal." Dr. John, after checking his pulse, came to the same conclusion as us. The two doctors furrowed their brows, puzzled by Ziqian's condition. In summary, Ziqian's body was abnormal based on normal standards. While an ordinary person facing such a situation would risk various illnesses and complications, Ziqia showed no signs of danger. Even after using various instruments, they found no abnormal readings. "So, what are you trying to say? Is Mr. Zhao's current condition normal or abnormal?" the patriarch asked with a deep sense of dissatisfaction. They had paid a hefty sum to maintain a team that could handle issues efficiently, not provide vague answers. "For now, we can only observe," Dr. Chen shrugged helplessly. Ziqian's condition didn't require emergency treatment or heavy medication since there were no urgent diseases or conditions. "Are you saying we shouldn't do anything? Do we not know what to do?" Faced with the patriarch's questioning, the doctors remained silent. "Incompetent. Get other doctors here," the patriarch ordered Wan Tanhai and the others. However, the response was nothing but a look of difficulty. Regarding Western medicine, the Wang family, as the major force in Tianhai City's Western medicine community, had the best Western doctors, and the medical level was exceptionally high. There was no need to seek outside help. As for traditional Chinese medicine, the Yu family already stood at the forefront in Tianhai City. Their only supporter, Liu Wenzheng, had been imprisoned and stripped of his medical license. In this situation, they had no one to call upon, no one to invite, and even if they did, the other party wouldn't risk offending the Yu family to help the Wang family. "Let's ask Qin Hemming, the all-knowing healer. Mr. Z and Mr. Qin Hemming are good friends." Wan Tanhai suddenly remembered that during the recent confrontations with the Yu family, Qin Hemming had stood firmly by Ziqian's side. Although he hadn't seen much of Qin Hemming lately, Wan Tanhai was aware that Qin Hemming was surely assisting Ziqia covertly. "But I don't have Mr. Qin's contact details." "No need. I've already informed Mr. Qin," Lu Jingya said quietly. She had spoken those words just before Ziqia collapsed. Although she wasn't clear about the exact relationship between Ziqia and Qin Hemming, the fact that Ziqia asked for Qin Hemming's presence before fainting indicated that he was trustworthy. So, after Ziqia was taken to the medical room, she immediately notified Qin Hemming. "Great, that's great. When Mr. Qin arrives, let him examine Mr. Z thoroughly." The patriarch nodded slightly, feeling a bit more relieved. "Sir, Chief, the all-knowing healer Qin Hemming has arrived," A Wang family servant rushed over to report. "Quickly, please come over," Mr. Wang said, as he was about to personally invite the person over. "Please, there's no need." At this moment, Chen Hemming swiftly walked in. Chen Hemming's face was extremely gloomy at this moment, and anyone could see the anger buried deep in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Mr. Wang's heart skipped a beat, and his heartbeat even momentarily stalled. "Where is he?" Chen Hemming walked and asked. "Chen doctor, Mr. Z is inside. Our doctor has conducted a comprehensive examination for him, and he is not in danger," Mr. Wang quickly explained. "How did he faint?" Chen Hemming's tone was cold. "At that time, we were talking with Mr. Z, and it may be because we were a bit too excited." Mr. Wang hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately did not dare to shirk responsibility. After all, at that time, the Wang family members were all accusing Zitia with grievances, and it's possible that Zitia fainted due to the urgency of the situation. And in front of top medical practitioners like Chen Hemming, he would definitely be able to see the reason for Zitian's fainting, so Mr. Wang decisively did not dare to hide. "However, Chen doctor, you don't need to worry. Although our medical team here may not be as good as you, our skills are also very high. They have diagnosed multiple times, and Mr. Z is indeed not in danger now," Mr. Wang kept explaining as he saw Chen Hemming's expression not right. "It's best if there's no danger. If something happens to him, I will investigate thoroughly." Chen Hemming's tone was cold and threatening, and the Wang family members around did not dare to even breathe loudly. After all, Chen Hemming was different from Zitia. They were more bold in their interactions with Zitia, even in speaking and acting. But Chen Hemming was more unfamiliar with the Wang family, and these people from the Wang family did not have the courage to offend Chen Hemming. So, even though Chen Hemming's attitude was extremely unreasonable and domineering, the Wang family members did not dare to refute. "Chen doctor, please take a look at Zitia as soon as possible." At this moment, Lu Jinyao urged from the side. After all, compared to Zitian's safety, everything else was not important. "Okay." Chen Hemming nodded lightly, and then walked into the room. In fact, Chen Hemming was not really to worry. How strong Zitian's medical skills were, others might not know, but he knew very well. Not only that, according to Chen Hemming's words, Zitia was a master in both medicine and martial arts during his peak period, and his physical fitness was also extraordinary. In this situation, if there was anything abnormal in Zitian's body, Chen Hemming himself could definitely perceive it very clearly. Therefore, there was absolutely no major illness. The most likely possibility was that the recent events had exhausted him mentally. After Chen Hemming went into the room, he quickly approached Zitia. Subsequently, as Lu Jinyao followed, the Wang family members also entered the room. However, after entering, everyone remained silent, not making a sound. Chen Hemming first looked at Zitian's complexion, then glanced around at the medical equipment. "Master," Chen Hemming subconsciously wanted to speak, but when he noticed the Wang family members following, he slowly closed his mouth. "Mr. Z, let me examine your body." Chen Hemming respectfully bowed to Zitia, then took a step forward, knelt down near the bed with one knee on the ground. "It is said that one is a teacher for a day and a father for a lifetime, regardless of identity or age. This is a rule and moral code passed down for thousands of years in Longguo. And Chen Hemming, as Zitian's grand disciple, must always be respectful to his master." At this moment, he dared to diagnose Zitia in front of outsiders. He could address Zitia with less formal terms in front of outsiders, but certain protocols still had to be followed. This scene made the Wang family members bewildered. They couldn't understand why Chen Hemming was so respectful to Zitia. Especially Mr. Wang, he had previously thought that Zitia and Chen Hemming were just good friends and both accomplished Chinese medicine practitioners, so they should have a relationship of peers. But now, the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. Not to exaggerate, Chen Hemming's attitude towards Zitia was as respectful as a junior to a senior in the family. But the key point was that Chen Hemming was several rounds older than Zitia. Even considering Zitia as his junior was a stretch. How could Chen Hemming show such respect towards Zitia as if he was a younger generation in front of him? Mr. Wang slowly turned his head and exchanged a glance with Mr. Wang. They couldn't understand the relationship between Zitia and Chen Hemming, but they could be sure that the secrets Zitia held were perhaps much more than they imagined. At this moment, in the hearts of the Wang family members, Zichia once again gained a mysterious aura. Perhaps, Mr. Z does have some skills. He didn't reveal them earlier, probably because the timing was not right. Mr. Wang murmured to himself. He thought he had understood Zichia very well during this period, but now he realized his understanding was to one-sided. In a short period, many thoughts flashed through the Wang family members' minds. Chen Heming didn't have time to care about what they were thinking. He just focused on carefully diagnosing Ziqian's pulse. Chen Heming examined both of Ziqian's hands, then lifted his eyelids to take a look. Phew. After all this, Chen Heming let out a sigh of relief. Ziqia was indeed not in danger, but he could also sense the abnormal state in Ziqian's body at this time. Even though Ziqia appeared to be sleeping peacefully, his body was far from calm. One could say it was boiling inside. In Western medical terms, it would be like every cell in Ziqian's body being abnormally active. Since Chen Heming's medical skills could not accurately determine the specific cause of Ziqian's current condition, he could only make a guess. If he had to give a reason, he felt that Ziqian's state was like having an excessive reaction from consuming too many tonics at once. Of course, this was just his speculation, and he was not clear on the exact reason, but he could confirm that this situation was not necessarily bad for Ziqia. Therefore, Chen Heming was relieved. "Chen doctor, how is Ziqia?" Lu Jingya asked as Chen Heming stood up. "There's no immediate problem. We need to observe for now. By the way, his body temperature is slightly high now, but medication is not necessary. External cooling methods will suffice." Upon hearing Chen Heming's words, Lu Jinyao nodded quickly. "I will go prepare." "Chen doctor, what can we do?" Mr. Wang stepped forward and asked. Chen Heming remained silent. In truth, he really wanted to bring Ziqia to live with him and personally take care of him. However, Ziqian's current condition was not suitable for too much movement. In addition, there were some matters left by Ziqia that needed to be dealt with quickly on his side, so he could only let Ziqia stay at the Wang family's place. Keep the surroundings quiet until he wakes up. Let him rest well. Also, assign a few more people to take care of him. After Chen Heming finished speaking, Wan Tonghai nodded repeatedly. "I will arrange for the most professional caregivers to come over and take care of him." "No need." Le Jinya walked over with a basin of water. "I alone am enough to take care of him." Obviously, Le Jinya was not comfortable with letting others take care of Ziqia. "All right, then Miss Lo, please take care of him." Wan Tonghai understood Le Jinyao's intention and did not insist. Le Jinya sat by the bed, soaked a towel in warm water, wrung it half dry, and gently wiped Ziqian's face, neck, and hands. After wiping all over, she took out a clean towel, dampened it with water, wrung it dry, folded it into a rectangle, and placed it on top of Ziqian's head. Chen Heming originally wanted to do these things himself, but seeing this scene, he felt much more reassured. He had to admit that taking care of people was more suitable for women, as men tended to be a bit clumsy. "Okay, I will take my leave now. After I go back, I will prepare some medicine and have it sent over. I will have someone inform you of the usage instructions later. Remember to feed Mr. Z." Although Ziqian's current condition did not require medication, he was unable to eat in this state. So Chen Heming prepared to personally prepare some medicine to provide nutrition to Ziqian's body. "Okay. Leave it to me, you can rest assured." Le Jinyao nodded earnestly. "I will definitely take good care of him." Watching Le Jinyao meticulously take care of Ziqia, Chen Heming couldn't help but sigh softly. Ziqia had been living in Tianhai City for more than 2 years, originally married to Chen Ruoxu, thinking he had found a good partner, but Chen Ruoxu ended up hurting him deeply. Ziqia had indeed been unfortunate when it came to past relationships, but at the same time, he was also lucky. The two girls he met later, regardless of his situation, stayed by his side unwaveringly. Although Zhou Yuking could not accompany Ziqia as closely as Le Jinyao, Chen Heming could still see Zhou Yuking's true feelings for Ziqia. "I will trouble you then. Feel free to contact me anytime. If anything comes up, I won't be going anywhere in Tianhai City during this time." Chen Heming's final words were clearly directed at the Wang family. After all, one had to be cautious, and currently, there was no one suitable around Ziqia, so he could only temporarily stay at the Wang family's residence. If the Wang family had any ulterior motives, Ziqia would be in real trouble. So, this last sentence was actually a warning. He believed that the Wang family should understand his meaning. "Chin doctor, Please rest assured. This old fox Wang understood Chen Hemming's implications, so he quickly arched his hand and said, "Our Wang family will spare no effort to take care of Mr. Z and protect him. From the moment our Wang family chose to follow Mr. Z, we are prepared to stand by him in times of trouble and share glory and disgrace together." Wang reaffirmed his attitude and made a commitment. "All right." Chen Hemming nodded lightly. "I won't speak about anything else, but I can tell you this. The decision you made to follow him, among all the decisions made by your family in these generations, is the most correct decision and the highest return on investment. The present difficulties are not a big deal, because things are not at the end yet, and the Yi family can't defeat him. You may not believe it now, but remember my words, and see if there's any falsehood when the time comes." Chen Hemming's words undoubtedly brought countless confidence to the Wang family. After all, Chen Hemming's prestige and his title as a medical sage made his words easy to believe. "No matter what comes in the future, we will stand by Mr. Z." Wang affirmed his stance once again. "Okay." Chen Hemming nodded and then glanced at Zichia before turning and leaving. "Let's see Chen doctor off." Wang also looked at Le Jingyao and Zichia, then led everyone out of the room. "Miss Le, if anything unusual happens to Mr. Z, remember to inform us." The Wang family's private doctor instructed this and also left the room. Soon, the room was left with only Zichia and Le Jingyao. "You nearly frightened me to death," Le Jingyao mumbled as she wiped Zichian's face and hands. "You know, I have cut off ties with my family for you. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to live?" They would probably say, "Le Jingyao, the love-struck fool, gave up everything for the man she loves and ended up killing him by his side." Le Jingyao paused abruptly, then raised her hand and lightly smacked herself on the cheek. "Bah! I'm just talking nonsense. I'm just an immature child. Forgive me. Budo, forgive me." Next, Le Jingyao stayed by Zichian's side, intermittently checking his body temperature every minute. And if the temperature was slightly high, she would immediately use a physical cooling method to wipe his body. "When did I start to like you?" Le Jingyao sat by the bed, chin resting on her hand, gazing at Zichian's profile, murmuring softly. "In the beginning, I just wanted to start a company with you. How did I end up infatuating myself with you?" Thinking back on the various events that unfolded after meeting Zitia, Le Jingyao couldn't help but shake her head and smile softly. Since she met Zitia, until now, there had been very few opportunities for the two of them to be alone together. When they were outside before, they were dealing with various matters related to the company and the medical skills conference. Later, while she was living at the lakeside villa, Zhou Yuking was also there. And during this time, although she was in the same room as Zitia, they were both too busy dealing with the Yi family to sit down and have a heart-to-heart conversation. Today, when they finally had time, Zitia fell ill, making Le Jingyao feel helpless. "I know you're just too exhausted and need some rest. It's okay, you can rest. When you're feeling better, you will recover sooner. If things get too difficult in Tianhai City, and we don't want anything to do with the crimes of the Yi family, you can just take me. Bring black wine, and let's go on a road trip, all right?" Le Jingyao whispered softly, envisioning a future with Zitia in her mind. Loving someone was about who you did things with, not what you did. Even just fantasizing about doing something with the other person could bring immense happiness. The Wang family kept Zichian's unconsciousness a secret. After all, both sides were engaged in the conflict, and their leaders were the backbone of the operation. If the leaders fell, then their own side would likely lose cohesion and power to fight back, while the enemy would seize the opportunity to strike with full force. Therefore, this matter had to be kept confidential. They just hoped that Zitia would wake up soon to take charge. However, they did not anticipate that Zitia would remain in a coma for 2 days. 2 days had passed. LS Jianyao never left Zichian's bedside. Exhausted beyond measure, she held Zichian's hand and rested by the bed for a while. In just 2 short days, LS Jianyao looked visibly thinner, with dark circles under her eyes robbing them of their luster. The people of the Wan family were all moved by LS Jianyao's actions. A prestigious young lady like her, in the face of Zichian's predicament, remained steadfast by his side. This was truly a profound bond of friendship. Thankfully, Zichian's high fever returned to normal after a day, which eased LS Jianyao's worries. His body temperature and heart rate were back to normal, and his condition was stable. However, his continued unconsciousness caused concern for LS Jianyao and the others. "Why aren't you waking up?" You've rested for 2 days already. Do you want to see the Yi family completely destroy us? LSJN Yao held Ziqian's hand, speaking incessantly. During these 2 days, she spoke to Ziqia whenever she wasn't dozing off. But she was careful not to speak too loudly because Qin Heming had advised her to talk to Ziqia quietly to assist in his recovery, while maintaining a quiet environment. Sighing as she watched the unresponsive Ziqia, LSJN Yao glanced outside. It was getting dark as evening approached. Since the night Ziqia fell into a coma, 2 days and nights had passed. During these 2 days, many events had occurred in Tianhai City. The news of Ziqian's coma was kept under wraps. The Yi family faction didn't need to know, as they continued their aggressive moves in the past 2 days. The situation at the Wang family related to Ziqian's coma was a source of immense hardship. LSJN Ya sighed softly, then walked to the door. Black wine, are you still not eating? LSJN Ya asked as she stepped closer. Black wine, like a friend who sensed something was wrong, stayed outside the medical room for 2 days without eating or drinking. The piles of delicately prepared fodder nearby had withered. LSJN Yao, knowing Black Wind's sensitivity, was surprised by the horse's level of understanding. Ziqia will be fine and wake up soon. Go eat something, she coaxed Black Wine, who remained motionless. Black Wind's dark eyes conveyed a hint of human emotion that touched LSJN Yao deeply. She reached out to gently stroke Black Wind's face, her eyes welling up with tears. At that moment, Black Wine wasn't just a horse, but a close friend who shared her concern for Ziqian's well-being. If you starve yourself, Ziqia will blame you when he wakes up. Be good and listen, alright? LSJN Yao comforted Black Wine, who let out a soft snort before taking a few sips of water. LS Miss, how is Mr. Z doing? In that moment, Wan Tanhai walked over, looking anxious. LSJN Yao wiped her eyes and replied, he still hasn't woken up. Wan Tanhai's expression darkened. In the past 2 days, the Yi family had escalated their actions, targeting the Wang family directly. The Wang family was already on the verge of collapse, and Ziqia had not made any public appearances. Many people outside mocked the Wang family, not aware of Ziqian's condition, but assuming he had cowered away. LS Miss, we can only hold on for 1 more night. If he doesn't wake up tomorrow, I will have to send you and Mr. Z out of Tianhai City, Wan Tanhai said grimly. The situation had become dire, and Wan Tanhai entrusted Ziqian's safety to LSJN Yao with a heavy heart. Actually, at this moment, the Wang family could completely hand Ziqia over to the Yi family branch in exchange for the survival of the Wang family. The Yi family would definitely be willing to make this deal, not only sparing the Wang family, but also providing them with a future. However, Wan Tanhai did not choose to do that. Instead, he did everything he could to protect Ziqia completely, which deeply moved Lu Jinya. What about you? Lu Jinya asked softly. Us. Wan Tanhai fell silent for 2 seconds, then smiled and said, any conflict must have an outcome, and there must be bloodshed and sacrifice, otherwise it will not come to an end. This time, it's our Wang family's turn. Rest assured, before our Wang family is scattered, we will make a big fuss about this matter, attract attention from above, and only then can this matter come to an end. By that time, you and Mr. Z will be safe. Hearing this, Lu Jinya was even more touched, feeling like a lump of cotton in her throat. Uncle Wan, actually, we can leave together. Let's leave first, and after Ziqia wakes up, we'll come back together to fight. Lu Jinya stepped forward, looking at Wang Tanhai earnestly. No, we can't leave. The roots of the old Wang family are here in Tianhai City. Where can we go? Even if I agree, the old man won't. Let's leave it at that. I'll go prepare things for you. Lu Jinya wanted to say something more, but looking at Wang Tanhai's tired figure, she couldn't say anything. Miss Lu, when Mr. Z wakes up, please tell him from me. Our Wang family keeps his promises and remains loyal from the beginning to the end, never betraying him. Also, we don't blame him or resent him. We know that human power is limited, and many things cannot be changed by human effort, so the outcome of the Wang family is not his fault. If Mr. Z can make a comeback in the future, I hope he remembers that there was a small Wang family in Tianhai City that remained loyal to him. Wan Tanhai paused for a few seconds, then continued, tomorrow morning, I will come to send you off. Okay. Many words in Lu Jinya's heart ultimately turned into a simple okay. The voices of the 2 people speaking passed through the open door and into the room, reaching Ziqian's ears. Ziqia was still lying quietly, showing no signs of waking up. But his right palm moved imperceptibly twice. Sigh. Lu Jingya's sigh sounded, and she returned to the room. Ziqie, did you hear all that just now? I never expected that while you were in Tianhai City for so long, you had good relationships with many people, yet only the Wang family remained so loyal to you. Lu Jingyao murmured softly. Ziqie had many friends and many people who wanted to know him when he was successful. However, when he fell on hard times, only a few people, especially the Wang family, stood by him faithfully. In the past, I represented the Lu family, and the Wang family was our competitor. But from today on, the Wang family will be the most respected family in my heart. They hold a higher place in my heart than the Lu family. I also know that you won't let the Wang family down. You never let your friends down, right? Lu Jingyao murmured, recalling the past and the glorious days when Ziqie was accompanied by families like the Lu family and Wang family. Now, the Lu family and other families have successively betrayed him, leaving only the Wang family struggling, but they also couldn't hold on for much longer. It's okay. Their betrayal doesn't matter. I am still here, right? Tomorrow I will take you to a distant city and take care of you well, but then you won't see your sister Yu Hui anymore, Lu Jingyao said softly, thinking of the phone call Yu Hui made to her in the afternoon, feeling a mix of emotions. On the other side, at the Zhou family villa, Dad, please, let me go out. I promise I will come back soon. In Zhou Yu Hui's room, she was pleading tearfully with her parents, Zhou Jinping and his wife. During this time, Zhou Yu Hui had been quiet and patient, waiting here without causing any trouble. Even when she found out 2 days ago that Ziqie had been refused entry to see her, she didn't make any noise and seemed resigned to her fate. But after contacting Lu Jingyao this afternoon, using the phone of a Zhou family servant, she couldn't sit still anymore. Young lady, your grandfather said you cannot go anywhere until things are settled. Zhou Jinping's wife shook her head and sighed softly, feeling deeply pained seeing Zhou Yuhui in such a state. As the saying goes, a mother knows her daughter best. She was well aware that for the usually obedient Zhou Yuhui, this state revealed that Zhou Yuhui had completely collapsed. However, as much as she wanted to protect Zhou Yuhui from the dangers of the outside world, she had to tell Zhou Yuhui some harsh truths now that things had reached this point. The conflict between the two sides has reached a critical point, and the outcome will soon be decided. Zhou Jinping paused for a moment before continuing. At this time, none of us in the Zhou family can have any contact with Ziqie. The Yi family is about to win, and those who have sided with them will soon be rewarded for their loyalty. But if any of the Zhou family members were to make contact with the enemies of the Yi family at this moment, suspicions of betrayal would arise. In that case, not only would they lose their chance for rewards, but they'd be lucky not to face punishment from the Yi family. But he needs me right now, Sister Jingya said. He's been sick these past few days. I need to go see him, Zhou Yuking said, tears streaming down her face. Even though Lu Jinyao hadn't given her many details, Zhou Yuking could guess that Ziqie was in bad shape. No, Zhou Jinping's reply was only one word. He knew that if he let Zhou Yuking go, she'd be caught by Zhou Wenyuan's people before she even reached the gate. At that point, not only Zhou Yuking, but he and his wife would likely be placed under house arrest as well. Kinger, you need to grow up. In a large family, only benefits matter. Emotions are the least valuable thing. He continued in a deep voice. Throughout history, the children of many powerful families have rarely escaped the fate of arranged marriages. We cannot change this reality, and since you were born into the Zhou family, you must accept it. But why can Sister Jinyao do it? Why can't I? Zhou Yuking asked tearfully, looking at Zhou Jinping. Once the struggle ends, the Yi family will certainly demand an explanation from the Lu family about Lu Jingyao's actions. Zhou Jinping shook his head as he replied. So, nothing matters and compared to the family's interests, right? Zhou Yuking wiped her tears and asked. That's right. Zhou Jinping nodded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuking stopped speaking and slowly turned to look out the window. Dad, Mom, did you know, before I met him, my world was gray. You can't understand the feeling of being paralyzed in a wheelchair, needing help with everything, eating, dressing, living depending on others for every little thing. The pain of being fully conscious, yet unable to control your own body, left at the mercy of others. At that time, I wanted to die. I wanted to leave this world. But I knew you didn't want me to die, so I stayed alive. But my heart was dead. My heart died years ago. It was he who brought it back to life, who gave me a second chance at living. My world used to be gray, but he brought color back into it. He rekindled my desire for the beauty of life. I once felt hopeless, believing this world had abandoned me, and I was willing to abandon it too. But for him, I was willing to embrace life again. Yet now, you are driving him out of my life. Jo Yuking spoke in a very calm tone. But this calm tone conveyed a sense of oppression and despair. It was the kind of despair that made one's heart feel as cold as ashes. Miss, why are you so fixated on him? Jo Yuking's mother sighed and said, I have also lived through my youth, so I understand your feelings. But I want to tell you that many times, when you think the other person is very good, it may just be because you are looking at them through a filter when you are emotionally invested. In reality, the other person may not be as wonderful as you imagine. When Jo Yuking heard this, she did not argue. Instead, she smiled and nodded. Yes, I acknowledge your point. I never thought that Ziqian was the best or the most perfect because no one is perfect in this world. Jo Yuking slowly pointed to the book on the table. Just like reading a book, the character of the protagonist, their abilities in dealing with people, and many other aspects may not be as good as you expect. But what does that matter? He is still himself, and as a reader, being able to accompany him as he grows is satisfying enough for me. Just like Ziqian, I never expected him to be so powerful, so perfect, or so outstanding. I just like him, and I only want him. The determination in Jo Yuking's eyes and tone left her mother speechless. A well-behaved child, rarely exhibiting rebellious behavior, but once it appeared, it was like pulling teeth. Just like Jo Yuking now. All right, stop talking. Zhou Jinpeng reprimanded sharply, forcibly ending the conversation. The more this topic was discussed, the more painful Jo Yuking became. You two stay here, I'll go talk to your grandfather. After saying this, Zhou Jinpeng gave Jo Yuking's mother a meaningful look. Jo Yuking's mother immediately understood that Zhou Jinpeng was worried that Jo Yuking might do something foolish, so he wanted her to keep an eye on her. By saying this, Zhou Jinpeng hoped to stabilize Jo Yuking. Okay. Jo Yuking and her mother both nodded lightly. After Zhou Jinpeng left the room, he went straight to Zhou Wenyuan's residence in the backyard. However, when he saw Zhou Wenyuan, he did not mention that Zhou Yuking wanted to go see Ziqian. He knew that even if he mentioned it, Zhou Wenyuan would never agree and would instead become angry. Father, no wonder Ziqian has been missing for the past couple of days. I heard that he seems to be ill. Zhou Jinpeng brought up this matter. Ill, acting, isn't he? Zhou Wenyuan shrugged, unconcerned. After all, he personally experienced Ziqian's medical skills. Even if he was truly ill, it was nothing significant because Ziqian could heal himself. It seems true, and I estimate it is quite serious. Otherwise, with Ziqian's personality, he would never just disappear like this. Zhou Jinpeng shook his head slightly. While many outside were calling Ziqian cowardly these past few days, Zhou Jinpeng didn't agree. Though he didn't have much contact with Ziqian, he believed he understood Ziqian better than those people outside. He's probably planning something big. Zhou Wenyuan sipped his tea and gave his opinion. Perhaps, Zhou Jinpeng didn't say more. Zhou Wenyuan set down his teacup and asked, Isn't Yi Ching calling for a meeting? Why didn't you go? We joined relatively late, so we basically have no say in the matter. I wouldn't be able to contribute to the meeting. Zhou Jinpeng shook his head, explaining that their collaboration with the Yi family branch was just for self-preservation, without any intention of elevating their family's status further. Even though you can't contribute, you have to listen to what they have to say. Zhou Wenyuan frowned and scolded. Huh, what? Zhou Jinpeng hadn't realized. I mean, since we have established this cooperation, you must know what Yi Ching plans to do next. Only by working together can we both benefit, right? Zhou Wenyuan explained. It's not about mutual benefit, it's just about self-preservation, Zhou Jinpeng clarified. As for tonight's meeting, it's just to recap the results of these past few days. Zhou Jinpeng paused and then continued. As I expected, the battle will likely end tomorrow. They have already sent someone to talk to Wan Tonghai this afternoon, and I heard the conversation didn't go well. Zhou Jinpeng couldn't help but sigh at this point. No one expected that the once neutral Wang family would turn out to be the most stubborn one within the Tianhai sect circle. Zhou Wenyuan nodded thoughtfully at this information. You should attend the meeting. At least you should know Yi's next move. And if what you said is correct, then it's time for rewards. If you don't attend the meeting, Lin Want might take advantage of it. After Zhou Wenyuan spoke, Zhou Jinpeng agreed and prepared to leave. "How is Yuking doing?" Zhou Wenyuan suddenly asked. Despite appearing indifferent to Zhou Yuking recently, only he knew whether he truly cared about her or not. If he didn't care about Zhou Yuking, he wouldn't have handed over most of his lifelong collection to Zitia in exchange for Zhou Yuking's chance at a new life. "She wants to go see Zitia," Zhou Jinpeng mentioned. "I see, you go to the meeting." Zhou Wenyuan immediately waved him off, and Zhou Jinpeng sighed lightly before leaving. On the other side, at the lakeside villa, Lin Wan, Chen Jun, and others were reporting to Yi Qingcheng as usual. This time, everyone was extremely happy. Last time, they seemed to have scattered Ziqian's assets on the surface, but in reality, Zitia had secretly set them up for a major setback. However, this time, under Yi Qingcheng's command, they had managed to preempt these issues and didn't give Ziqian's side a chance to react, uprooting Ziqian's and the Wang family's assets by sheer force. It was truly gratifying. "Director Yi, the current situation is like this. Not only have we dispersed their visible assets, but we have also uprooted some of their hidden assets. Ziqia and the Wan family have no chance of turning the tables anymore." Chen Jun was very confident this time, wearing a smile on his face, completely unafraid of being reprimanded by Yi Qingcheng as he was last time. First, this time, they had followed Yi Qingcheng's instructions in all their actions. Second, all of their actions these past few days had been meticulous and flawless. Director Yi truly has unparalleled foresight and strategizing skills. That Zitia, with less than half a bottle of water swaying in his cargo, isn't even worthy of shining Director Yi's shoes. Lin Yan inserted a needle and smiled flatteringly. "Yi Qingcheng, I'm not a horse. Why are you kissing up to me in front of me?" With just one sentence, Yi Qingcheng made Lin Yang's smile freeze on his face. Damn it, he didn't kiss up properly and ended up patting on a horse's hoof instead. Meanwhile, Lu Gang and Chen Liren were quietly laughing on the side. It was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that Lin Yan was constantly looking for opportunities to talk to Yi Qingcheng, but Yi Qingcheng completely ignored him. Yi Qingcheng turned to Chen Jun. "Anything new with Zitia over there?" "Nothing. Since Zitia returned to the Wang family residence 2 days ago, he hasn't shown his face at all." Hearing Chen Chun's words, Yi Qingcheng gently stroked her chin, feeling puzzled. Today they met, Zitia had said some harsh words to her while parting ways. At that time, Yi Qingcheng had thought that Zitia might have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. But now, seeing Zitia taking a beating without fighting back, it was no different from willingly walking into a trap. "Director Yi, I suspect Ziqian Osi can't beat us and might have quietly left Tianhai City." Lin Wan chimed in. "This afternoon, I met Wang Tonghai and asked him to hand over Zitia, but he refused." "You asked him to hand over someone?" Yi Qingcheng frowned at the news she was hearing for the first time. "Well, you see, Director Yi," Chen Jun hurriedly explained. "I was thinking, since our main enemy is Zitia, if the Wang family hands him over, we can give them a way out." Chen Jun said this, but what he really thought was known only to himself. In reality, Yi Qingcheng didn't believe Chen Chun's words at all. "I'll give you one more chance. What do you want with Zitia after all?" Yi Qingcheng's tone was filled with coldness. I want to talk to Zitia and preferably eliminate any future troubles." Chen Chun's face turned red as he responded after a pause. Everyone present wasn't foolish. They all understood that Chen Chun's idea of talking wasn't simple at all. As for eliminating any future troubles, how to do so was clear. The root of the problem had to be removed. Thus, Chen Chun's intentions were evident. He wanted to get rid of Zitia. Yi Qingcheng fixed her gaze on Chen Jun, who was sweating profusely with his head down. He knew that given Yi Qingcheng's character, she would never resort to such deceptive means. Yi Qingcheng didn't rush to speak. She didn't believe Chen Jun would take matters into his own hands and engage in deceitful tactics. "Is this the decision of the Yi family?" Yi Qingcheng asked coldly. Chen Jun remained silent for a while before reluctantly nodding in admission. Although he didn't want to give up Yi Wenchen, given Yi Qingcheng's character, if Chen Chun's response didn't satisfy her, the matter wouldn't end there. "Understood." Yi Qingcheng said no more. If the matter had already involved the Yi family, getting angry wouldn't change anything. Zitia hasn't shown his face. It seems he truly wants to admit defeat. Let's pick up the pace. By tomorrow, there will be only one voice in Tianhai City, concluded Yi Qingcheng, prompting everyone to nod in agreement. "Don't worry, Director Yi. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, everything will be wrapped up. Since Wang Tonghai is determined to support Zitia, we won't hold back either. Tomorrow, we'll even reclaim their Wang family mansion, the others expressed before Yi Qingchen waved them off to leave. Director Yi, the matters here will be settled by tomorrow. Should I book your ticket back to Beijing? Secretary Li Ting softly inquired. Given the current situation, it was clear to even a fool that it was all but over. So Yi Qingchen had no reason to stay in Tianhai City any longer. As someone from Beijing, the lifestyle in Tianhai City had always made her feel uncomfortable. Please do. Yi Qingchen nodded lightly before lowering her head to look at her phone. The photo of her and Ziqian was very clear. Yi Qingchen gazed at Ziqian's profile in the photo and shook her head lightly. I thought you had a plan up your sleeve, but in the end, this. Yi Qingchen was filled with disappointment. She had hoped that she had underestimated Zitia, but now all her expectations had been terribly dashed. Yi Qingchen sat for a while before picking up her phone to call Yu Wenchen. Did you tell Chen Jun to get rid of Zitia? Yi Qingchen got straight to the point as soon as the call connected. What mischief are you up to now? Yu Wenchen felt a headache coming on as he pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm not up to mischief, but I find your disregard for human life so irresponsible. Zitia refuses to bow to the Yi family and insists on confronting us, so we have to subdue him by any means necessary. But we don't have any deep-seated enmity between us. Why must we take his life? Yi Qingchen's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Fine. Fine. I get it, Yu Wenchen replied impatiently. Let him be, and come back as soon as possible. That's it. I've said my piece. If you insist on proceeding this way, I will definitely not agree. With that, Yi Qingchen hung up the phone. She's driving me crazy. Yu Wenchen slammed his phone heavily on the table, his teeth clenched with frustration. Ha ha. Don't you know her character by now? I've seen this child grow up. She has become much more restrained now. Yi Qingkao shook his head, amused by Yi Qingchen's stubbornness and temperament. So, what do we do about this situation? Well, one thing is certain, Ziqia cannot be allowed to live. Yu Wenchen's eyes held a chilling intent. Many medical conferences had been held, with many outstanding medical professionals participating, but Ziqia was the first person he genuinely wanted to eliminate. I see that you have been confused by Yi Qingchen's charm. Some things can be promised, but it doesn't mean they cannot be done quietly. Yi Qingchen's words awakened Yu Wenchen. Yes, he could promise not to move Zhaoshen for Yi Qingchen, but what could he achieve by agreeing? He could let Chen Jun and others continue to handle this matter, just without being so blatant about it. However, based on our investigation, Zhaoshen's combat power is very strong, and our people may not be able to defeat him. Yu Wenchen furrowed his brows slightly. Zhaoshen was not just a simple doctor, he was a true master of both medicine and martial arts. This aspect, which even the former Mimur Ichiro found hard to accept, didn't it end up in a dismal failure for him in the end? Yi Qingkang pondered for 2 seconds and then said, The Sanedata family from Japan contacted me the other day. The Sanedata family? Behind the Mimura group? Yu Wenchen asked hurriedly. Exactly. Yi Qingkang nodded. It seems they cannot sit still. Yu Wenchen thought briefly, and a smile crept onto his face. In a place like Japan full of wild dogs, how could they bear to quietly endure, even if they have already gained an advantage and still feel they have gotten too little of it? As for the Mimura group's affair, the Sanedata family surely had their eyes set on Zhaoshen. However, previously Zhaoshen won the Grand Champion in the Medical Arts Convention, skyrocketing his fame across the entire Dragon Country, garnering immense attention. A genius healer like him would undoubtedly receive high regard from the upper echelons of the Dragon Country, like a treasure to be protected. If the Sanedata family sent someone to target Zhaoshen, it would undoubtedly cause a significant impact, and they would not withstand the Dragon Country's wrath. Therefore, the Sanedata family kept a low profile for a while. However, upon learning about the matter concerning Zhaoshen's situation involving the Yi family, they immediately sprang into action. They are willing to cooperate, and someone has brokered the deal, so I did not refuse. Leave this matter to you to handle, Yi Qingkang said nonchalantly. Once the top warriors from Japan arrive, Zhaoshen won't even have enough leads to spare. Father, rest assured, I will make sure it's done well. Yu Wenchen nodded with a smile. Remember, handle it cautiously. First, we cannot alert the enemy, and secondly, the Dragon Country has always harbored resentment towards Japan, even among the major families in the capital city. There are those who abhor Japan deeply. So, you should be clear on what needs to be done. Yi Qingkang quietly instructed. Are you referring to the Shen family? I really don't understand why the old man from the Shen family has such a big temper, where nothing matters when it comes to absolute interests. Yi Wenchen shook his head with a sarcastic smile, finding the Shen family's actions too foolish. Apart from the Shen family, other families also need to be cautious. In any case, this matter must be handled with extreme care. Yi Qingkang gestured, knowing well that the 5 major families in the Jing circle were not to be taken lightly. I understand. Yi Wenchen nodded. The night grew deeper. During the day today, the capital city's weather was continuous rain. However, at night, the sky was filled with twinkling stars, with the moon hanging high.
Currently, within the Jing circle, there were 5 major families occupying different regions, quite distant from each other. The Shen family mansion mentioned by Yi Wenchen was located on the eastern outskirts of the capital city. Among the 5 major families in the capital city, there were those like the West family, each engaging in their own business industries. However, the Shen family never engaged in commerce, making them quite a unique presence. The Shen family's family heritage was also quite peculiar. They were neither martial artists nor doctors nor literati. Instead, they were well-versed in the theories of feng shui, geomancy, and destiny che. Ranging from astronomy and geography to feng shui mysticism, they excelled in all. Even the esoteric concepts of national fortune and dragon veins were their forte. Throughout history, most rulers and the nobility had fortune tellers and feng shui masters by their sides, helping in changing their fortunes and destines. Emperors' self-proclaimed titles, like Heaven's Chosen, were proof of many things. Even in modern times, many high-ranking officials, as well as the affluent elite, had such feng shui masters beside them throughout the year. It was evident that feudal superstition was only for the common folk, with the wealthy and powerful believing in destiny and metaphysics, willing to invest heavily in these practices. The reason for dispelling feudal superstition was simply because they understood the power of these mystical practices. If the general public also had access to these practices, it would influence their power and status. Consequently, many secrets stayed within specific circles. As for the Shen family, their ancestors had served several generations of monarchs. In contemporary society, they continued to be highly regarded by many in authority. Even significant structures within the capital city were managed under the Shen family's auspices. Therefore, the Shen family was acknowledged by the upper echelons of the Dragon Country as a reputable feng shui family. Due to this, the Shen family had no need for business dealings. They only needed to sit at home, and affluent officials and dignitaries from all over the country would pay hefty sums to have them survey feng shui and adjust the che flow. At this moment, within the Shen family mansion, if a feng shui expert were to witness it, they would be awestruck. The Shen family home, from its location to construction layout, adhered deeply to the principles of harmonizing with nature. Every aspect from the surrounding environment to the orientation of its gates, and even the plants within the mansion, were purposefully arranged. Inside the mansion, on a 9-meter-high square platform, an elderly man with gray hair sat gently swaying a palm leaf fan on a grand chair. This man was none other than the patriarch of the Shen family, Mr. Shen. Besides him was a young woman in her 20s. Look, I am explaining the names of these constellations to you, but you are not paying attention. Mr. Shen scolded, and the girl quickly stuck out her tongue, saying, "Oh, Grandpa, I'm just not interested. Night sky observation and such things are annoying." This is the legacy of our Shen family, previously only passed down to males, but now we have a more open mindset, giving you the opportunity to learn, right? Forget it, you don't have to learn if you don't want to. Mr. Shen stopped discussing further and continued gazing at the night sky. 5 stars, 7 policies, 3 palaces, 28 constellations. These days within the Dragon Country, things seem a bit unstable. Mr. Shen gently shook his head, as merely sitting on this observation platform enabled him to foresee many events. What could be unstable? The girl pouted and picked up her phone to browse through TikTok. It's the National College entrance exam recently, right? No wonder the Wenchong star is moving. Looks like we might have another remarkable top scorer this year. Upon hearing this, the girl raised her head slightly. She remembered the last time Mr. Shen mentioned this. Shortly after, there was a national uproar over a perfect score top scorer. Hey, what day is today? The Wujin star is moving too. In this era of peace, can it still stir this constellation? Mr. Shen looked a bit surprised, as this star hadn't moved in decades. Grandpa, what's the Wujin star? Does it represent the top scorer in martial arts? The curious girl asked. No, the martial arts top scorers are products of peaceful eras. But the Wujin star? Mr. Shen paused momentarily. When the Wujin star moves, it signifies something extraordinary. The most famous figures associated with this constellation are Li Zikang and Xiang Yu, the hegemonic king of Western Shu. The girl was slightly astonished. Even though she didn't fully comprehend, it still sounded incredible to her. Let me see which direction it's in. The West. Mr. Shen pondered for a few seconds before gently shaking his head. If a chaotic era emerges, it may establish a hegemony, but currently, there's no need to worry since it's practically useless. Finishing his thoughts, Mr. Shen resumed fanning himself. At that moment, almost unintentionally, he glanced to his left, noticing a dim star that suddenly brightened significantly. What? Is that the Heaven's Physician star incarnating? Mr. Shen dropped his fan with a loud slap. At this moment, Shen Lao Yezi's heart even quickened for a moment, but the girl next to him seemed unfazed. Grandpa, why are you so excited? Since you said that when Kuxing and Wuxing represent literature and martial arts respectively, then this Tiayi star must represent medical skills, right? According to your previous statement, doesn't it mean a super divine doctor will appear? What's the big deal about this? The girl said nonchalantly. No, it's not that simple. If influenced by the Tiayi star, one can be called a divine doctor. Since the heavens never abandon people, there are no incurable diseases in front of a divine doctor. But this time, it's the awakening of the Tiayi star. Shen Lao Yezi slowly sat up, his eyes filled with deep seriousness. In his memory, the Tiayi star had appeared over 20 years ago, but its brightness was very weak, almost negligible. The dazzling brightness today was truly rare. Heaven has its own benevolence. The Tiayi is appointed by heaven, appearing in a prosperous era. It represents the will of heaven, embodying the ideology of heaven. So while a divine doctor only saves people, when the Tiayi star awakens, it's about saving the world. Shen Lao Yezi murmured. Today's celestial phenomena are making it difficult for me to understand. Wuxing, originally meant for chaotic times to suppress various warlords and establish dominance in an area. But the Tiayi star should be born at the peak of a prosperous era. The simultaneous appearance of these two stars was puzzling to Shen Lao Yezi. Grandpa, what is that star? Oh, it's moving, it's a shooting star. I have to make a wish quickly. The girl pointed in a direction. What shooting star? Shen Lao Yezi looked up and widened his eyes the next second, standing up abruptly from his chair. Calamity star. The calamity star that has not appeared in 300 years. Shen Lao Yezi's eyes widened. He couldn't even blink. The star streaked across the sky like a shooting star, eventually coming to a stop somewhere. Forming a triangle with the two stars from before, they pointed to the west. The three stars appearing together. This is. At this moment, Shen Lao Yezi's mind exploded. The Shen family had never seen such a phenomenon in generations. He didn't know why this was happening, but he knew it was extraordinary. Grandpa, what's wrong? The girl frowned and asked. Come, go call your father and uncles. Let them follow me to the palace. Quickly, we must hurry. Shen Lao Yezi turned abruptly and stumbled down from the stargazing platform. An anomaly in the sky could signify either prosperity or disaster. The appearance of these three stars, especially including the Calamity Star, indicated that something significant was about to happen, possibly affecting the country's destiny. Particularly with the appearance of the Calamity Star, each time it appeared, it was accompanied by countless bloodshed and sacrifices. Shen Lao Yezi's family was deeply trusted by the higher authorities to safeguard the country's destiny. If they didn't handle this matter well, not even 100 of his heads would be enough to atone for it. Hence, he dared not be negligent in the slightest. The night grew deeper. The darker the night sky, the brighter the stars shining above. In the direction pointed by the 3 stars was Tianhai City, located west of the capital city. If one were to look up from Tianhai City, they would see the 3 stars perfectly aligned overhead. At this moment, outside the medical room of the Wang family's mansion, 2 dark figures, untouched by food or water, stood guard. At this moment, one of them seemed to sense something and shook its head slightly. The starlight reflected a faint gleam in its dark eyes. Then it lowered its head and began to eat the grass on the ground. Moonlight seeped through the windows of the medical room, illuminating the interior. Lu Jinyao lay by the bedside, already fast asleep. The moonlight shone directly on Zhaoshan. Zhaoshan's breathing alternated between rapid and calm, his brows furrowing and relaxing occasionally.
And so, the night passed. In the morning, around 8 o'clock, Wang Tonghai arrived at the medical room. At that moment, Lu Jinya was administering the nutritional medication prescribed by Qin Hemming to Zhaoshan. Seeing that Zhaoshan was still asleep on the sickbed, Wang Tonghai sighed heavily. Before entering, he had a sliver of hope, but now it was completely shattered. "Miss Lu, I have prepared all the documents for you." Wang Tonghai took out a heavy black leather bag containing not only fake identities for Zhaoshan and Lu Jinyao, but also a lot of cash. Originally, his plan was to send Zhaoshan and Lu Jinyao away before dawn, but the Wang family had fallen out of favor. Things that could have been easily arranged with a phone call now met with obstacles at every turn, requiring a great deal of effort. Hence, the delay until now. Uncle Wang, Lu Jinyao wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. "I'll personally drive you out later." Many of the servants and security personnel from the Wang family have left in the night. Wang Tonghai shook his head with a bitter smile. As the saying went, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. There was indeed some truth to it. He had no one to blame, as those people were merely employees of the Wang family. The current situation made Wang Tonghai feel a sense of desolation in his heart. "Enough talk, pack up quickly." Wang Tonghai paused and added, "Leave what can be bought behind. I've prepared enough cash for you." Soon, Wang Laoyi and other Wang family members arrived at the medical room. With all the servants and security personnel gone, everything had to be handled by Wang Tonghai and his family. Just as Wang Tonghai and the others were about to lift Zhaoshan from the sickbed and take him to the car, a commotion erupted outside. "Hey, why are you all in such a hurry? What's going on?" Upon hearing that voice, the faces of everyone inside the room changed. Lin Wan. He knew Lin Wan and his people would definitely come to the Wang family, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Wang Tonghai had initially thought that after sending Zhaoshan and Lu Jinyao away, the Wang family would face Lin Wan and the others. But now, it seemed that Lin Wan wouldn't give them that opportunity. "I'll go deal with them first. Miss Lu and Mr. Z should leave through the back door." Wang Tonghai made a quick decision. The Wang Laoyi shook his head. "It's futile. Lin Wan was no fool. If they had dared to come over, they must have been well prepared. There might already be a blockade around the Wang family mansion, not giving them a chance to leave. Let's go and see what they have to say." Wang Laoyi took a deep breath and walked towards the door. The Wang family members walked out of the door one after another. LSJN Yao glared at Xiao Ting for a few seconds, then turned and followed. Even though she was accompanying them here, she was of no use. It was better to stand with the Wang family and confront Lin Wanhe and the others. As everyone walked out of the door, they saw that Lin Wanhe and the others had already arrived in the courtyard where the medical room was located. Besides Lin Wanhe and Lin Yan at the front, there were also Chen Lukran and Chen Hanyu beside them. Behind them stood 30 strong men in black clothing, all of them looking formidable. With the Wang family security personnel already evacuated, they naturally had free access and reached this place unimpeded. In a sense, the tide had turned against the Wang family now. Even if the security personnel had not been evacuated, they wouldn't dare to obstruct Lin Wanhe. In short, the Wang family had reached a point where they were at the mercy of others. The Wang family members all felt a sense of desolation within their hearts. "Lord Wang, how have you been?" Lin Wanhe smiled faintly and bowed to Lord Wang. Lord Wang didn't speak, his gaze sweeping through each person's face. I wonder why Mr. Lin has mobilized so many people to come to our Wang family's residence. Old man, asking a question when you already know the answer. Lin Yang stepped forward and began to berate Lord Wang. His tone was arrogant and his attitude was domineering, almost reckless. Why was he so audacious? It was because they had already bribed the Wang family servants and learned that Xiao Tin was in a coma and had not yet woken up. If it weren't for this knowledge, Lin Yang, who knew Xiao Tian's combat abilities well, wouldn't have dared to come here even if he brought 200 men. But now, with Xiao Tin lying in dead like a dead man, unable to do anything, what did Lin Yang have to fear? Mr. Lin, the young master has a bit of a bad temper. Lord Wang didn't lose his temper. Ha ha. That's just how my son is. If you're not comfortable, then bear with it. Lin Wanyi shook his head with a smile, his arrogant attitude not much different from Lin Yang's. Upon hearing this, Lord Wang initially thought of trying to negotiate, but he quickly abandoned that idea. Negotiation required both parties to be willing. But now, Lin Wanyi clearly had no intention of negotiating. Old man, hand Xiao Tin over. I know he's basically a vegetable now. I can be kind enough to send him on his way. With these words from Lin Yang, the Wang family members instantly understood that this matter had leaked out. Lin Yang, you bastard. If Xiao Tin were standing here, would you dare to be so arrogant? LSJN Ya stepped forward. It wasn't just a matter concerning the Wang family themselves. She had to stand with the Wang family. LSJN Yao, don't use Xiao Tin to pressure me. If he's capable, let him stand in front of me. I always said he's useless. Now it seems to be true. We just made a slight move, and he fainted. Ha ha ha. Lin Yang laughed heartily, with Lin Wanyi and the others, including Chen Lukran and Chen Hongyu, joining in. If Xiao Tin weren't in a coma, even at this stage, they wouldn't have dared to be too aggressive. But now, with Xiao Tin unconscious and unable to do anything, they naturally felt invincible. You've gone too far. LSJN Yao gritted her teeth. So what if we've gone too far to you? Who else can help you now? Do you still hope that useless Xiao Tin will support you? Lin Yan had never been so triumphant before. LSJN Yao wanted to say more but was stopped by Lord Wang's raised hand. The conversation had reached this point. Saying more meaningless words would just be a waste of time. Mr. Lin, in this battle, my Wang family has lost, but my Wang family can afford to lose. Lord Wang said, I have one request. Let Mr. Zhao and Miss LS leave, and my Wang family will discuss other matters with you. Request? What right do you have to make demands? Ha! Old man. Lin Yan sneered, spitting towards Lord Wang in disdain. Your Wang family seems to hold Xiao Tin, this waste, in high regard. Fine. I can agree. Lin Wanyi's quick response stunned Wang Tanhai and the others. They hadn't expected Lin Wanyi to be so easy to deal with, but Lord Wang understood that Lin Wanyi must have further intentions. As expected, Lin Wanyi looked around and then said with a smile, I find the feng shui layout of this Wang family mansion quite pleasing. I really like it, and coincidentally, my own Lin family mansion has not been renovated since it was vandalized, so. Lin Wanyi didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood his meaning. Lin Wanyi, this is the ancestral mansion of my Wang family. You can't take it away. Wang Tanhai angrily rebuked him. Ha ha, do you think I'm negotiating with you? Wang Tanhai, do you even have the qualifications to negotiate with me? Lin Wanyi. Now, Lin Wanyi narrowed his eyes. Today, with just one sentence, either hand over Xiao Tin, or hand over this mansion. Lin Wanyi. Do you still have a sense of justice? I'll report you to the inspectorate. LSJN Yao pretended to take out her phone. Report to the inspectorate? Have the inspectorate's people come over to arrest you? Let me think. How were Jiang Qian Liu and Zheng arrested? Ha ha. Lin Wanyi laughed. I won't hide it from you. We came here today following Mr. Chen Zhang's instructions. I advise you to be sensible. At this, LSJN Yao and the Wang family members fell even more into silence. It was no wonder Lin Wanyi was so arrogant. It turned out that even this matter was at the behest of the Wei family. The Wei family's influence was strong enough to frame Jiang Qian Liu when Zheng and manipulate the truth. Therefore, even if the inspectorate's people came, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Lin Wanyi and the others. Wang Tanhai wanted to burst out in anger, but was restrained by Lord Wang's hand. You'll get this mansion, and Xiao Tin and Jian Ya can leave. Lord Wang asked calmly. Of course, what do I need a vegetable for? Lin Wanhee immediately agreed. Lord, Father, we can't do this. This is our Wang family's ancestral mansion, our heritage. Father, think about it. The Wang family members pleaded desperately with Lord Wang. Now that the Wang family's property had been scattered and this mansion was their last possession and their last dignity as the Wang family, if they handed it over, the Tianhui Wang family would be relegated to history. I know, but this is worth it. Lord Wang shook his head slightly and then looked at Lin Wanhee. I believe Mr. Lin will keep his promise. Of course, with so many people here today, I, Lin Wanhee, will not go back on my word. When Lin Wanhee said this, the people behind him had already taken out a prepared contract. It seemed they had prepared for all of this beforehand. Old man, sign it. Lin Yan handed the contract to Lord Wang. Lord Wang's palm trembled slightly, and the hand holding the pen shook even more. He might not care about the worth of this mansion in terms of money, but this mansion was the ancestral home left by their ancestors. It was priceless. How could they measure it with mere wealth? At this moment, as Lord Wang signed and stamped his approval on the contract, the Wang family members felt infinite desolation and complete despair in their hearts. Who? Suddenly, at the entrance of the medical room, the black wine emitted a hoarse cry. To hell with it. What the hell is your name? Lin Yan was furious when he saw Heifeng. It was this horse that had made him lose face at the racetrack, ultimately stealing the limelight from him and being taken by Zitia. The more he looked at it, the angrier he became, picking up a steel pipe and approaching Heifeng. Lin Yan, what are you doing? Get out of my way. Lu Jingyao stepped forward, pushing Lin Yan aside. Lu Jingyao, you have no shame. If it weren't for your Lu family joining the Yi family, I would have killed you by now. Lin Yan pointed the steel pipe at Lu Jingyao, threatening fiercely. Mr. Lin. The old man Wan narrowed his eyes and coldly shouted, Lin Yan, come back. Lin Wan frowned and scolded. As the contract was not yet in hand, he could not afford any distractions. Humph. Lin Yan finally stopped, pointing at Lu Jingyao and turned back. Mr. Lin, I've signed the contract. The old man Wang raised the contract in his hand but didn't hand it over immediately. I'll wait here. I'll only give it to you after Zitia and Jinyao leave Tianhui City. The old man Wang proposed this condition because he didn't fully trust Lin Wan. You old bastard, have some shame? Lin Yan rushed in front of the old man Wang and cursed loudly, while brandishing the steel pipe in his hand. The old man Wang remained unfazed and instead pulled back the contract. However, no matter how cunning the old man Wang was, his strategies were useless in the face of absolute power. Seeing the group of fierce-looking men in black clothes behind Lin Wan, the old man Wan had no choice but to hand over the contract. You know your place. Lin Yan immediately reached out to grab it, but the old man Wang held onto it tightly, and Lin Yan couldn't take it away in one go. Old bastard, give it here. Lin Yan forcefully stabbed the old man Wang with the steel pipe, causing him to stagger back. Lin Yan, what are you doing? You're going too far. The Wang family members were angry, but Lin Yan was contemptuous. Remember this, Lin Yan. Lu Jinyao grit his teeth. Evil deeds will be repaid. The reckoning will come. Ha ha. Let fate decide if I've gone too far. Lin Yan laughed disdainfully, then glanced at the contract and nodded in satisfaction before handing it to Lin Wan. Dad, the contract is fine. Now this house belongs to us. Lin Wan looked satisfied after reviewing the contract. Suppressing enemies and even giving away their ancestral home had brought him immense satisfaction. Mr. Lin, the contract has been obtained. Please leave now, the old man Wan said plainly. Leave? Where to? Lin Wan said playfully, waving the contract. If I remember correctly, this house is now under the Lin last name, right? That's correct. This is our Lin family's place. Where do you want us to go? Lin Yan's words left the old man Wan speechless. After a few seconds of silence, the old man Wan finally said, Please give us a day, and I will move the Wang family to another place. Can't give you that. You have to move right now. Enough talk. Just leave. Lin Mont waved his hand, his eyes filled with mockery. The Wang family members were angry, but ultimately nodded helplessly. Bring out Mr. Z. We're leaving, the old man Wan said. And Wan Tonghai, Lu Jinyao, and others prepared to enter the house. Stop. I said. The Wang family members can leave. Zitia. He's not going anywhere. Lin Wan stepped forward, admonishing. Mr. Lin, What do you mean by this? The condition we discussed was that I give the Wang family ancestral home to you, and you let Ziqia and Lu Jinyao leave. The old man Wang suppressed his anger and stared coldly at Lin Wan. What condition? Isn't it the Wang family volunteering to give this house to our Ling family? Lin Wan's sarcasm burst out without restraint. How dare you? The old man Wang, despite his good temper, couldn't contain himself. Lin Wan, you're despicable. Who can prove that I'm not sticking to my word? Furthermore, even if I did, what can you do to stop me? Ha ha. Lin Wan and others laughed loudly. He had allied himself with the Yi family, securing his position as the victor. With an air of superiority, he openly bullied the Wang family, knowing they were defeated and helpless. Enough with the nonsense. Get Ziqia out from me. Lin Wan ordered coldly, his eyes revealing cruelty. The hatred between the Lin family and Ziqia had been deep-rooted for a long time. Finally, the opportunity for revenge and settling scores had arrived, and he couldn't wait. Who dares? Wan Tonghai stepped forward. Get out of my way. Lin Yan swung the steel pipe and struck Wan Tonghai with a blow. Anyone who dares to stop me will be struck down. With a fierce expression, Lin Yan walked towards the medical room. Stop. Lin Wan, you despicable jerk. My Wang family will seek justice from your Lin family for this. Chaos erupted at the scene, and the commotion spread into the room behind the group. On the bed, Ziqia furrowed his brows, his breathing becoming rapid. After a few seconds, Ziqia slowly opened his eyes, with a glint of light passing through them. His eyes seemed deeper, as if they held something new. Ziqia looked at the ceiling, his mind flooded with images moving rapidly, like a slide projector. Then, he slowly sat up, muttering, I must have slept for a long time, Ziqia murmured. He had had a long dream. It was only now that he had woken up. Make way. Is this waste of a person, Ziqia, worth protecting like this? The curses from outside the room echoed clearly in Ziqian's ears as he turned to look at the door, then slowly stood up and walked towards it. Outside the door, what a chaos! Wan Tonghai and dozens of Wan family members were being beaten without the ability to fight back. Lin Wan clearly had no intention of letting the Wang family off, so even when the Wan family members did not resist, they could not escape the fierce blows of the steel pipes. Wan Laoyi stood in the middle of the scene, not knowing if Lin Wan had intentionally arranged it, but no one touched him. However, watching the Wang family members around him being beaten and wailing in pain, his heart ached. He had never regretted following Ziqia, not even when he signed his name on the contract just now. But right now, seeing his descendants suffering like this, he felt regret for the first time. He could ignore everything else, but he couldn't ignore his own descendants. Ha ha ha. Good job, old man. You deserve to die for collaborating with Ziqia. The Lin family and Ziqia are sworn enemies. Ziqian's friends are enemies of our Lin family. Good job. Ha ha. Lin Wan's mad laughter, along with the pitiful screams of the Wang family members, formed a stark contrast. You bastards! You bastards! Lu Jinyao kept pushing away the black-clad man, trying to protect the Wan family members. However, both Lin Yang and the men completely ignored Lu Jinyao, focusing only on the Wan family members. In any case, the Lu family was now part of the Yi family branch, and if they laid a hand on Lu Jinyao, it would not end well. Anyway, when the Yi family eventually came to hold the Lu family accountable for following Ziqia, the Lin family did not need to get involved. Jinyao quickly called Dr. Qin. At this moment, Wan Tonghai had blood at the corner of his mouth, but he was still desperately holding on to Lin Yang's thigh. And at this moment, when the Wang family was in dire straits, they had no idea who could still come to their aid. Get out of the way, Lin Yang scolded, kicking Wan Tonghai away, and then walked towards the house with a ferocious expression. Ziqia, today I will kill you. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. The closer Lin Yang got to the door, the more excited he felt, with his heart rate increasing several times. But at that moment, the black wine moved its hooves and blocked the door, with its body tightly pressed against the door frame. What a good horse! A Loa-land good horse! Wan Laoyi's eyes were filled with tears, feeling heartbroken for the Wang family's plight, yet heartened by the actions of the Black Wind. I'll make you loyal. Lin Yan, filled with anger, raised the steel pipe and fiercely struck towards the horse's back. His first encounter with Ziqia was to tame this horse, so seeing this horse, he remembered all the hatred between him and Ziqia, fueling his rage even more. Bang! The Black Wind's body trembled from the blow, letting out a mournful neigh, but its hoof remained firmly planted on the ground. Black Wind. Lu Jinya rushed over and stood in front of the Black Wind. You damn well get lost. Lin Yan, who had lost his composure at this point, grabbed Lu Jinya and slapped her twice, causing her to retreat. Lu Jinya tried to come forward again but was held back by several black-clad men. You animal, if you didn't want to be with me in the first place, you should have chosen Ziqia, that waste. Today I'll make you understand that choosing the wrong master means losing your life. As Lin Yan's words fell, he struck the Black Wind several times with the steel pipe before drawing a gleaming dagger from his waist. In the next life, remember to choose a good master. With those words, Lin Yan raised his hand and stabbed towards the Black Wind. Black Wine. Lu Jinya screamed in despair. Crack. Just then, the door was opened from the inside. Shoo. Lin Yan's action suddenly stopped. Everyone in the room turned their attention towards it. At that moment, whether it was Lin Wan's side or the Wan family members, including Lu Jinya, all felt their hearts pounding. They all knew that the only person inside was Ziqia, so who else could have opened the door besides Ziqia? And indeed, the next moment, Ziqia, dressed in a patient's gown, appeared at the door. Silence fell across the room. Lin Wan stopped his laughter, the black-clad men stopped their attacks, and Lin Yan stood there dumbfounded. Everything seemed to have been put on pause. At that moment, Lu Jinya wept tears of relief, and the Wang family members, even Wang Laoyi, shed tears instantly. Countless grievances and anger were released at the sight of Ziqia. Their persistence had not been in vain. They had finally welcomed their backbone. Ziqia stood by the door, and the Black Wind nuzzled against him affectionately. Although Ziqia stood quietly, he exuded an indescribable aura, especially in his eyes, seemingly calm and devoid of any emotion. There was a sense of disdain. Yes, disdain, like a god looking down on all things. No matter how strong you were, in his eyes, you were just as. Ziqia. You. Lin Yang's head buzzed, and his right hand with the dagger trembled continuously. His arrogance and conceit were based on knowing that Ziqia was unconscious. But now that Ziqia had awakened, his former bravado crumbled instantly. He couldn't even muster the courage to face Ziqia. Ziqia said nothing, just gently patted the Black Wind's back, and the horse immediately made way, letting him pass next to Lin Yan. Why don't you kill me when you have a knife in hand? Upon hearing Ziqian's words, Lin Yan's heart filled with resolve, and he raised his hand to stab Ziqia. But Ziqia didn't dodge or even. You. Lin Yan's heart trembled. At this moment, he had a feeling of being shrouded in death. Ziqia slowly lifted Lin Yan, holding Lin Yan's neck with one hand and lifting him up in the air. Hiss. This scene made countless people gasp. Ziqia, we are now part of the Yi family. How dare you touch me? Lin Yan's legs kept kicking in the air, not forgetting to threaten harshly. Ziqia ignored Lin Yan's words, pondering, I remember now, all the things your Lin family did to me in the past. I must say, my temper used to be too good. Hearing this, Lin Yan gritted his teeth. Ziqia, what do you mean? I will kill you. Ziqian's response was simple and direct. You dare to kill me? Lin Yan widened his eyes. Killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken, Ziqia calmly replied. Ziqian's palm slowly exerted pressure, making Lin Yan instantly gasp for breath and turn pale. At that moment, Lin Yan no longer doubted whether Ziqia had the guts to kill him. Ziqia, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. I apologize, spare me. Lin Yan struggled continually, his pleading now in stark contrast to his previously arrogant attitude. Ziqia, I know I was wrong. Please spare me.
Lin Yang squeezed out these words of begging for mercy. You know you were wrong? You know you're about to die. Ziqian's words fell, and his palm suddenly tightened. Crack! Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Yang as his windpipe was instantly crushed, his facial expression frozen, eyes wide open in disbelief as he stared at Ziqia. He truly did not expect Ziqia to act so decisively against him. Not only him, but everyone present also couldn't react in time. A life was ended by Ziqia so swiftly. Ziqia released his grip, and Lin Yang's body fell to the ground. Ooh, cough, ooh. Lin Yang convulsed like a beheaded chicken, making strange sounds on the ground. Even in death, he died an uneasy death. This scene made the Wang family members close their eyes in fear. Chen Liren and Chen Hongyu had pale faces devoid of color. Among the people present, they had known Zitia the longest and thought they understood him the best. But today, Zitia made them feel unfamiliar, terrified, and fearful. Lin Wan's eyes were on the brink of bursting into tears. Zitia, you killed my son! You killed my son! Kill Zitia for me! Kill Zitia! Kill him and I'll give you 1 billion. Lin Wan shouted in grief, then ordered his men to surround Zitia. A substantial reward brings out a heroic spirit. This 1 billion offer instantly swept away the fear in the hearts of those black-clothed strong men. Kill! Dozens of black-clothed strong men raised steel pipes and charged towards Zitia. My hand! The next moment, screams were heard continuously. As everyone watched, the dozens of men charged powerfully but were flung out one after the other. Upon hitting the ground, they couldn't get back up, either dead or wounded. The scene was terrifying, powerful, and unbelievable. No one had expected Zitian's strength to reach such terrifying heights. In less than 2 minutes, all the strong men were either incapacitated or defeated, lying on the ground in pain. In contrast, Zitia stood unscathed, not a hair out of place. The Wang family members were astonished, while Lin Wan and Chen Liren, as well as Chen Hongyu, were disbelieving at this unforeseen turn of events. Their arrogance in facing the Wang family earlier now turned into despair when confronted with Zitian's overpowering and incomprehensible strength. 30 professional thugs couldn't even last 2 minutes. In this situation, what could Lin Wan do against Zitia? Laugh! What's the matter? No more laughing, Zitia said as he stepped slowly towards Lin Wan. At that moment, with his hands behind his back, Zitia seemed as relaxed as if he were taking a leisurely stroll after a meal. But for Lin Wan, as Zitia got closer, a profound sense of fear shrouded him. In Lin Wan's eyes at that moment, Zitia seemed like a grim reaper beckoning death. Lin Wan subconsciously wanted to retreat, but his legs felt like they were lead and couldn't move. What is this? Zitia stood in front of Lin Wan, looking at the contract in his hand. Give it here. Ignoring Zitian's demand, Lin Wan shook his head silently. I said give it here. When Zitia reached for it, he twisted Lin Wan's wrist, breaking it and taking the contract into his hand. Zitia, Lin Wan wants to take you away. The Lord said he would negotiate with you and asked for the Wang family ancestral home in exchange. But he already gave them the ancestral home, yet they still refused to let you go. Lu Jinyao stood on the side, truthfully informing Zitia of everything. Zitia nodded gently, then tore the contract slowly. The hearts of the Wang family members lightened. As long as the contract was gone, that ancestral home still belonged to them. Lin Wan watched all this helplessly, not daring to make a sound. Do you think that by siding with the Yi family, you can live without worries? Zitian's inquiry made Lin Wan tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, he had even forgotten the anger over his son's murder, his entire being consumed by fear. Zitia, you can't kill me, Lin Wan struggled to say after a long pause. Is that your last words? Zitia shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Similarly, Lin Wan's eyes sharpened as he pulled out a dagger and thrust it towards Zitia. Swish! Zitia didn't flinch. Instead, he caught Lin Wan's wrist, twisted it, redirected the blade, and then forcefully thrust it out. Spurt! The 10-centimeter blade went in without resistance. Zitia remained expressionless as he gripped Lin Wan's wrist and pulled it out, then stabbed again. After several stabs, Lin Wan's abdomen was a bloody mess, and he coughed up blood uncontrollably. The blood even splattered onto Chen Liren and Chen Hongyu's faces, making them feel the warmth of the blood and the pungent smell, heightening their inner terror to the extreme. Zitia let go, and Lin Wan fell to the ground with the dagger still embedded in his abdomen. Lin Wan's eyes widened as he took his last breath, his mind filled with endless regret. He regretted his choices picking a fight with the Wang family, being so arrogant, and not leaving immediately after getting the ancestral home contract. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. They made their choices and must now bear the consequences. Just like when Zitia intentionally didn't kill Lin Yang and Lin Wan with a single blow, allowing them to die slowly in agony. He gave them time to regret, but not the chance to repent. Lin Wan and his son struggled for a long time. Finally, they paid the price. However, the cost of both father and son losing their lives was quite high. Chen Hongyu and Chen Liren stared in horror as Lin Wan's body convulsed on the ground. They were both scared and paralyzed with fear, unable to move their legs. The father and son pair had intended to take over the Wang family ancestral home, but they had never imagined they would end up staying there forever. Chen Liren also knew that Zhao Shen would not let anyone present go unpunished. After dealing with Lin Wan and his group, they would naturally be next. However, they did not know how Zhao Shen would treat them. It's your turn now, indeed. Zhao Shen slowly turned to look at Chen Liren. Since it was time to settle scores, no one would be spared. Brother-in-law. Chen Hongyu struggled to force out a smile. He called out these words with difficulty. He tried to address Zhao Shen in this way to remind him of the 2 years of connection with the Chen family. However, he forgot that during those 2 years, they had only caused harm to Zhao Shen without building any real emotional bond. Zhao Shen, Chen Liren's face turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. 2 years, Zhao Shen slowly reached out his palm, causing Chen Liren's neck to shrink in fear and his whole body to shake as if sieved. I've helped your Chen family for 2 years, but I never managed to lift you bunch of useless people up. So where do you get the courage to stand in front of me?
Zhao Shen wiped his blood-stained hand on Chen Liren's clothes, causing Chen Liren to collapse on the ground with a thud. I don't have the courage. I dare not stand before you. I kneel down before you. Chen Liren pleaded. Zhao Shen, please spare me. Please, it was the Yi family that forced us into it in the beginning. Please spare me. Chen Liren knocked his head on the ground, begging for mercy from Zhao Shen. Seeing Lin Wan and his son being killed on the spot by Zhao Shen, he dared not doubt Zhao Shen's capability to kill them. Zhao Shen, who was once humiliated and mocked by them at the Chen family, was no longer the same. Brother-in-law, we were also forced into it at first, but even after we joined the Yi family, we didn't do anything against you, including today. We were forced here by Lin Wan, but we did nothing. We didn't curse or hit anyone. You can ask them. Please spare us. Chen Hongyu also knelt on the ground, trembling, pleading for mercy. Zhao Shen, they indeed did not act just now. At this moment, Le Jinyao explained the situation again. She knew the history between Zhao Shen and the Chen family, as well as the relationship between Zhao Shen and Chen's old man. Therefore, she didn't want Zhao Shen to harm Chen Liren and the others. Zhao Shen glanced at Le Jinyao, then turned to Wang Tonghai. Mr. Zhao Shen, they indeed did not act. Wang Tonghai quickly responded. We didn't do anything. We just came along. It was Lin Wan who forced us. Chen Liren and Chen Hongyu were completely lying on the ground, continuously apologizing and begging for forgiveness. You should be thankful you didn't act. Otherwise, Chen's old man wouldn't be able to protect you. Zhao Shen's tone was indifferent and cold, and nobody doubted the truth behind his words. The people from the Wang family believed that even if Chen Liren and the others had acted beforehand, Zhao Shen would have let them go because of the old man of Chen. But now, after Zhao Shen woke up from his 2-day coma, he had changed drastically. Thank you. Thank you. The relief from Chen Liren and Chen Hongyu was premature. Zhao Shen's words once again made their hearts jump. I gave you chances, many chances, but you didn't cherish them. So today, you may escape death's punishment, but you won't escape the consequences of your actions. With those words, Zhao Shen stepped forward and kicked down on both of them without hesitation. Ah! Ow! With the sound of two bones breaking, Chen Liren and Chen Hongyu screams echoed. Zhao Shen mercilessly kicked and broke their left and right legs separately. Gasp! The Wang family members gasped. Zhao Shen's ruthlessness before their eyes made them feel extremely unfamiliar. However, they soon understood. If Zhao Shen had not woken up in time today, both the Wang family and Zhao Shen would have faced disaster. As for Chen Liren and Chen Hongyu, Zhao Shen had spared them multiple times in the past. But instead of remorse, they had repeatedly sided with the enemy against Zhao Shen. From the Liang family, to the Lin family, and now to the Yi family, time and time again. Xiaoshan could have taken their lives, which would have been considered merciful. Silence, Xiaoshan uttered two words, and Chen Liren and Chen Hanyu immediately closed their mouths tightly. Dare not make a sound anymore. Crawl out. Xiaoshan pointed towards the door. Chen Liren and Chen Hanyu crawled towards the door like they had been granted amnesty, moving on all fours. It was undeniably humiliating, but as long as they could survive, they didn't mind the shame. Watching them crawl on the ground, they couldn't help but remember kicking Xiaoshan out of the Chen family back then. They never imagined they would end up crawling on the ground and even feeling grateful for Xiaoshan's mercy. The members of the Wang family and Li Jinyao looked at everything with a complex gaze. Thinking about Xiaoshan's past as a son-in-law in the Chen family, they couldn't help but feel that Chen Liren's current situation was entirely self-inflicted. Once the two had crawled out of the door, everyone turned to Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, Li Jinyao ran over and threw herself into Xiaoshan's arms, bursting into tears. Xiaoshan frowned, feeling repulsed when touched by Li Jinyao, even having a slight urge to harm her. However, he quickly relaxed his brows, showing a hint of warmth in his eyes as he gently patted Li Jinyao's back. Regardless of his past, his over 2 years in Tianhai City had left a deep mark on his heart, causing some changes to his original character. You've been through a lot, Xiaoshan said before turning to Wang's old men and others. Thank you for everything. As long as Mr. Xiaoshan is alright. Congratulations on your recovery, Xiaoshan. Wang's old man smiled, and his inner turmoil turned into those two sentences. He couldn't pinpoint why, but he felt that with Xiaoshan waking up, the current difficulties would be resolved smoothly. This was the power of the backbone. Just standing there made people feel reassured. Looking at the chaos in the courtyard caused by Lin Wan and his group, as well as the smiling Wang family members, Xiaoshan felt a hint of emotion. Give me some time. If you are willing to protect me in the ancestral home, then I will bring down Tianhai City and give it to your Wang family. Thank you, Mr. Z. Lord Wang bowed with his family to express gratitude. He knew that Ziqian's words were sincere, and in the face of such sincerity, there was no need for any false politeness. Just acceptance was enough. Mr. Z, after you kill Lin Wan now, there's still. Lord Wang Tanhai lowered his head to look at the bodyguards on the ground. With lives lost, things were going to get complicated. Of course, their Wang family would not betray Ziqie. Chen Liren and Chen Hanyu, in order to save their lives, would also not dare to speak out recklessly. That there were still so many black-clothed strong men on the ground. After they left, they would definitely report to the inspectorate. Don't worry. Ziqie waved his hand and released Li Jinyao. Chiga. As soon as the words fell, there was a sudden sound of brakes outside the door. The people from the Wang family were startled, eyes showing fear. But the next moment, they realized that Ziqie was already awake. So what were they afraid of? Dang. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of the car door closing, a group of people filed in. Roughly counting, there were about 30 to 50 people. Lord Wang squinted, speculating on the identities of these people. As for Ziqie, he stood still without moving. The reason he came out so slowly just now was because he made a phone call. Ultimately, this was the secular world. The secular world had its own rules, and when certain things were done, there naturally had to be someone to clean up the mess. For such matters, Zhang Kai's men were the most appropriate. The young man leading the group wanted to say hello, but the next moment, he saw the bodies scattered on the ground and the corpses of Lin Wan and his son. So he immediately swallowed the words he was about to say and pretended not to see Ziqie. Let's clean up the battlefield. I hope everyone will bury everything they saw today deep in their hearts and take it to the grave. The leader of the group not only spoke to his subordinates, but also to the Wang family members. His meaning was simple. They had never been here, including Lin Wan and his group who had never been to the Wang family. This way, even if things were exposed in the future, it would not implicate Ziqie and the Wang family. Professional matters had to be handled by professionals. Next, these people had no interaction with Ziqie or the Wang family, focusing solely on clearing the battlefield, moving the bodies, tying up people, washing the ground, spraying chemicals. They were busy and contented. In less than 10 minutes, the scene had been cleaned up. The efficiency made Lord Wan unable to help but marvel. I wonder when Ke will come back. At this moment, the leader of the group asked one of his men. The man was confused. Give him a welcome tonight, Ziqie said. And the leader of the group ordered everyone to leave the scene. Honking the car twice, they left in a hurry. Looking at the courtyard, Apart from some destroyed items, there was no trace left of Lin Wan and his group ever being there. Even if the people from the inspectorate came now, they wouldn't find anything. Mr. Z, let's go to the front hall. I'll have the place cleaned up again here. Lord Wang took a step forward and invited Ziqie. All right. Ziqie nodded and whistled for Hei Feng. Hei Feng came over and followed closely by Ziqian's side. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything during the 2 days you were unconscious, Lu Jinyao whispered beside him. Ziqie heard this and reached out to pat Hei Feng's back, then walked outside. Lord Wang arranged for his family members to clean up here, while he followed Ziqian's footsteps with Wang Tonghai. Lu Jinyao had many questions to ask Ziqie now, but she knew that important matters had to come first and could only suppress her doubts for now. Just as they stepped out, Qin Hemming rushed over in a panic. Mr. Z, are you all right? Qin Hemming rushed over to Ziqie. Ziqie glanced at Qin Hemming as if to say, I've been through a lot even before you came. Sorry, I was over there. Qin Hemming wanted to explain but then realized it was pointless. As long as Ziqie was fine, everything was fine. Inside the room, Wan Tonghai and Qin Hemming were reporting on the situation from the past 2 days. Ziqie listened while handling things on his phone. Qin Hemming gradually sensed that something was amiss. He noticed that the current Ziqie, in terms of actions, expressions, and way of speaking, was different from 2 days ago, but more similar to the previous Ziqie in Qin Hemming's memory. Qin Hemming pondered this, but didn't want to bring it up in front of the others. Mr. Z, this is the situation over the past 2 days. Wan Tonghai summarized everything that had happened in the past 2 days for Ziqie. Ziqie responded and flipped through his phone book. Also, you told them that Zhang Kai would be able to return home for dinner tonight. That's not possible. Zhang Kai and Liu Wenzheng are about to be further charged and are already in the process. Wan Tonghai finished, and both Qin Hemming and Lu Jinyao nodded. Despite Ziqian's confident tone earlier, they understood that this matter was impossible to achieve. Lone Wu followed the rule of law, and even though they knew that Liu Wenzheng and Zhang Kai were wrongly accused, jails throughout history were never short of innocent victims. Besides, they couldn't provide evidence to prove the innocence of Liu Wenzheng and Zhang Kai. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will naturally protect my people, Ziqie said, and slowly stood up. That matter can be settled. If there's anything, find me at the lakeside villa, Ziqie said, and walked out. Lu Jinyao and the others were stunned by his words. Mr. Z, wait a moment. Wan Tonghai quickly got up. Looking hesitant, he couldn't help but suspect that Ziqie had gotten his head confused during the 2 days of unconsciousness or had forgotten some things. The lakeside villa was no longer his place. Seeing Wan Tonghai hesitating to speak, Lu Jinyao felt anxious and said, Ziqie, did you forget that the lakeside villa was taken over by Yi Qingqing? I didn't forget. Ziqian's response puzzled the others even more. If he didn't forget, why was he going back to the lakeside villa now? Things were taken away. Shouldn't I get them back? Ziqie asked back, leaving the 3 of them speechless. Yes. Qin Hemming nodded vigorously. No problem. Lu Jinyao also expressed her support. But the key is, Wan Tonghai looked embarrassed. How could Ziqie, in the face of Yi Qingqing, the young lady of the Yi family, possibly take things back from her? Ziqie didn't say more, taking Lu Jinyao with him as they left. Mr. Qin, this. Wan Tonghai turned to Qin Hemming again. Stop thinking about this and that. Your good days are coming. Why are you still worrying about it? Qin Hemming threw down these words and excitedly walked out, leaving Wan Tonghai in a daze. Inside the car, LS Zhenyao is driving, taking Xiao Tin to the lakeside villa. As for Hai Fan, upon LS Zhenyao's suggestion, he temporarily stayed at the Wan family mansion. After all, the current lakeside villa is inhabited by someone else, and if Xiao Tin wants to reclaim it, there will inevitably be a dispute. LS Zhenyao talks to Xiao Tin while driving. Earlier, Xiao Tin was busy with important matters, and LS Zhenyao did not disturb him. Now, she finally has the chance to have a private conversation with Xiao Tin. Xiao Tin, why did you faint? The doctors from the Wang family and Qin Shanwick couldn't find any cause. Can you diagnose yourself? LS Zhenyao asked. Also, why do I feel like you're different now compared to before? LS Zhenyao threw out many questions, eager to clarify these matters. She sensed that the Xiao Tin who had been unconscious for 2 days was now somewhat distant from her, lacking the intimacy they had before. In terms of Xiao Tian's tone, demeanor, personality, and ruthlessness in actions, he seemed like a different person. Ls Zhenyao felt that the current Xiao Tin was mysterious, making it impossible to grasp his thoughts. These situations made Ls Zhenyao fearful. She was afraid of losing Xiao Tin. Upon hearing Ls Zhenyao's questions, Xiao Tin turned his head slowly and looked out the window at the sky. He didn't know how to answer Ls Zhenyao's questions at the moment, as these matters were complicated, and he hadn't sorted them out yet. Seeing Xiao Tin remain silent, Ls Zhenyao tactfully said, "Ah, you just woken up. You must be tired and confused in your mind. It's okay. Whenever you're ready to talk, tell me." Xiao Tin nodded lightly in response and didn't say much further. During the journey to the lakeside villa, Ls Zhenyao continued talking, but Xiao Tin responded very little, mostly focusing on his phone. Suddenly, Xiao Tin made a phone call, prompting Ls Zhenyao to close her mouth and the car window, driving silently. "Zhe Yangjin, this is Xiao Tin." Upon hearing the name of the chief inspector of the Tianhai City Supervisory Office, Ls Zhenyao slightly slowed down the car. "Release my people," Xiao Tin said bluntly, leaving both Ls Zhenyao and Zhao Yangjin stunned. Zhao Yangjin was puzzled by Xiao Tian's straightforward demand and was unsure how to respond. Xiao Tin then mentioned Jiang Qi and Liu Wenjiang, questioning if they were wrongly accused. Zhao Yangjin knew Liu Wenjiang was innocent, but under pressure, he couldn't answer definitively. The conversation escalated, with Xiao Tian's assertive demands putting Zhao Yangjin in a difficult position. As the conversation unfolded, Xiao Tin mentioned Wan Ao, triggering shock in both Ls Zhenyao and Zhao Yangjin. Wan Ao was known as the war god of the northern region, feared for his legendary military achievements and terrifying personality. The mere mention of Wan Ao's name sent shivers down Zhao Yangjin's spine. Realizing the significant repercussions of crossing paths with such a formidable figure, the tense exchange ended with Xiao Tin asserting his authority and Zhao Yangjin agreeing to temporarily release the individuals in question. Ls Zhenyao watched in shock as the situation unfolded. "Okay." Ziqian's confirmation answer made Lu Jinya even more shocked. After all, that was the Northern Realm's god of war. Wan Ao. Who is Wan Ao? He is the most outstanding young talent in the military in the Dragon Kingdom in recent decades. Although he has not been in the military for long, he has already achieved remarkable military feats, contributed greatly to the Dragon Kingdom, and struck fear in the hearts of the border bandits. At a young age, he has already reached an unparalleled level of achievement. In the eyes of many, he is like a god, and a dream lover for countless girls. Looking at the young talents from various parts of the Dragon Kingdom, none can compare to Wan Ao. After all, at less than 30 years old, to achieve such accomplishments, he is bound to become a leader in the military, ranking at the top. Whether you are a talented scholar or a genius in business, you can only admire him from a distance. So, these prestigious families in the Dragon Kingdom, including the powerful figures in the capital, all hope to marry their daughters to Wan Ao. Even Lu Jinyao, before knowing Zitia, also regarded Wan Ao as the god in her heart. Furthermore, currently, Lu Jinya really likes Zitia, but if one were to compare abilities and status, Zitia is not as good as Wan Ao. What shocked Lu Jinya was that Zitia actually knew Wan Ao, and based on what he said, their relationship seemed quite deep. Between you and Wan Ao, Lu Jinya couldn't help but express her curiosity. "We're old friends." Ziqian's response was simple. Seeing that Ziqia didn't want to say more, after 2 seconds of silence, Lu Jinya ultimately nodded without further questioning. However, in her heart, her curiosity about Ziqian's true identity grew even stronger. On the other side, Chen Chun's residence, Zhou Jinpeng, Lu Gang, and several other prominent figures in Tianhai City were urgently summoned here by Chen Jun for a meeting. Where are Chief Lin and Deputy Chief Chen? Lu Gang looked around and didn't see the figures of Lin Wan and Chen Liren, so he casually asked. At this moment, he was still unaware that today, Mr. Lu had assigned him to an urgent task, successfully avoiding a disaster. "I also wanted to ask you all if you can contact them." Chen Chun's expression darkened as he asked the group. "We can't reach them." Zhou Jinpeng and others shook their heads. Lin Wan may have encountered some trouble. Chen Chun's statement shocked everyone in the room. "What? Is that true? Why? Who did this?" Zhou Jinpeng and Lu Gang widened their eyes. Chen Jun didn't speak but clenched his fists tightly. Initially, everything today seemed settled, and Missy was preparing to return to the capital, leaving the matters in Tianhai City to him. Chen Jun was thinking that with Miss Yi leaving, Tianhai City would be under his control. At that time, he would manage the Yi family branch, supported by the Yi family in the capital, making him the undisputed ruler of Tianhai City, commanding respect from all who met him. But little did he know that trouble would arise so quickly. "Mr. Chen, where did you get this information from?" Zhou Jinpeng asked with a frown. Chen Liren and Chen Hanyu went out with Lin Wan for some business. Chen Chun's expression was grim. Currently, Chen Liren and Chen Hanyu are in the hospital with broken legs. I asked Chen Liren what happened, and he didn't say anything except that he broke his leg while walking. Chen Chun's words caused everyone to furrow their brows. Breaking a leg while walking, and both Chen Hanyu and Chen Liren broke their legs together. This is absolutely ridiculous. Chen Liren wasn't unwilling to speak, but rather, he dared not. Why he didn't dare to speak? Those present were not fools and could figure out some things easily. Is Chen Liren being threatened? He can't even tell the truth about how his leg got broken. It seems that this matter is more complicated than we imagined. Then, what were they going to do with Lin Wan? Zhou Jinpeng asked in confusion. Lu Gang was also puzzled, but at the same time, felt somewhat fortunate. Because earlier, Chen Jun had called him to go out with Lin Wan for something, but Mr. Lu called him away. At that time, he even complained about Mr. Lu causing him to miss the opportunity to get closer to Chen Jun. Now, looking at it, if not for Mr. Lu calling him away, he might be in a situation similar to Chen Liren's. It's even possible that he could have ended up like Lin Wan and his son, missing and uncertain of their fates. They went to meet Zichia. Chen Jun hesitated for a few seconds, but didn't disclose the whole truth. After all, the true situation was that upon hearing that Zichia had fallen into a coma, he had prepared to send Lin Wan and others to take care of Zichia. And now, with Lin Wan and his team's poor execution resulting in a backlash from Zichia, it was embarrassing to admit such details. What? Are you implying that Zichia might have killed Lin Wan? Everyone in the room was wide-eyed for a moment. Some were shocked, and some didn't believe it. Mr. Chen, we are relatively familiar with Zichia. His character is indeed very firm, but he has never had the audacity to kill someone recklessly. After a middle-aged man's remark, Lu Gang immediately agreed. True, when the Lin family suppressed Zichia so harshly, he didn't dare to act rashly. Now, with the support of the Yi family, Zichia definitely wouldn't have the guts to kill him. Their analysis was logical and reasonable, but Chen Jun remained unconvinced, because he understood a simple truth. People can change, especially when faced with different circumstances. People will react differently. Now that everyone knows Zichia has reached a deadlock, he might be willing to break all the rules and conventions. I think he's signaling a counterattack. Chen Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. He was no longer interested in pursuing wide. There was an intelligence failure regarding Zichia's coma. He needed to think about how to deal with Zichia, who decisively killed Lin Wan and left Chen Liren and Chen Hanyu disabled. So, what do we do next? Lu Gang asked with a frown. I already informed Miss Yi's assistant and reported to the Yi family. Now, we wait for instructions. After Chen Jun finished speaking, everyone nodded. However, looking at their expressions, it was clear that each of them had different thoughts in their minds. 20 minutes ago, in the VIP waiting room of Tianhai City Airport, Yi Cheng was lying back on the couch, resting with her eyes closed. Next to her, her secretary Li Ting and several bodyguards were on standby. Ms. Yi, our flight is about to arrive at the airport. Please prepare for boarding. An airport staff member came over and knelt by Yi Cheng, whispering softly, Yi Cheng responded. At that moment, Secretary Li Ting answered a phone call. Director Yi, something has happened. After hanging up the phone, Li Ting quickly approached Yi Cheng. Speak. Yi Cheng still hadn't opened her eyes. Zichia may be preparing to strike back. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng suddenly opened her eyes. What did you say? Yi Cheng sat up straight. For Yi Cheng, there were few things that could pique her interest, and Zichia barely counted as one of them. I'm saying Zichia might be planning to launch a counterattack against us. Li Ting finished speaking, and Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before shaking her head disdainfully. A counterattack? What does he have to counterattack with? Both his visible and hidden industries have been completely shattered. The Tianhai Wan family, because of their support for him, is on the verge of being removed from the Tianhai sect family list. In these past few days, He's been hiding like a coward, too scared to show his face. A worthless coward like him, telling me he's planning a comeback. Are you joking with me? Yi Ching-cheng didn't bother hiding her disdain as she spoke. A strong person can only respect another strong person, and Yi Ching-cheng considered herself among the ranks of the strong. So if Zitia truly had the ability and means to challenge her, she would actually admire him. But during her time in Tianhai City, she hadn't seen any spark in Zitia, nor had she seen him gain any advantage in their confrontations. In Yi Ching-cheng's eyes, someone like Zitia was no different from trash. And now, hearing the secretary say that Zitia was preparing to counterattack the Yi family branch, to Yi Ching-cheng, it sounded as ridiculous as someone claiming an ant could take down a tiger. Yi Dong, it's true. Li Ting shook her head and responded. Chen Jun said that Lin Wan took people to meet Zitia this morning, but now Lin Wan and his son are missing, possibly killed by Zitia. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Yi Ching-cheng quickly hid her disdain in her eyes. Once something involves loss of life, the situation changes, and things escalate. If Zitia did indeed kill Lin Wan, it would signify many things. Let's go back. Yi Ching-cheng pondered for 2 seconds before making a decision. Yes, Li Ting replied, promptly calling a few bodyguards to follow Yi Ching-cheng's footsteps. At the lakeside villa, Zitia and Lu Jinyao arrived. Lu Jinyao had assumed that there would be security guarding the villa since Yi Ching-cheng was staying there, but they found no one at the guard post. Thus, they easily drove the car right up to the villa gate. Yi Ching-cheng is not at home. Lu Jinyao got out of the car and saw the closed gate. Tearing inside, she confirmed that the villa was empty. It seemed that Yi Ching-cheng was indeed not at home. Zitia, looks like we made a wasted trip. Lu Jinyao sighed. If she's not at home, we can't talk to her. And this high-security lock is very difficult to open. Lu Jinyao was about to say more when she heard a loud noise. Turning her head, she saw Zitia had violently opened the door lock and entered the villa. Wow! Lu Jinyao exclaimed in shock. Looking at the twisted lock, she hadn't expected Zitia to be so straightforward and forceful, nor had she anticipated his strength to be at such a level. Zitia then proceeded to inspect the villa as if he were a landlord checking on a rental property. Observing this, Lu Jinyao couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The memories of the past involving Zitia and the villa stirred emotions within her. She whispered softly, I hope that whether you're at your peak or going through a rough patch, I'll be by your side. As they continued their investigation, a sense of anticipation mixed with worrying lingered in Lu Jinyao's mind. Would Ziqian's awakening change the current situation? She couldn't fathom what means Ziqian might have to confront the Yi family. Time passed, and eventually, a group of people arrived at the villa led by Yi Ching-cheng. As they entered, Yi Ching-cheng cast a keen gaze upon Zitia. Chen Jun immediately reprimanded Zitia for his audacity. Not quick to respond, Yi Ching-cheng observed Zitia with interest. She had not expected Zitia to make a bold move by intruding into the villa, especially after he had been silent for days. Zitia, who let you in here? Chen Jun demanded. Without haste, Zitia picked up a teacup and nonchalantly looked at Chen Jun. What are you looking at? With those words, the teacup was already flying out of his hand, striking Chen Chun's mouth with precision. The resulting impact shattered the ceramic cup and Chen Chun's teeth. Ah! Chen Jun cried out in pain, covering his mouth and crouching down. However, blood was continuously flowing out from the gaps between his fingers. Wei Cheng's bodyguard's face darkened, about to take a step forward. Last time, didn't I already defeat you guys? Xiao Tian's words made the bodyguard stop in his tracks. Step back. Wei Cheng blocked the bodyguard, then walked a few steps forward, her gaze fixed on Xiao Tin. Xiao Tin, sitting confidently on the sofa, did not back down in his stare with Wei Cheng. You seem a bit different now. Wei Cheng's remark was genuine. She could clearly feel that the Xiao Tin sitting in front of her at that moment was significantly different from the one a few days ago. This change didn't need interaction to be noticed. It could be discerned through someone's aura. Everyone emits an aura, and their eyes, expressions, and actions reveal clues. For example, a person with inner confidence and strength will exhibit different external behaviors compared to someone with inner insecurity. Wei Cheng, what do you intend to do? LS Zhenyao interjected. Zhenyao, don't be silly. Come here. LS Jiang immediately frowned and reprimanded LS Zhenyao. What right do you have to control me? LS Zhenyao glanced at LS Jiang before re-establishing eye contact with Wei Chen. Wei Chen glanced up at LS Zhenyao, but she didn't acknowledge LS Zhenyao's intentions and continued to lock eyes with Xiao Tin. Lin Wan, Lin Yang, were they killed by you? Also, the injuries of Chen Lukren and Chen Hongyu, were those caused by you? Wei Chen got straight to the point, asking these two questions. As the saying goes, when you beat a dog, you need to consider its owner. While Wei Chen didn't favor the ways of the Lin and Chen families, they were still members of the Wei family's branch. Now that they were killed or injured, she needed to clarify the situation. Nonsense. Xiao Tian's two words made Wei Chen understand everything. It seemed that Lin Wan and his son were indeed in a dire situation, but that didn't matter. Wei Chen never had a good impression of the Lin family to begin with. She just didn't expect Xiao Tin to be so ruthless. Nevertheless, two lives were at stake. It's clear you're quite confident now. I don't care where your confidence comes from, but let me tell you, whatever means you have, Wei Chen is ready to face them. I just hope your means are sufficient. So, if you want to put on a dying struggle for me to watch, I don't mind wasting a bit more time watching your performance before I leave. Wei Cheng's lips curved into a faint smile, maintaining her condescending attitude towards Xiao Tin. Even though she noticed something different about Xiao Tin now, she remained extremely confident that she could still dominate him. Are you done? When you are done, leave. Don't dirty my place. After Xiao Tin finished speaking, he continued to lower his head and read his book. My place. Haha. Xiao Tian's words amused Wei Chen. If I recall correctly, you've already been kicked. Swoosh. In the living room, everyone except Xiaoshan turned their heads towards the door. When they saw Liu Wensheng and Zhang Kai walking side by side into the villa, they widened their eyes once again. They had been released. One of them was facing a serious medical malpractice lawsuit, and the other was framed by Lin Yang for committing severe crimes. Based on their offenses, even if they weren't sentenced to death, they would at least be imprisoned for 10 or 8 years. But now, the two of them appeared here so openly. Furthermore, there were no surveillance officials accompanying them. It indicated that they were most likely acquitted. What's going on? Lu Gang was confused. Chen Jun was surprised, and Yi Qingcheng frowned. At this moment, when Lu Jinya realized the situation, she suddenly turned her head towards Xiaoshan on the sofa. They didn't know what was happening, but Lu Jinya did. She was there when Xiaoshan called Jia Yongzhan for help. At that time, Lu Jinya didn't expect that Xiaoshan's call would wield such great power. She checked her phone. 11 o'clock. Xiaoshan had demanded to see the two before noon, and he did it without fail. Now, Lu Jinyao completely believed that Xiaoshan had a deep relationship with the war-gaunt Wang Yao from the northern border. Otherwise, Zhao Yongzhan wouldn't have been so obedient. However, what she knew, Yi Qingcheng and the others didn't. So, they couldn't understand why Liu Wensheng and Zhang Kai, who were supposed to be detained at the surveillance department awaiting trial, appeared here. Liu Wensheng, who let you out? Lu Gang furrowed his brows and asked. But Liu Wensheng and Zhang Kai didn't even glance at him. They walked past without a word and came in front of Xiaoshan. Mr. Xiaoshan, we're back. Liu Wensheng and Zhang Kai greeted Xiaoshan respectfully. It's good that you're back. Xiaoshan nodded lightly, and the two stood behind him. Interesting. People who should have been heavily sentenced were released by you. You do have some means, but these despicable methods will only make me look down on you even more. Yi Qingcheng clapped her hands with a strong disdain in her eyes. Before, in the investigation files concerning you, Lin Wan and the others described you, Xiaoshan, as cunning and unscrupulous, willing to do anything to achieve your goals. I was a bit doubtful at first. I thought that from our interactions, you weren't that kind of person, but now I see that I overestimated you. You, Xiaoshan, are indeed a despicable person who stops at nothing. Yi Qingcheng finished speaking and stared provocatively at Xiaoshan, awaiting his rebuttal. She enjoyed using words to attack others and loved watching them lose control, even rage. However, this time she misjudged. Xiaoshan didn't show any intention to argue back. Instead, he slowly lifted his head and gazed at Yi Qingcheng with a deep and meaningful cold smile. How dare you call me despicable? You, Yi Qingcheng, and your Yi family, what makes you think you're anything special? Xiaoshan's words made Yi Qingcheng furrow her brows tightly. She wasn't the type to get angry easily, but when Xiaoshan insulted her entire family, she couldn't bear it. I don't need you to judge what my Yi family is. The Yi family has made huge contributions to the country and brought many revolutionary studies to the medical field. Yi Qingcheng finished speaking, and Chen Jun nodded in agreement on the side. The Yi family's position and reputation in the country were not something that Xiaoshen's few words could alter. As for you, you may have medical skills, but your character is despicable and shameless, doing many things that violate fairness and laws. There are no secrets in the world. Xiaoshen, you know what you've done, Yi Qingcheng said, wearing a mocking smile. During this time, Lin Wan and Chen Jun showed her a lot of information about Xiaoshen. The descriptions painted Xiaoshen as worthless and devious. She hadn't fully believed it before, but seeing Liu Wenzheng and Zhang Kai being let out, she now completely believed Xiaoshen was a vile person who broke the law and lacked principles. Hehe. Xiaoshen stood up slowly. You, Yi Qingcheng, think you can see through everything, but it's all in your imagination. You keep accusing me of being shameless, but what you've done is the real dirty work. You say the Yi family is reputable and has made significant contributions to the country, but in fact, your Yi family is the biggest cancer in this country. Wait until I expose the hypocrisy of your Yi family and reveal all the dark secrets to the public. Then I will ask you again, what exactly is the Yi family? As Xiaoshen spoke, he slowly approached Yi Qingcheng. When he finished his last sentence, he stood in front of her. You're spewing nonsense. Yi Qingcheng was furious for the first time. She was always able to manipulate her enemies with ease before. But when facing Xiaoshen, she felt like she had met her match. Get out! Xiaoshen pointed to the villa gate. Yi Qingcheng met Xiaoshen's gaze for a few seconds, then gritted her teeth, nodded, and left. Chen Jun and Lu Gang followed suit. So satisfying. Playing rough seems so satisfying. Behind them, Lu Jinyao clapped her hands, unable to contain her laughter. Seeing Yi Qingcheng lose face in front of Xiaoshen made Lu Jinyao extremely content. Xiaoshen didn't reply but stood in place watching Yi Qingcheng and the others leave, with a glint of unusual emotion in his eyes. However, this emotion was fleeting. Mr. Xiaoshen, after Chief Zhao let us go, he said to come see you. Liu Wenzhang reported softly, and his current state was completely different from before. The biggest change was the lack of light in his eyes. It was understandable, as he had devoted his life to Chinese medicine, healing countless challenging cases, only to end up in prison, accused of incompetence and causing harm for financial gain. It was something that anyone would find hard to accept. Go rest, I will bring you justice, Xiaoshen said, and Liu Wenzheng nodded heavily. After they left, Lu Jinyao immediately contacted people to prepare for a thorough cleaning of the villa. She hadn't done so earlier because she wasn't sure if Xiaoshen could reclaim the property from Yi Qingcheng. But now that Yi Qingcheng left disappointed, the villa naturally returned to Xiaoshen's hands. Meanwhile, after leaving the lakeside villa, Yi Qingcheng remained silent with a gloomy expression. Chen Jun and the others wanted to say something to her, but seeing her expression, they wisely kept their mouths shut. Soon, Yi Qingcheng returned to the hotel. With the lakeside villa taken by Xiaoshen, she could only stay in the hotel temporarily. As for using property documents to ask relevant departments to deal with Xiaoshen, Yi Qingcheng couldn't be bothered. She wanted to make Xiaoshen surrender on his own terms and hand over the villa willingly. But before that, she had something more important to do. Dad, I have something to ask you. Is there something about the Yi family that I don't know? In her room, Yi Qingcheng called Yu Wenchen and got straight to the point. What does it mean? Yu Wenchen furrowed his brows slightly. Ignorant? There are many things in the Yi family that Yi Qingcheng does not know, but what puzzled him was why Yi Qingcheng suddenly asked like this. Literal meaning, including what is the matter between the Yi family and Zitia. Yi Qingcheng's tone was cold. This was the second time Zitia had said, in front of her, that the Yi family was a tumor. Previously, Yi Qingcheng had not paid much attention, thinking that Zitia was an enemy of the Yi family, so smearing the Yi family was normal. But today, listening to Zitian's assertive words, Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but have a different thought. What are you up to again? I don't care if someone said something in front of you. But what I want to tell you is, a malignant tumor like Zitia in the field of Chinese medicine deserves condemnation. As the benchmark of traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo, our Yi family must lead by example, represent traditional Chinese medicine, and eliminate this tumor. Yu Wenchen's tone was solemn, his words passionate and righteous. Dad, did you not understand what I said? Yi Qingcheng frowned slightly. What I asked was if there is something in the Yi family that I am not aware of. There are many things you are not aware of. The Yi family has made huge contributions to the field of traditional Chinese medicine, and many research results have been selflessly dedicated to the country. Including now, there are several secret projects in progress and very few people in the entire Yi family know about them. So, what do you want to know? Yi Wenshan's words left Yi Qingcheng speechless. Seeing Yi Qingcheng silent, Yi Wenshan's attitude softened. Qingcheng, your dad and grandpa sent you to Tianhai City to handle this matter because you are not aware of the dangers of society and the complexity of human nature. So they wanted you to experience and learn. In this process, you will discover that many people are quick to accuse, mixing black and white without distinguishing right from wrong, and everything they do is for their own benefit. If you are deceived by them, then you are the biggest fool. Do you not believe me and grandpa, but trust an outsider? No, trust an enemy. Yi Wenshan's words left Yi Qingcheng speechless. Regardless of when and where, the bonds of family relationships naturally carry many things. After all, the deep familial affection is unmatched by any external relationship and is naturally more trustworthy than outsiders. That is not what I meant. Yi Qingcheng shook her head lightly. All right, Dad won't blame you. Yi Wenshan asked, now tell me, did Zichia say something to you? He said the Yi family is a malignancy in Lone Wo, and sooner or later, he will expose the hypocrisy of the Yi family and reveal their dark side to the public. Yi Qingcheng did not hide and spoke the truth about what Zichia said. Upon hearing this, Yi Wenshan furrowed his brows on the other end of the phone. As the saying goes, the guilty flee where no man pursueth. Whether the Yi family had done anything wrong, Yi Wenshan knew better than anyone. So upon hearing Ziqian's words, he subconsciously thought, could it be that Ziqia had discovered some secrets of the Yi family? No, it was impossible. The Yi family's deeds were done in utmost secrecy, known only to very few family members. Ziqia could not possibly know. But this incident still served as a wake-up call for Yi Wenshan. There could be no room for any risks in this matter, as one must be wary of the unexpected. And if by chance Ziqia did know, then he must not be allowed to continue. Yi Wenshan narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold then murderous intent flashing in their depths. He is just talking nonsense, but you don't need to pay attention to him. He is already at the end of the road. Dabbling nonsense is trivial. He might even resort to harming you out of desperation. So, you should return to the capital now, and I will let Chen Jun handle the rest. Upon hearing Yi Wenshan's words, Yi Qingcheng shook her head. No, work must be finished once started. I want to personally defeat him. Yi Qingcheng turned to look out the window. Fleeing in the face of a battle was not her style. Since she had undertaken this task, she must see it through to the end for closure. Yi Wenshan knew Yi Qingcheng's character and did not try to dissuade her too much, as he did not believe that Zitia had the audacity to harm Yi Qingcheng. Then protect yourself, and if there is an issue, let Chen Jun handle it as much as possible. We will make some adjustments and arrangements here to provide support to your side. Yi Wenshan exchanged a few more words with Yi Qingcheng before hanging up the phone. After hanging up, Yi Wenshan narrowed his eyes, looking at the message from Chen Jun on his phone. He then got up and left the room, heading to Yi Qingcheng's residence. Are you saying that Lin Wan and his son were killed by Zitia? Upon hearing Yi Wenshan's words, Yi Qingcheng was somewhat surprised. It's highly likely. Both are currently unreachable. Yi Wenshan nodded. Although there was no absolute evidence from Chen Chun's side to confirm this, they could still infer the outcome. I didn't expect him to have the audacity to do this. Yi Qingcheng shook his head slightly. Based on their investigations into Zitia, his actions were not that decisive, especially in dealing with the Chen family and Chen Ruoxu. There was some hesitancy. As for murder, he had only killed one person, Lian Chao. Now, the sudden killing of Ling Wan and his son surprised Yi Qingcheng. Taking to lives is nothing. But I suddenly remember what the old man Chen said. Yi Qingcheng remembered. The old man Chen came to negotiate with the Yi family that day, and after the negotiations fell apart, he said something to them. At that time, the old man Chen said something like, the Yi family wants to push Ziqie into an abyss, but you don't know that perhaps he came from the abyss. At that time, both Yi Qingcheng and Yi Wenshan were extremely disdainful. Based on their investigations into Ziqian's past, they did not believe that a vacillating personality like Ziqia could accomplish anything significant. They even thought that if Ziqia left the field of medicine, he would be no different from a waste. But now, Ziqian's resolute act of killing Lin Wan and his son made Yi Qingkang have some different thoughts. Father, you are overthinking it, and you are overestimating Ziqia and that old man Chen. Yi Wenchen smiled and shook his head. If he really had the ability, he wouldn't have raised a group of worthless descendants like Chen Liren. Upon hearing Yi Wenchen's words, Yi Qingkang also wanted to laugh. After disregarding other factors, the fact remained that the descendants of the Chen family were indeed worthless, something Yi Qingkang was aware of. But there is one thing we must pay attention to. Yi Wenchen glanced at his phone and then recounted what Yi Qingkang had said to Yi Qingkang. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingkang immediately frowned, his face full of seriousness. He can overlook other things. Even if Ziqia has killed 2 people, he doesn't care. But when it comes to the biggest secret of the Yi family, he dares not be careless. Yi Qingkang has lived for most of his life and understands the principle of sailing a meticulous ship better than anyone else. Father, please don't worry too much. Yi Wenchen shook his head and said, our actions have been extremely secretive. Even the families in the capital are impossible to know, let alone a Ziqia. No, we must not overlook any details. Yi Qingkang gently stroked his chin, thinking about the situation in his mind. I still think Ziqia must be talking nonsense. Yi Wenchen shook his head. Even the information that the group above couldn't find, how could Ziqia find it? Have you forgotten that not all the family members of those people were captured initially? Yi Qingkang slowly spoke up, reminding Yi Wenchen. Before, he didn't pay attention to those people at all. Why? Because he was well aware that those people couldn't cause any trouble. There are Yi family members everywhere, so that group of people couldn't stir up any trouble. Their family had long listed those people and their relatives and friends associated with them on a blacklist. As soon as these people entered the capital, they would immediately be closely monitored, making it impossible for them to cause trouble in the city. In this situation, those people had no way to complain in their respective places, and they had no opportunity to enter the capital, so they couldn't cause any trouble. Even if there were individuals who wanted to help them, faced with the powerful force of the Yi family, they could only back down. Therefore, Yi Wenchen's previous actions were more symbolic than anything else. But now, it was different. In this Dragon Kingdom, Ziqia was the only one who dared to openly confront the Yi family and had been resisting for so long. In this situation, there was no guarantee that those people wouldn't find Ziqia and reveal the secrets of the Yi family. It seems that Ziqia can't be left alive. Yi Wenchen narrowed his eyes slightly. Tonight, the Japanese experts sent by the Morita family will arrive in the Dragon Kingdom, and I will have them taken straight to Tianhai City. Originally, their plan was just to make Ziqia lose his reputation in Tianhai City and even in the entire Dragon Kingdom. But now, not only did they want to do that, they also wanted Ziqian's life. This afternoon, an order was issued in the palace. Yi Qingkang put down his teacup. The major families are required to be more disciplined recently and to restrain their subordinates from causing trouble. What does that mean? Why suddenly do that? Yi Wenchen was somewhat puzzled. It is said that the old man from the Shen family spoke with the people in the palace. Hearing Yi Qingkang's words, Yi Wenchen couldn't help but snort. Those tricksters from the Shen family have gained the support of the higher-ups. I really don't understand it. Yi Wenchen used to believe more in feng shui and metaphysics, but now he believed more in modern technology. Everything exists for a reason. The people above are not fools. The Shen family indeed has some value. Yi Qingkang was relatively more accepting of the occult arts of the Shen family. So, what should we do? Yi Wenchen furrowed his brow slightly. Now that the order from above was to act discreetly, did that mean they couldn't deal with Ziqia? We should do what we have to do. We must listen to the instructions from above, but we must also carry out our tasks. Just be subtle about it. Yi Qingkang shook his head slightly. For other matters, they could let it slide. But this matter, involving the biggest secret of the Yi family, absolutely could not be taken lightly. I understand. Yi Wenchen nodded lightly. From now on, he wouldn't step out personally. He just needed to send someone to meet with the Japanese individuals. Although this method was considered risky, for the Yi family, it was quite normal. In any case, they had to completely eliminate Ziqia this time so as to truly eliminate any future troubles. Tianhai City, Lakeside Villa. An afternoon had passed, and evening was fast approaching. The Lakeside Villa had been thoroughly cleaned under the command of Lu Jinyao, and all the belongings of Yi Qingkang had been thrown out. Ziqia, should we keep this? Lu Jingya picked up a black lacy morning band and held a few long tube socks in her other hand, a mischievous smile on her lips. Zichia shook his head and walked to the side. Ha ha ha. Lu Jingya burst into laughter. In fact, all afternoon today, she had been intentionally trying to make Zichia laugh, but after several hours had passed, she hadn't succeeded once. Zichia, do you think I would look good in this? Although it's been worn by Yi Cheng, I don't mind it either. Lu Jingya was still persistent, approaching Zichia with a teasing expression. That's enough. With just a word from Zichia, Lu Jingya immediately stood still, not daring to act playfully anymore. But come to think of it, she hasn't caused any trouble, which is surprising. After washing her hands, Lu Jingya sat back down in front of Zichia. Earlier, Lu Jingya had thought that with Yi Cheng's wealthy and impetuous nature, being usurped by Zichia at the villa would surely not be left alone. They had left at the time due to not being able to defeat Zichia, but it was very likely that they would gather more people to come back. Yet, after an afternoon had passed, Yi Cheng had not shown up. She seems to have really given up, which is quite unexpected. Zichia remained silent, picking up his phone to check some information. Shortly after, Wang Tonghai and Chen Hemming arrived here, one after the other, to discuss the final details with Zichia. Lu Jingyao, being sensible, stood up and went to the kitchen, putting on a small apron to start cooking. Mr. Z, to be honest, I still feel a bit uncertain. After the conversation, Wang Tonghai sighed lightly. He still remembered that Zichia had previously said that doing this alone wouldn't achieve much. It's all right. This is a combination card. You all are just one part of it. Upon hearing Zichian's words, Wang Tonghai felt somewhat reassured. All right, I will go prepare now. Tomorrow morning, we'll give them a surprise. Wang Tonghai stood up slowly and bid farewell. However, Chen Hemming stayed behind. Do you have something else to say? Zichia looked at Chen Hemming and asked. This? Well, Chen Hemming hesitated at this moment. Actually, he was now speculating that Zichia had regained his memory, but he didn't dare to be completely certain, so he pondered to confirm. After all, whether Zichia had recovered his memory would dictate Chen Hemming's attitude towards Zichia, as well as the direction of many other things. Mr. Z, how are you feeling now? How is your body? Chen Hemming asked cautiously. Zichia glanced at Chen Hemming, then looked at Lu Jingyao busy in the kitchen, before slowly getting up and heading upstairs to the terrace. Chen Hemming followed along and sat down next to Zichia. He attentively served tea, saying, Mr. Z, please have some tea. Chen Hemming handed a cup of fragrant tea to Zichia, hesitated for a moment, then sat down on the other side of the small table. I remember I asked you many questions before, Zichia started, lifting the teacup and speaking softly. Chen Hemming answered with a forced tone. I really don't know the answers to those questions. If I knew, I would definitely tell you. While Chen Hemming was answering, he was secretly guessing that Zichia might not have regained his memory. Otherwise, why would he be asking these questions? As Chen Hemming pondered these thoughts, he slowly picked up his teacup. After a moment of silence, Zichia suddenly asked, How is Fun Lin doing? Master Fun is doing well, Chen Hemming instinctively answered upon hearing the name, but halfway through his sentence, he realized something was amiss. Then, Chen Hemming turned his head slowly, blinked in confusion, and hesitated. You followed him, didn't learn much about medicine, but mastered deceit and manipulation. Zichian's words left Chen Hemming even more perplexed, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Why didn't you kneel before seeing the Emperor's teacher? In that instant, Chen Hemming felt his scalp tingle. Shuo. Chen Hemming tossed aside the teacup in his hand and stumbled to his knees. Disciple Chen Hemming, he said while prostrating on the ground, trembling all over. Since parting ways with Master Fun Lin years ago, he hadn't heard the title Emperor's teacher for a long time. There were many masters in various fields, but only a few were worthy of the title Emperor's teacher. In Chen Hemming's many decades of life, Zichia was the only one he recognized and revered. At this moment, Chen Hemming was 200% certain that Zichia had indeed regained his memory. Just by Zichia mentioning Master Chen Hemming's name and the title Emperor's teacher, it was enough proof. Disciple Chen Hemming, congratulations on the restoration, Emperor's teacher. Chen Hemming took a deep breath, showing utmost respect. Before Zichia had his memory back, Chen Hemming had kept this reverence hidden in his heart. But now that Zichia had reclaimed his position as Emperor's teacher, Chen Hemming naturally treated him with the proper respect. "Please rise," Zichia spoke. And only then did Chen Hemming dare to stand up. However, halfway up, he knelt down again. Disciple was disrespectful to Emperor's teacher during this period. "Please pardon me. This was my arrangement. It has nothing to do with you." Zichia forgave Chen Hemming. After receiving Ziqian's forgiveness, Chen Hemming stood up. But now he didn't dare to sit back down. Only standing respectfully. He didn't even dare to be too close to Ziqian's side. The area within 2 meters of Emperor's teacher was considered a restricted zone, and not everyone could approach casually. 2 years apart. "Are the others doing well?" Zichia asked softly. "The few people I know about are doing well," Chen Hemming replied respectfully, but as there were so many of Ziqian's disciples, he couldn't keep in touch with all of them. Reflecting on this, Chen Hemming hesitated for a moment before walking back in front of Zichia. "Emperor, I was about to speak, but Zichia waved his hand to interrupt. "Let's change the title." Hearing Zichia say this, Chen Hemming was taken aback, then nodded. After all, Zichia had spent over 2 years living in this world, and he was inevitably influenced. Additionally, the place where Zichia stayed previously was very different, and some titles indeed sound awkward here. "Then I will continue to call you Mr. Z. Mr. Z, now that you have fully recovered." Chen Hemming paused before withdrawing something from his bosom and carefully handed it over with both hands. Zichia accepted it with one hand, unwrapping the cloth to reveal a pale golden token. When the token was exposed, Chen Hemming knelt down again. "Emperor's token." Zichia touched the small token gently, recalling many memories in his mind. Chen Hemming, kneeling, dared not even breathe loudly. He knew very well what this Emperor's token symbolized and the power it held. "Emperor, no. Master, no. Mr. Z." Chen Hemming stumbled over his words due to excitement. "Mr. Z, now that you have recovered, you can release the Emperor's token and gather your disciples back. At that time, the Yi family won't stand a chance." Chen Hemming believed his words weren't exaggerated at all. With 16 disciples under Ziqian's tutelage, any one of them was extraordinary, each a top elite in their respective fields. Just mentioning one dealing with the Yi family would be a walk in the park. However, upon hearing Chen Hemming's words, Zichia just smiled and shook his head, a glint of deep meaning in his eyes. Then, he put away the token. Finally, Chen Hemming dared to stand up again. "Do I need to take care of this matter?" "Not for now." Zichia shook his head gently, then sipped his tea. "Understood." Chen Hemming glanced at Zichia and quickly averted his gaze. Zichia seemed inscrutable and enigmatic after regaining his memory, making it impossible for Chen Hemming, despite his age, to discern any of Ziqian's thoughts. However, Chen Hemming was certain that whatever Zichia, now restored as the Emperor's teacher, did would have its reasons. "Take care of the tasks I arrange. Within 2 days, drive the Yi family out of Tianhai." Zichia stood up slowly, and Chen Hemming quickly nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Hemming bid farewell and left. Zichia stood in place, gazing at the distant Thousand Island Lake. With his profound eyes, it was impossible to discern his thoughts. To others, he had only been unconscious for 2 days. Only Zichia knew that this long dream had lasted over 2 years. Compared to his previous self, the past 2 years had been aimless and unproductive. However, for the Zichia of these past 2 years in Tianhai City, this experience and memory were indeed a novel and enlightening journey, bringing many realizations. Zichia looked into the distance at the glistening Thousand Island Lake. A 2-year dream. Today I realize, I am me. Zichia stood with his hands behind his back, staying in the same spot for a long time. Countless scenes flashed through his mind, like a movie playing rapidly. These scenes were filled with tenderness, hatred, emotion, and anger. With the continuous flashing of these images, Ziqian's emotions also fluctuated. This could be observed from his chest heaving and the hand behind his back sometimes clenched tightly. As night fell, the light from the villa shone on his stern face, alternating between a cold murderous intent and a hint of warmth in his eyes. He appeared conflicted and tangled. Ziqian's state at this moment was like a highly concentrated drink being diluted with water to ease the intensity and spiciness. The life he had lived in Tianhai City for the past 2 years, immersed in the mundane world, the sincere people like old Chen who appeared around him, and the touching events he had experienced all served as the warm water to dilute the intensity. These two states constantly pulled at each other, sometimes intense, sometimes gentle, and in the tug-of-war, they were constantly diluted. From start to finish, although they didn't reach a perfect balance, they indeed encapsulated many aspects. Ziqian, it's time to eat. Lu Jinyao arrived at the observation deck and interrupted Ziqian's contemplation. You go ahead and eat. Ziqian didn't feel hungry at the moment. Lu Jinyao didn't leave, staying silent for a while before saying, "Grandfather called me again, insisting that I must go back no matter what." "What do you think?" Ziqian asked softly. "Of course, I can't go back. But I just thought, last time grandfather agreed to let me stay by your side, and now he's changed his mind. There must be new ruthless schemes brewing in the Yi family." Lu Jinyao paused, then continued, "Our businesses have been closed and sealed for various reasons. If they continue to use means, it's highly likely they will target your personal safety." This was Lu Jinyao's greatest concern. Money and businesses could be lost, but if the Yi family decided to harm Ziqian, with their powerful influence, it wouldn't bode well for him. My grandfather mentioned before that the Yi family is not just a reputable medical family. At that time, I didn't pay much attention, but now, seeing their power, it truly surpasses my imagination. Lu Jinyao sighed softly. The display of power by the Yi family during this period was truly astonishing. Ziqian nodded lightly. He had considered this previously, which was why he hadn't allowed Wang Tonghai to mobilize the Western medical group. However, that was in the past. "Don't worry, I have a way. Go eat first. I'll make a call and join you later," Ziqian said, and Lu Jinyao nodded before heading downstairs. The Yi family, including the Lu family in Tianhai City, believed that Ziqian was at his wit's end. But what they didn't know was that a sharp steel knife was already at their necks. And now, Ziqian needed some assistance to forcefully bring down that knife. Ziqian picked up his phone and took out a business card, then made a call. Since he obtained the business card from the middle-aged man, Ziqian had never used it. He had been waiting for the most opportune moment. "I am Ziqian," he declared his identity as the call connected. "Oh." A middle-aged voice came from the other end of the phone. Ziqian didn't respond but asked, "What is your name?" "That's not important," the middle-aged person replied. "When the time is right, I will tell you." Lin Ningguo, Ziqian stated this name lightly. The middle-aged person fell silent for a moment, furrowed his brows, and then said, "Good kid. Has Beijing already set up your intelligence network?" Ziqian didn't respond. In truth, when he mentioned the name, he wasn't sure if the information he had was accurate. However, judging by the middle-aged man's reaction, it seemed that the information from Beijing was indeed correct. "Let me tell you my plan. You need to cooperate with me on certain matters." Ziqian's attitude puzzled Lin Ningguo. "Hold on a moment. Are you approaching this as if you're asking for a favor?" Ziqian retorted. "Who said I asked you to do something for me? You're not seeking my help. Then why did you call me?" Lin Ningguo asked, puzzled. "I am," Ziqian replied simply. Lin Ningguo found Ziqian's direct and assertive manner both amusing and bewildering. "I understand your point." Lin Ningguo chuckled. "You did come seeking my help, but not in a way that implies begging. Or should I say, Lin Ningguo hasn't earned the right to be begged by you, right?" Ziqian didn't want to waste time on meaningless discussions. He continued, "Next, I will do this on my end, and then you will." In just a minute, Ziqian assigned tasks to Lin Ningguo. Yes, he was delegating tasks. Lin Ningguo felt like he was being given a mission by a leader. Although Lin Ningguo felt a bit awkward, he didn't resist and followed Ziqian's instructions. "Any questions?" Ziqian inquired. "Yes." Lin Ningguo responded calmly. "These tasks may sound simple when discussed, but executing them won't be easy. It might even put me in an uncomfortable position. So why should I take such a big risk to help you?" Lin Ningguo was straightforward. He wanted a reason from Ziqian. After all, they had only met once, and there was no significant connection between them. He was genuinely curious to see what reason Ziqian would offer. Instead of answering his question, Ziqian asked, "Is the Yi family considered a righteous and reputable clan?" Before Lin Ningguo could respond, Ziqian continued, "If you say they are, then you are a fool. You." Lin Ningguo was taken aback. He realized that the Ziqian he hadn't seen for a few days was not an ordinary person. After a few seconds of being stunned, he didn't get angry but seemed to have figured something out and nodded thoughtfully. "The Yi family is not a righteous and reputable clan," Lin Ningguo stated. "Indeed, they are not. Instead, they are the biggest tumor in Lone Guo. They must be eradicated." Considering your position, you should assist in removing this tumor for the greater good of Lone Guo. Ziqian's words left Lin Ningguo speechless. So why should I ask for your help? For the sake of the people, it is your duty. Being in a position of power, if you don't advocate for the people, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Arrival at this moment, Lin Ningguo finally understood why Zitianlai asked him for help, yet he didn't have the attitude of seeking help at all. It turns out that Zitia had this kind of thinking. However, regarding Ziqian's idea, Lin Ningguo couldn't find a single word to refute. After all, as a high-ranking official in the palace, wearing the flower plume on his head, he should be concerned about the country and the people. If one only cares about power in hand but doesn't do practical things for the country and the people, then it is a lack of virtue. But sometimes, things cannot happen as one wishes. Lin Ningguo held a high position as a first-rank official. His position was indeed not low, but there were many people above him, and the number of his peers was countless. So, there were some things that he didn't refuse to do but just couldn't do. Ziqia, I understand what you're saying. But, Lin Ningguo was about to speak when Ziqia interrupted him with a stern voice. I don't want to hear any reasons or excuses. The past is the past, the present is the present. In one sentence, I'll deal with the Ya family's tiger on this end. Will you help, or not? Ziqian's words were simple and straightforward. I will help, Lin Ningguo replied. Ziqian no longer said anything and hung up the phone. Lin Ningguo slowly put down his phone and looked at his assistant's bewildered expression. This kid seems like a different person. Lin Ningguo's driver and assistant were feeling confused at the moment. Whether it was investigating Ziqian's information at the beginning, Lin Ningguo's first visit to Tianhai City, including the subsequent meeting with Ziqia at the airport in the capital, this assistant accompanied him throughout, so he could be said to have some understanding of Ziqia. But today's Ziqia truly made him feel very unfamiliar. Where has he changed? Lin Ningguo asked with a smile. More arrogant than before, more proud than before, and more arrogant than before. Hearing his assistant's words, Lin Ningguo just shook his head with a smile, with a significant meaning in his eyes. Character is not the only standard to judge a person's goodness or badness. The key is to see what this person has done and what he is about to do. Follow his instructions. A few seconds later, Lin Ningguo gave the order. Leader, do we really have to do this? His way of doing things is too extreme. The assistant rarely interfered with Lin Ningguo's decisions, but this time he couldn't help but speak up. Or what? Do you want me to go back and sell sweet potatoes? Lin Ningguo's words made the assistant chuckle, then quickly contain his laughter. Thinking about a person with Lin Ningguo's status being lectured by Zitia, like that truly made him somewhat speechless. After laughing, the assistant regained his seriousness. Leader, the most crucial point is that this matter is organized by the Ya family. The situation over in Tianhai City was tightly controlled by the Ya family, and nothing had leaked out to their end. If Lin Ningguo hadn't paid special attention to the situation in Tianhai City, he wouldn't have known at all. And being people from the capital region, their understanding of the Ya family's situation was extensive. The assistant even asked himself, if they really started a conflict with the Ya family, Lin Ningguo might not necessarily be a match for them. I know the Ya family is not easy to deal with, but what couldn't be done before doesn't mean it can't be done now. Lin Ningguo unexpectedly uttered the same words as Ziqia. Scratching the back of his head upon hearing this, the assistant had followed Lin Ningguo for many years and thought he knew many things about him. However, he couldn't help but think that there were still many things about Lin Ningguo that he didn't know. Go do your job. I'll handle things on the Ya family's side. Be careful on your end. Don't make any mistakes. After Lin Ningguo finished speaking, the assistant didn't inquire further and left the room. Lin Ningguo then slowly picked up a file on the table. This file was the latest information recently obtained about Zitia. Yes, what couldn't be done before doesn't mean it can't be done now, Lin Ningguo murmured. Lin Ningguo had waited 10 years for this moment. After facing countless challenges, he had finally waited for the one to wield the sword. He was full of anticipation for what was to come. The night grew deeper. This was supposed to be a time of silence and rest, yet for many people in Tianhai City, it was a night of restlessness. In the eyes of many, the struggle between the Ya family branch and Zitia had already determined the winner, with the Ya family unsurprisingly emerging victorious. However, only a very small number of people knew that Zitia had not given up. The battle between him and the Ya family was far from over. It's just that very few knew how this battle will unfold. Of course, the Ya family's side was also closely monitoring the situation on Ziqian's end. While they were busy observing Ziqia, they failed to notice that tonight, the number of vehicles coming in and out of various high-speed access points in Tianhai City was more than double the usual. However, even if they had noticed, they might not have paid too much attention. After all, these days coincided with the upcoming holiday, a time when people migrate between cities, so it was considered relatively normal. At 2 a.m., Qin Hemming's residence. Make sure these people are arranged properly. Not the slightest mistake can be made, Qin Hemming said, after hanging up the phone, taking a long breath. They had mostly completed the task that Ziqia had assigned to them. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly. After resting for a moment, Qin Hemming took out an old phone and made a call. Master, I have confirmed it. Master did recover his memories. He mentioned your name, Nan, even Mensch, and the title of Imperial Tutor. The disciple has handed over the Imperial Tutor's order to him. Upon hearing Qin Hemming's words, there was silence on the other end of the line. Good, good. After a long while, the other side let out a long sigh. These three simple words were filled with joy, relief, and deep hopes. However, although he mentioned asking him to gather his fellows to deal with the Ya family, he didn't do so. And besides the matter on this side of Tianhai City, he did not issue any other instructions to me. Qin Hemming shook his head slightly. According to his understanding, Ziqia should have immediately gathered his followers and caused chaos in the Long Kingdom. Do you understand? Feng Lin scolded, and Qin Hemming quickly lowered his head. Before his recovery, we did not need to interfere. Now that he is recovered, we have even less reason to involve ourselves. Feng Lin took a deep breath. He understood Ziqia even better than Qin Hemming did, so he was well aware that every decision Ziqia made was the most suitable decision for the current situation. They might not understand, but that was simply due to their level and understanding. Yes, Master, I understand. Qin Hemming nodded respectfully. What else did he say? After a pause, Feng Lin asked, or did he not plan to go to the capital? No, he didn't. He is currently in Tianhai City. Qin Hemming answered truthfully and recounted all the details of his conversation with Ziqia, including everything Ziqia had done after waking up. After hearing it all, Feng Lin frowned tightly. Master, what shouldn't happen? Qin Hemming was full of confusion. Feng Lin didn't answer Qin Hemming's question. Instead, he muttered to himself, is something wrong here? Feng Lin's words made Qin Hemming more confused. If the master's memory is fully restored, he shouldn't be like this. After all, he is related to the Yi family. Feng Lin stopped talking here and closed his mouth. Hearing Feng Lin's words, Qin Hemming was stunned and quickly asked, what happened between him and the Yi family? Are you saying that the master's memory hasn't fully recovered? It seems so. Feng Lin nodded. Then why is it like this? Qin Hemming was very puzzled. This is quite normal, Feng Lin explained. Human memory is inherently stage-based. From infancy, through childhood, adolescence, and adulthood, it can generally be divided into two stages, memories from the period before adulthood, and memories from the adult period. From what you're saying, I believe the master's memory has only restored the part related to us, which is the second stage after adulthood. Feng Lin frowned as he spoke, but this was only his speculation and not definitive. Qin Hemming pondered for a moment and still couldn't understand Feng Lin's explanation. The master's physical condition has definitely fully recovered, but regarding his memory, I still cannot be completely certain. I only know that what he originally wanted to seal off was the earlier part of his memory, so perhaps this part of the memory will take longer to recover. After hearing Feng Lin's words, Qin Hemming finally understood his meaning. Then why didn't the master mention this? I thought he had fully recovered. Qin Hemming was very puzzled. Ha ha. Feng Lin shook his head and smiled. If his thoughts were easily understood by you, then he wouldn't be the master teacher. Upon hearing this, Qin Hemming fell silent instantly. It's true, Ziqia during his peak period was like a superior deity, far above everyone else. Not to mention understanding his thoughts, ordinary people didn't even have the courage to look him directly in the eyes. And Ziqia never revealed his thoughts to others. But it's not important. The master's every decision has its reasons. As for us, we just need to follow his instructions. Qin Hemming nodded helplessly at these words. silent for a few moments before asking, "You really won't intervene in what's to come next?" "Who says I won't?" Fun Lin immediately retorted, "He's my master, and I care about him more than you do. That you're not in the country, even if you wanted to intervene, your reach is limited," Chen Heming pointed out. "How do you know I'm not in the country?" Fun Lin's words made Chen Heming widen his eyes in surprise. Could it be that Fun Lin had already returned to the country? He remembered the words Fun Lin said when they parted ways. Fun Lin mentioned that his return to the country would be the day when Ziqian's disciples gathered, indicating that they were about to embark on a significant endeavor. "Has the time come now? Where are you, Master? Your disciple will come to see you." Chen Heming was excited. It had been a long time since he last met his master. "Enough. Focus on your tasks. The master has his own path to walk, and we have our own tasks to carry out. When the time comes to meet, we will meet." After saying this, Fun Lin hung up the phone gently. At that moment, Chen Heming couldn't help but feel a sense of understanding. It seemed like there was an unspoken agreement between Ziqie and his disciples, knowing when and what needed to be done without verbal communication. Perhaps even before Ziqie lost his memory, there was already some kind of understanding between them. Given this situation, it seemed that Chen Heming didn't need to worry about the matters between Ziqie and his disciples. "I was indeed overly worried before. The master, a top genius like a deity, naturally handles things steadily." Chen Heming sighed. "It's all right. Before you embark on that major task, I'll assist the master with the current small tasks." The night passed quietly. Both sides were making their moves while disregarding each other. Especially on Yi Qingcheng's side, they had been pressing down on Ziqie, giving them immense confidence. Yi Qingcheng believed that if they could overpower Ziqie before, they could do it again and in the future. Therefore, all actions during the night were taken care of by Chen Jun, while Yi Qingcheng peacefully slept soundly. At 7 a.m. near the Taihua Hotel, Yi Qingcheng woke up early and had breakfast at a nearby breakfast shop with her secretary, Li Ting, and two bodyguards. Unlike those wealthy second-generation kids who preferred Michelin-starred restaurants and air-shipped ingredients, Yi Qingcheng, despite her aristocratic background, was down-to-earth when it came to food. She didn't discriminate against street-side stalls or small eateries. At that moment, she sat at a simple table outside the breakfast shop with a bowl of hot dry noodles on her left, a bowl of spicy soup on her right, and a yaodia frying breadstick in her hand, enjoying her meal with gusto. While eating, she mumbled to herself, "The beds at this hotel are no match for the comfort of lakeside villas. This time, I will definitely drive him out of Tianhai City so he can't compete with me for properties." Yi Qingcheng snorted. Originally, she had intended to stop after the previous day's events, believing that the battle between both sides could come to an end. Therefore, she had already booked a flight ticket yesterday, preparing to return to the capital city. Unexpectedly, Ziqie came back with renewed vigor, determined to challenge her once again. "Miss, you initially had a good heart and wanted to give him an out, but he doesn't know when to back down." Li Ting handed Yi Qingcheng a paper. "If that's the case, let's follow Mr. Yi's decision and drive him out of Tianhai City completely." Yi Qingcheng nodded, about to speak up when a sudden exclamation nearby interrupted her train of thought. "Wow! When did this hospital change its name?" A customer pointed to a nearby hospital, and everyone turned to look. "Qian General Hospital? What's the meaning behind this? Wasn't this hospital supposed to be the central hospital in the city?" "Oh, changing the name is no big deal." While the crowd murmured, ready to continue their meal, another customer stood up and pointed to the right. Everyone turned to look, and upon seeing the scene clearly, they were all a bit puzzled. There were 3 hospitals in the vicinity of Taihua Hotel, including 2 Western hospitals and 1 traditional Chinese hospital, and each of them had different names. However, at that moment, the building signs of all 3 hospitals displayed the name Qian General Hospital, Qian Second Hospital, and Qian Third Hospital. Changing the name of one hospital might not raise any eyebrows, but having all 3 hospitals change names simultaneously, with a uniform naming scheme, was indeed suspicious. The discussions among the crowd speculated on which major player could acquire all 3 hospitals at once. "Miss, this..." Li Ting furrowed her brows in concern. To ordinary people, this incident might seem insignificant, but to them, it held a completely different significance. 3 unrelated hospitals being acquired overnight meant something entirely different to them. Since the Yi family established a branch in Tianhai City, The city had practically become Yi family's domain. Yet now, without their knowledge, someone had made such a significant move, which was very unsettling. Call Chen Jun. Yi Ching-cheng dropped her food, picked up her phone, and was about to contact him. At that moment, Chen Chun's phone call came through first, and Yi Ching-cheng hurriedly answered it. Miss, something has happened. Chen Jun sounded panicked over the phone, having forgotten to address Yi Dong formally. 60 hospitals, including 10 top-tier hospitals, all renamed as Chun hospitals. Chen Chun's scalp was tingling at this point. Initially, he had not taken Ziqian's counterattack seriously, so he also slept soundly last night. But now, waking up to this news, it felt like the sky had fallen. Why are you so worked up? Yi Ching-cheng frowned and said, It's just that a third party is involved. Besides, is this really such a big deal? Even if all the hospitals in Tianhai City change their names together, what difference does it make? Yi Ching-cheng didn't see this as a major issue at all. At this critical moment, if a third party wants to get involved in the affairs of Tianhai City, they need to see what their intentions are. If they want to support Ziqie, then the Yi family will fight against them. It's just a matter of putting in a little extra effort and energy. No, it's not a third party. Based on the information I currently have, it's highly likely that Ziqie is behind this. Yi Ching-cheng was shocked to hear this. The renaming of dozens of hospitals in Tianhai City may not be a big deal, maybe just a change within the medical industry. But if it was indeed done by Ziqie, then it's a different story. Everything that Ziqie has done so far has been to counter the Yi family, so this matter must also be directed at the Yi family. And more importantly, does Ziqie really have the capability for this? Although Tianhai City is not small, after the medical restructuring, the number of sizable hospitals is less than 100. And now, Ziqie somehow controls over 60 hospitals in Tianhai City. This is ridiculous. Your information must be inaccurate. The current Ziqie absolutely cannot pull off something like this. After moments of silence, Yi Ching-cheng shook her head, indicating disbelief. In the past, when Ziqie was not in conflict with the Yi family, she believed he could achieve such things. After all, at that time, Ziqie was truly the #1 figure in Tianhai City, and in every field, people were proud to know him. Anything he wanted to do would have countless supporters. But now, Ziqie has been rendered powerless by the Yi family and is at a dead end, unable to survive in Tianhai City. In this situation, who would risk offending the Yi family to help him? Even the Wang family might regret not supporting him in the beginning, let alone others willing to stand by him. So Yi Ching-cheng simply doesn't believe that Ziqie is responsible for this. It's highly likely. The Qiad in the name Qian seems to be taken from Ziqian's name. Chen Jun shook his head helplessly. He didn't initially believe it, so he didn't contact Yi Ching-cheng immediately. But now, he was almost certain, so he reported the matter promptly. Qian, the Qiad from Ziqian's name. Yi Ching-cheng furrowed her brow slightly, and hearing Chen Jun say this seemed to confirm her suspicions. I still find it hard to believe. Even if he can provide substantial funding and has someone willing to help him, he's still just someone from the traditional Chinese medicine circle, and many of these hospitals are Western medicine hospitals. How could they cooperate with him? Yi Ching-cheng posed the question, and Chen Jun couldn't provide an answer. While Ziqie had won the championship in the TAE Cup medical competition, gaining significant fame in the Chinese medicine circle of Longguo. The current medical environment in Longguo had conflicting practices and medical philosophies between traditional and Western medicine. Since the two sides often clashed, how could Ziqie control the activities of the Western medical group? Investigate two things. First, why are these Western hospitals willing to listen to him? Secondly, what is his goal in acquiring 60 hospitals? Yi Ching-cheng contemplated for a moment before giving Chen Jun instructions. Understood. Chen Jun acknowledged before ending the call. Yi Ching-cheng put down her phone, having lost her appetite due to the turn of events. Qian Hospital. Is it the Tia of Tianhai City or Ziqie? Do you think that by opening hospitals, you're bestowing favors on the people of Tianhai City? You're really audacious. Yi Ching-cheng raised her head slowly and muttered softly as she gazed at a distant signboard. She had thought that Ziqie was at the end of his row, but now he stirred up another major event. However, regardless of what Ziqie does, this time, Yi Ching-cheng is determined to completely thwart any chance of resurrection for him. Director Yi, what should we do next? Secretary Li Ting asked quietly. Let's wait for Chen Jun to gather more information. I want to see what Ziqian's up to with all this fuss. Yi Ching shook her head and smiled slightly, considering the situation far less serious than others might think. She found Ziqian's focus on such meaningless matters at this critical juncture rather foolish. Therefore, she was in no hurry. At this moment, many people had realized the monumental changes happening in Tianhai City's medical system. Over half of the city's hospitals had been renamed Qian Hospital. From the main hospital beside the Taihua Hotel to the 60th hospital. This was unprecedented not only in Tianhai City, but also in the entire Longguo. It was clear to everyone that whoever accomplished this feat was not an ordinary person. Chen Jun mobilized members of the Yi family's branches and quickly found out that these 60 hospitals were indeed under Ziqian's control. The main reason was that Ziqian didn't keep it a secret. He openly declared that these 60 hospitals were his. Therefore, Chen Jun promptly reported this information to Yi Ching. Director Yi, it's confirmed that the 60 Qian hospitals are Ziqian's doing. Upon hearing Chen Chan's report, Yi Ching nodded slightly and then asked, so how did he manage to do it? Yi Ching was genuinely curious about this matter. It's understandable for traditional Chinese medicine hospitals, but why would the Western Medical Group cooperate with Ziqian? I just found out that the Western Medical Group in Tianhai City is being supported by a major boss. From the information we've gathered, it's likely that the Tianhai Wang family could be this big boss. Upon hearing this, Yi Ching was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and chuckled. She hadn't expected the Tianhai Wang family to be so well hidden, even deceiving the Yi family. At the same time, Yi Ching felt some regret. If the Wang family had joined forces with the Yi family, they would have received excellent treatment. But now, choosing to follow Ziqian, they might end up falling apart along with him. The Wang family controls the Western Medical Group in Tianhai City, combined with the influence of Liu Wenseng and Qin Heming in the Chinese medicine circle. They all work together to achieve this. Of course, this process requires substantial funding support. Ziqian recently moved all his industrial funds, probably to carry out this plan. Chen Jun reported truthfully, adding his speculation. Yi Ching nodded. So, what is his goal? I'm not sure for now. Yi Ching furrowed her brows upon hearing what Chen Jun said. Hospitals not accepting patients anymore. What kind of logic is that? She pondered for a moment and figured out Ziqian's intentions. She felt that Ziqian was trying to create pressure on her using this method, which came from different angles. I understand, Yi Ching said confidently. We don't need to intervene this time. He will play himself to his own demise. Chen Jun was perplexed by Ziqian's actions and didn't understand the purpose behind them. It can only be said that he is too naive. Yi Ching continued. Notify this afternoon that we don't need to bother with him. Let him play by himself. This time, we probably don't need to take action. He will dig his own grave. Understood, Chen Jun responded before hanging up the phone. Ignoring him? How can we ignore this? Chen Jun huffed, determined to dismantle all of Ziqian's industries completely. Mr. Chen, let's follow Miss Yi's arrangements, his assistant suggested. Or maybe inform Mr. Yi as well. No need to ask. Mr. Yi has said before that no matter the cost, we must get rid of Ziqian by any means necessary, Chen Jun affirmed. All right, the assistant nodded and did not say more. Meanwhile, Chen Jun had already picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Liu, it's me. Just finished talking to Mr. Yi on the phone, discussing the medical system in Tianhai City. Ziqian's actions are very inappropriate, so I suggest. Chen Jun continued talking as he entered the bedroom. At this time, at the lakeside villa, Ziqian was in his black pajamas, feeding black wine in the yard. Lu and Jinya was worried that black wine wouldn't eat or drink without seeing Ziqian, so she arranged for him to be brought here. Ziqian, why are you up so early? Lu and Jinya, just waking up, walked out rubbing her eyes. Ziqian had been unconscious for the past 2 days, and she couldn't eat or sleep well. However, she finally had a restful sleep last night, so she woke up a bit late. Why not sleep a bit more? Ziqian continued feeding black wine. I'm fully awake. Lu and Jinya yawned, picked up her phone absent-mindedly, and checked it. What's going on? The medical industry in Tianhai City has changed. Lu and Jinya's friends had sent messages and videos discussing the sudden renaming of over half of the city's hospitals to the Qian Hospital. Ziqian remained calm despite Lu and Jinya's frenzied reaction. Qian, Tian, wow. Luan Jinya exclaimed, suddenly widening her eyes. Zitia, don't tell me this was your doing. She remembered that when Gold Sincere Company closed down and they were planning to start a new company, Zitia had mentioned the name before. Considering the discussion Zitia had with Chen Heming and Wan Tanhai yesterday, it seemed highly likely that Zitia was involved. Otherwise, Ziqian's response already hinted at the answer. Good job. I knew you had a backup plan. Luan Jinyao took a deep breath, then said, but what's the significance of doing this? If these cards were kept hidden, they could have been a surprise at a critical moment. By revealing them so openly now, aren't you just handing them over to the enemy? I'm afraid he won't strike, Ziqia smirked. This is just bait. Date. Luan Jinyao was even more puzzled. Wasn't this Ziqian's trump card? Why did it sound different when he spoke about it? Before Luan Jinyao could ask further, Ziqian's phone rang in the living room. Luan Jinyao hurried over and handed the phone to Zitia. After a brief conversation, Zitia smiled. Understood. Let's cooperate with them. Zitia nodded before hanging up. As expected, the bait was taken. Zitia, just tell me, how are you planning to handle this, please? Luan Jinyao grabbed Ziqian's arm, shaking it back and forth. You'll know soon. Zitia glanced at the time, indicating that the show was just beginning. Meanwhile, news of the renaming of 60 hospitals in Tianhai City had spread widely, and everyone soon learned that it was all Ziqian's doing. People in Tianhai City are divided in their opinions. Some saw it as a signal for a counterattack, while others thought Ziqian's move was foolish. The Yi family was discussing how to eliminate Zitia, but now he had exposed all his industries, making it easy for them to strike. Many speculated that the Yi family would target Ziqian's exposed industries. As expected, shortly after the news spread, relevant departments in Tianhai City mobilized and headed to the gates of Tian Hospital. These departments all hold the primary authority in managing medical institutions. Any hospital subjected to their strict scrutiny would face a disaster. Hey, trying to challenge me? At this moment, Chen Jun was watching the progress with a cold smile. Lu Gang and others sitting beside him also had smiles on their faces. Zitia is too naive. He thought he could compete with us by presenting 60 hospitals. I have to say, he's really foolish. Logically speaking, with control over 60 hospitals, one would essentially control the entire medical system of Tianhai City. However, the key point was that Zitia was facing the Yi family this time. Given the Yi family's position in the medical community of Longwo and the powerful force behind them, Ziqian's attempt to resist with 60 hospitals was simply a delusion. Just as now, Chen Jun only needed to make a few phone calls casually to give Zitia a hard time. Does he think he can call the shots in Tianhai City? He's mistaken. From the moment he confronted the Yi family, he was wrong. Chen Chun's smile was brilliant as he noticed the full cooperation from various departments in Tianhai City regarding this matter. Whatever Chen Jun said, they would do. This made Chen Jun feel confident that these individuals also understood that Tianhai City would be under his rule in the future, so naturally, they would follow his arrangements. Thinking about the future where he would have the final say in Tianhai City, Chen Jun felt extremely pleased and couldn't help but feel a bit floaty. Mr. Chen is right. Ziqia is not only foolish but also stupid, never having done anything right. Lu Gang laughed. As for now, since Mr. Chen has already arranged everything, let's just sit back and enjoy the show, haha. I estimate that many people in Tianhai City are waiting to see the joke, just like us. Laughter filled the room as everyone's mood was joyful since this battle had essentially sealed their victory. Soon they would be able to share the fruits of their triumph, and they were eagerly anticipating it. Mr. Chen, something has happened. Just then, Chen Chun's assistant hurriedly entered. What happened? Chen Jun coldly asked. What could have happened? Did Ziqia succumb to pressure and commit suicide? His words sparked laughter inside the room again. However, when Chen Jun noticed the grim expression on his assistant's face, his smile slowly faded. What's going on? 5 minutes ago, Tian General Hospital issued a public statement. Due to unavoidable circumstances, starting today, Tian General Hospital and its 59 branch hospitals are collectively closed. We will cooperate with the relevant departments and reopen once everything is settled. After the assistant finished speaking, Chen Jun and the others fell into a brief silence. Are you saying that all 60 Tian hospitals have been closed? Chen Jun frowned. Yes, The assistant nodded in response. Ha ha, Ziqian is quite self-aware this time, saving us the trouble. Lu Gang still hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation and laughed again. But by doing this, isn't he putting us in hot water? Chen Jun frowned and asked. This, Lu Gang immediately stopped laughing. According to the announcement, their closure was portrayed as a forced decision. In this way, wasn't the blame pointing towards Chen Jun and the entire Yi family branch? What is he up to? Chen Jun rubbed his chin, pondering. From the beginning, Chen Jun had not intended to close Ziqian's hospitals, just thinking of causing him some trouble. Because medical institutions were different from other commercial industries, they involved people's livelihoods. Despite his boldness, Chen Jun wouldn't dare to seal all 60 hospitals. But now, Ziqian voluntarily shut them down. What was his plan? What does Ziqian intend to achieve by doing this? After going through so much trouble to acquire 60 hospitals, rebrand them all, and then close them all, what does he want? A middle-aged man frowned, finding it hard to understand. Come with me to see Miss Yi. Chen Jun stood up. Originally, he wanted to resolve these matters independently, but the current situation was beyond his control. He needed to report to Yi Qingcheng and follow her instructions. At this moment, Tianhai City had exploded. In today's medical environment, almost every hospital was crowded. Tianhai City was no exception. With 60 hospitals closing simultaneously, not only could they not accept new patients, but the existing patients had to leave as well. Such irresponsible behavior would surely anger the people. Yi Qingcheng, accompanied by Chen Jun and others, was now on a street, observing the situation of two hospitals in the distance. The two hospitals had closed their gates, and outside sat many patients in hospital gowns. We were hospitalized when we received notice that the hospital would temporarily close. We had to leave, but we are still sick. The scene was filled with cries of distress, and many around were taking photos with their phones. Yi Qingcheng observed the scene with a dark expression, clenching her fists tightly. Ziqian is truly despicable. He wants to create a sensational event in this way and put us in a tough situation. But how is his approach any different from playing with people's lives? Yi Qingcheng was seething with anger, having never detested a person as much as she did at this moment. To drive the Yi family, he expelled tens of thousands of patients from hospitals. How despicable! Bastard! Feeling angrier by the second, Yi Qingcheng dialed Ziqian's number. Ziqian, you jerk! As soon as he answered, she erupted. Don't show this crazy side to me. I won't tolerate it. Ziqian remained indifferent. Do you have any humanity left? How could you close down so many hospitals at once? Not only are you refusing patients, but you're also kicking out patients who were already admitted. Is this something a human does? Yi Qingcheng was furious. Never had she despised a person so much before. You brought this upon yourself. The closure of these hospitals was also at your behest, right? Isn't this current situation exactly what you desired? Ziqian's tone was laced with a mocking edge. Nonsense. Yi Qingcheng was beyond angry. She hadn't given any instructions upon knowing about this matter. If you are ignorant, I suggest you ask your subordinates what they did. Don't come to me acting crazy about everything without understanding the situation. Ziqian cut the call. You. Yi Qingcheng was dumbfounded for a moment, then turned to Chen Jun. What have you done? Are you involved in the closure of these hospitals? Yi Qingcheng's tone was chilling, causing Chen Chun's face to turn pale with fear. Chen Jun stuttered hesitantly, unable to speak. If you dare deceive me even half a word, I will kill you. Yi Qingcheng grabbed Chen Jun by the collar, trembling with anger throughout her body. Miss, I didn't order them to shut down. Just what? Speak up. Chen Jun explained in a low voice. I just contacted some staff from relevant departments to check on their qualifications and such. You scoundrel, who gave you the authority to do that? Huh, wasn't I told not to worry about this matter? Yi Qingcheng shouted in anger, raising her hand and delivering a slap. Smack. The slap made Chen Jun take 2 steps back, lowering his head in silence. No matter what means you used before to deal with Ziqian's industry, I remain silent. But do you know what a hospital is? It is an institution that is vital to people's lives. How dare you meddle with it? How many brains do you have? At this moment, Yi Qingcheng couldn't control the anger in her heart. She knew that Chen Jun might not have intended to shut down the hospital, but by sending various departments to inspect qualifications, wasn't he clearly provoking trouble? Ziqian's attitude was straightforward. I can't afford to provoke your Yi family. Can I still hi? Now, Zitia had disappeared, taking 60 hospitals with him, leaving Yi Ching-cheng and her group panicked. Miss Yi, Zitia is clearly trying to frame us, but actually, he wants to close it down himself, Lu Gang interjected. Shaking her head helplessly, Yi Ching-cheng didn't want to engage in a lengthy discussion with Lu Gang at this moment. Even if they exposed everything, the fact that Chen Jun deliberately sent people to cause trouble was undeniable. Since it was the truth, it could be exploited. Zitia would be held accountable, but the Yi family would definitely not escape unscathed. Stop the nonsense. Now, arrange for the hospitals to take in these patients and continue their treatment. Yi Ching-cheng took a deep breath. She didn't want to speculate on Ziqian's intentions now. She just wanted to quickly settle these patients. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Yes, Chen Jun replied and took out his phone to make a call. At that moment, several media vehicles from Tianhai City arrived at high speed. As the vehicles stopped, numerous reporters got out, some carrying cameras, others holding microphones, documenting the scene. Hello, viewers. We are now at the location of Tian 7 Hospital and Tian 8 Hospital. You can see that many patients are sitting outside. The reporters began their live broadcast on site. Surprisingly, as the patients in hospital gowns saw the media reporters, they stood up agilely and surrounded the reporters. I am a patient at this hospital. We were receiving good treatment, but someone came and forced the hospital to shut down, kicking us out. Yes, it's the same here. The doctors wanted to treat us, but they were stopped. It's those people from the Yi family. They revoked the medical license of Dr. Liu Wenseng before, and now they've shut down the hospital. The Yi family is too arrogant. If you don't obey them, they want to harm you. Yi Ching-cheng was stunned by the statements of these patients. She couldn't believe they weren't prearranged. Ridiculous. These must be hired actors by Zitia. They are talking nonsense. Chen Jun seethed with anger. He wanted to reason with them, but held himself back. If he went over now, he would be torn apart by the patients in an instant, and the media would target him. Are they talking nonsense? Yi Ching-cheng's question left Chen Jun speechless. He couldn't deny that he had used means against the hospitals. Moreover, he was well aware of the injustice that Dr. Liu Wenseng had faced. Therefore, he couldn't argue back. Ziqia has played his cards well. Yi Ching-cheng sighed softly. She now understood Ziqian's true intentions. He was sacrificing himself to take down the Yi family, a final showdown. Even with this media storm, he aimed to direct the blame toward the Yi family. The consequences for the Yi family once this storm started were unimaginable. Contact the major media outlets and suppress this matter. I will contact the capital, Yi Ching-cheng said, as she inhaled deeply. She understood that this matter must not spread. Otherwise, the repercussions for the Yi family would be dire. After explaining the situation concisely over the phone, Yi Ching-cheng hung up, knowing when to act. At this moment, their priority was to contain the situation and punish Zitia later. What about these patients? 60 hospitals, thousands of patients. Yi Ching-cheng expressed her concern. What does it have to do with us? Zitia brought this upon himself. Let him handle it himself. We, the Yi family, will not get involved, Yi Wenchen stated before promptly ending the call. He knew exactly when and what actions to take. In situations like this, their immediate concern was to prevent the matter from escalating, at least not reaching the capital. Once the situation calmed down, they would deal with Zitia properly. Yi Ching-cheng put down her phone and glanced back at the hospital. She understood that Yi Wenchen's decision was to suppress the public opinion, not to resolve the matter. The fate of these patients was not something the Yi family would address. However, she couldn't bear it in her heart. Lugang, you're in charge of coordinating with major hospitals to properly accommodate these patients. I will personally cover all the costs incurred during this process, including their subsequent treatment, Yi Ching-cheng said before turning to leave. Unable to alter Yi Wenchen's decision and knowing that the Yi family wouldn't spend money or effort on this matter, Yi Ching-cheng took it upon herself to handle the aftermath. At this moment, the city of Tianhai is completely chaotic. No one expected that faced with the targeting of the Yi family, Ziqian's first choice was to lie low and let things deteriorate. You're targeting my industry, then I'll let you target it. You want to shut down my industries, then I'll shut them all down for you to see. This caused panic not only in the Yi family, but also among many people in Tianhai City. Those who were waiting to see Ziqian make a fool of himself were also panicking. Why? Because the closure of hospitals would affect the vital interests of many people. Even if we don't talk about anything else, just look at the immediate issue at hand. After the closure of the hospitals, all industries related to them will be greatly affected, with 60 hospitals requiring countless medical supplies daily. Now with the closure, the supply has become zero, causing panic among many. People are like this. When things don't concern them, they can easily sit back and watch the show. But once it involves themselves, no one can remain calm, and there is no mood to enjoy the spectacle. In short, Ziqian's actions have stirred up Tianhai City completely and pulled many people down with him. Even those who were laughing at him in the morning found themselves looking at closed hospital doors by noon, having to find another place for treatment. Suddenly, no one found it amusing anymore, and everyone was full of complaints. Under the deliberate guidance of some people, the blame was shifted to the Yi family, and all the grievances were poured onto them. In just the morning, the reputation of the Yi family plummeted in the eyes of the people. Wang family mansion. In the room, Ziqia sat in the lead. Sitting on both sides below were Wang Tonhai, Qin Hemming, and old Master Wang. They were conversing. Mr. Z, there are many people cursing us outside, but there are even more cursing the Yi family, Wang Tonhai said with a touch of emotion, lifting his teacup. The fact that the Western medical community in Tianhai City was controlled by the Wang family was no secret to Wang Tonhai. He was aware of Ziqian's method of dealing with dozens of hospitals in advance. But what he didn't expect was the way Ziqia chose to proceed. Mr. Z, though our method of stirring up trouble hasn't had the desired effect yet, but our actions will lead to misunderstandings, and many ordinary people will criticize us, Wang Tonhai said, but Ziqia remained silent. Qin Hemming, who was sitting beside him, shook his head and smiled lightly. Wang Tonhai didn't understand Ziqian's past, but Qin Hemming did. Worldly conventions couldn't bind Ziqia, and the judgments of outsiders had no impact on him. He simply did what he wanted to do. As for how others evaluated him, he didn't care at all. Mr. Z, I am also puzzled about one thing, Qin Hemming asked respectfully. You could have used many other methods to deal with the Yi family. Why did you choose this way, which is more time-consuming and laborious? In Qin Hemming's opinion, even if Ziqia had only regained memories of his adult life, he had changed a lot. He had numerous means to suppress the Yi family. Ziqia glanced at him without any intention to explain. Qin Hemming was stunned, and his face reddened as he lowered his head. He remembered when he followed Feng Lin, listening to Ziqian's teachings. Ziqia had this kind of personality. If a disciple asked a certain question, he would remain silent, not because he didn't understand but because the question was too basic and didn't need an answer. Xiaoshen's look just now made Qin Hemming understand that the question he asked was too foolish. I think Mr. Zhao's focus this time is not on dealing with the Yi family. Or, dealing with the Yi family is just incidental? At this moment, old Master Wang, who had not spoken, expressed his opinion. He had some speculations in his mind, but he couldn't be entirely sure. This medical environment should change. Ziqian's words instantly confirmed old Master Wang's speculation. Exactly. Old Master Wang nodded earnestly. The chaos in the medical industry was severe, and over-treatment had become the norm. Medicines were produced, but people couldn't afford them, which was even more tragic. Perhaps Ziqian's move was aimed at making changes throughout the medical circle from top to bottom. Of course, this was just old Master Wang's guess. Only Ziqian knew his true intentions. Next, Wang Tonhai was about to speak when the noisy commotion outside interrupted him. Step aside. I want to see Ziqia. With the tumultuous noise, the door of the reception room was pushed open. Following that, Lu Jinya strode in angrily, heading straight for Ziqia. Ziqia, I have something to discuss with you, Lu Jinya said with a hint of coldness in her tone. Qin Hemming frowned slightly, very unhappy with Lu Jinya's attitude. But considering what Lu Jinya had done recently, he remained silent for the time being. Speak, Ziqia nodded. Why did you shut down so many hospitals? It's one thing to close down hospitals, but why are you refusing to see patients? Lu Jinya's tone was filled with questions. There are many hospitals in Tianhai City, Ziqia said calmly, lifting his teacup. I decline to see them. They can go to the hospitals controlled by the Yi family branches. Fine. But what about the patients who were already in the hospital? Why did you drive them out? Your actions are so irresponsible. Lu Jinya grew angrier as she spoke. She never expected Ziqia to behave like this now. Lu, Wan Tonghai wanted to speak, but the word stuck in his throat. He was unsure if he should say something. Who should I be responsible to? Zichia asked softly. You should be responsible to those patients, but now you are hurting people. Lu Jingyao glared angrily at Zichia. You killed the Lin family father and son, injured Chen Liren and Chen Hanyu. I can understand that as seeking revenge, but these patients are innocent. They have nothing to do with you. Why are you treating them like this? Zichia and Lu Jingyao locked eyes for 2 seconds. Then his gaze softened slightly. You misunderstand this matter, actually. Lu Jingyao interrupted. What did I misunderstand? I saw those patients being driven out and sitting outside the hospital waiting to die. Zichia, I never expected you to be like this. You have disappointed me. As she spoke, Zichian's calm look gradually turned cold and indifferent. Am I like this? I have always been like this. You just didn't understand me before. Zichian's indifferent attitude made Lu Jingyao even angrier. You can't do this. By doing so, patients cannot get timely and effective treatment. They will die, whether others live or die. What does it have to do with me? Zichia asked indifferently. You, Zichia, you bastard! Lu Jingyao shouted angrily. How dare you? Chen Hemming slammed the table and stood up. Lu Jingyao, you are too audacious. He initially wanted to stay out of it, considering Lu Jingyao's genuine feelings towards Zichia. However, Lu Jingyao became increasingly excessive, and he couldn't just sit by anymore. In the past, for just those few sentences Lu Jingyao hurled at Zichia, she would have lost her life 10 times over. I am audacious today. What are you going to do? Kill me? Lu Jingyao gritted her teeth. You. Chen Hemming fiercely clenched his fists, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Step back. Zichia frowned slightly. Chen Hemming gritted his teeth but had to sit down obediently. I'll say it again. Regardless of the hatred between you and the Yi family, those patients are innocent. You shouldn't use them as pawns to deal with the Yi family. So, Zichia, you must give me an explanation for this matter. Lu Jingyao looked back at Zichia again, unable to bear watching this unfold with her kind heart. Explanation? Who do I, Zichia, need to explain to? You. Lu Jingyao stood still on the spot, feeling a deep sense of unfamiliarity with the Zichia in front of her. Zichia got up slowly with an indifferent gaze, straightened his clothes, and walked out. Zichia, stop. Lu Jingyao took a few steps forward to go after him. Miss Lu, please wait. At that moment, Mr. Wan furrowed his brows and stood up. Lu Jingyao turned to look at Mr. Wan and eventually stopped. Since yesterday, when Mr. Wan agreed to exchange the Wang family ancestral home for Zichian's safety, Lu Jingyao had respected Mr. Wan immensely. Mr. Wang, are you also supporting what Zichia is doing? Lu Jingyao gritted her teeth. When someone does wrong, a true friend should point it out rather than blindly support it. Mr. Wan moved his mouth, wanting to say something, but eventually shook his head and sighed without saying much. Miss Lu, please calm down for now, Mr. Wan said, looking at Wan Tonghai before following Zichian's steps. Jingyao, please sit down. Wan Tonghai stopped Lu Jingyao once again and handed her a glass of water. Uncle Wan, Dr. Chin, do you also know about this matter? I don't want to hear your reasons or excuses. In any case, this should not have been done this way. Chen Hemming and Wan Tonghai exchanged looks, both feeling somewhat helpless. They knew Lu Jingyao's intentions were good. This sense of justice, her outspokenness, was the brightest spot on Lu Jingyao. Jingyao, you misunderstood Mr. Z. Wan Tonghai gently shook his head. Originally, this matter was supposed to be kept secret within their group. The fewer people who knew the better. However, considering Lu Jingyao's temperament, if she wasn't told, who knew what she might have done? Where did I misunderstand him? Lu Jingyao scoffed. Just looking at this matter, she felt Zichia was in the wrong. In fact, Wan Tonghai was about to speak, but was interrupted by a light cough from Chen Hemming. You say what he did was wrong, but where did he go wrong? Chen Hemming leaned back in his chair, determined to debate right from wrong with Lu Jingyao today. Are those innocent patients affected? Is that right? Lu Jingyao countered. What the Yi family did, Mr. Z merely carried out as they wished. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame the Yi family. Chen Hemming replied calmly. But can he say that the life and death of those people have nothing to do with him? Lu Jingyao furrowed her brows. Did he say that wrong? Does anyone else's life have anything to do with Mr. Z? Does Mr. Z owe them, or does he have an obligation to take care of them? Chen Hemming asked 3 consecutive questions, not waiting for Lu Jingya's response, and continued, when Mr. Z was maliciously defamed, unfairly treated, suppressed by the Yi family, did those people help him? Did anyone step in to help him? Lu Jingya fell silent. I haven't seen anyone help him. I even saw countless people waiting to mock and ridicule him. So, does Mr. Z have any obligation to take care of their lives? Who has the right to morally blackmail him? Chen Hemming's words made Lu Jingya even more silent. But, Lu Jingya hesitated, but she still felt that what Zitia had done in the past few days was ruthless to the point of being frightening. There is nothing to say. Mr. Z doesn't owe anyone, and he has no obligation to take care of anyone. But he did take care of it. You just didn't listen to his explanation. Chen Hemming shook his head slightly. He knew Ziqian's character very well. He never stooped to explain himself to anyone. But Lu Jingya had left a mark on Zitia, so what Zitia wanted to tell her earlier was interrupted by Lu Jingya's emotional outburst, to the point where she expressed extreme disappointment in him. He took care of it? How did he take care of it? Lu Jingya raised her head to ask. Chen Hemming didn't say anything but glanced at Wang Tonghai. Jinyao, Dr. Chen is right. Mr. Z has no obligation to take care of anyone, but he is not the person you think he is. Yesterday evening, a few of us, along with Zhang Kai, already relocated all the patients from these hospitals to other hospitals and out-of-province hospitals, and Mr. Z covered all their subsequent medical expenses. You shouldn't blame Mr. Z. Those patients were just relocated, but they received free medical treatment afterward, and they are grateful to Mr. Z. Wang Tonghai's words left Lu Jingya wide-eyed with shock. Ziqia did so much behind her back. Considering the difficulty and resources expended in handling this matter, it was something that few could accomplish in Tianhai City, not even Yi Qingcheng. Ziqia had planned this meticulously in advance and had substantial financial support to pull off everything in one night, but Lu Jingya's face flushed with shame and regret. Do you understand? Chen Hemming asked lightly. I understand. Lu Jingya's face turned even redder. Chen Hemming sighed inwardly. According to his previous understanding of Ziqia, Ziqia probably wouldn't do something so troublesome, as he truly didn't care about those people's lives. It could only be said that the 2 years of life and experiences in Tianhai City had, indeed, brought some changes to Ziqia. Actually, he should have told me. Then I wouldn't have misunderstood him. Lu Jinyao muttered softly. Jinyao, this matter was supposed to be kept secret. The fewer people who know about it, the better, Wang Tonghai explained. Lu Jingya sighed. But by doing so, those who don't know the situation will condemn him. Do you think he cares about others' opinions and judgments? Chen Hemming shook his head. Once the matter is done, it's done. Let others judge the right and wrong. Ziqia won't care about how he is judged. Then why did he treat me with such an attitude? Cold and unyielding, saying he doesn't need to explain to anyone. Why don't you consider what attitude you have towards him? Trust him, and no explanation is needed. Don't trust him, and he won't bother explaining. Chen Hemming's words left Lu Jinya speechless. Actually, you've known each other for so long, and you've experienced hardships together. You should believe in his character. This sentence made Lu Jinya feel ashamed. Her face flushed red like a ripe apple. I was wrong. I'll go apologize to him now. Lu Jinya stood up and walked towards the door. Jinya isn't malicious. This girl has a good heart. Wang Tonghai commented as he watched Lu Jinya walk away. Indeed, Chen Hemming nodded in agreement. Although she made some impulsive mistakes, being able to admit her faults and change is better than those who don't repent. But Dr. Chen, what's the situation with Mr. Z? I also noticed that he seemed like a different person after waking up this time. Wang Tonghai paused and added, including this plan, he made significant changes compared to what we originally anticipated. He hasn't changed. He just remembered some things from before. Chen Hemming narrowed his eyes, recalling what his master had told him, feeling a bit conflicted. He didn't know if Ziqian's current changes were good or bad. Additionally, no one, besides Ziqia himself, knew to what extent he had recovered. So, for Chen Hemming, using his previous impressions of Ziqia was no longer appropriate. Chen Hemming couldn't easily speculate about Ziqian's thoughts now. Remembered some things, Wang Tonghai pondered for 2 seconds, then lightly nodded without continuing to ask. At this moment, Lu Jinya had caught up to the door and happened to meet Wang's elder. Understood now. The old man Wang asked with a smile. Mr. Wang, it's not right of you to keep me in the dark like this. Lu Jinya murmured with a blush. Ha ha, it's not important, Mr. Wang laughed, as long as misunderstandings are resolved. Where's Ziqie? Lu Jinya hurriedly asked. Just left, Mr. Wang pointed outside. Oh well, not even waiting for me. He's probably really upset. I have to rush and apologize to him. Goodbye, Mr. Wang. Lu Jinya stamped her foot in frustration and quickly drove off to catch up. At this moment, Ziqie was speeding down the road in his car. In fact, he wasn't truly upset with Lu Jinya. After all, they had known each other for a long time, and he understood Lu Jinyao's character well. Naturally, he knew Lu Jinyao meant no harm. He had already discussed all the matters with Wan Tonghai and the others, so there was no need for him to stay any longer. Plus, Ziqie had something more important to do now. The pill that helped him regain his memory was given to him by Elder Chen, but after regaining his memory, Ziqie hadn't contacted Elder Chen. It was because Ziqie had so many things to handle on his end. He couldn't find the time. Now that his plan was set in motion and going as he intended, he decided to let things play out for a while. He wanted to utilize the free time to meet with Elder Chen. After all, he had many questions he wanted answers from Elder Chen. Over an hour later, Ziqie arrived at Chen's village. Parking his car outside the ancestral home of the Chen family, he walked towards the main door. Currently, the front gate of the ancestral home was tightly closed, giving the appearance of being unoccupied. Grandpa, are you home? Ziqie knocked on the door and called out. After waiting for a few seconds with no response, Ziqie pushed the door, and it swung open. Thinking that Elder Chen might be resting or visiting a neighbor, Ziqie prepared to wait in the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Ziqie noticed a half pot of tea on the table, along with several teacups. It seemed like someone had just been drinking tea. After a moment's contemplation, Ziqie turned to look at the main door of the hall. The double doors were slightly ajar, and the door latch was gently swaying. Ziqie stared at the swaying latch for a few seconds before walking towards the hall. Opening the door, he found the hall empty as well. His gaze then landed on the closed door to the left, which probably led to a bedroom. Dang. Dang. Ziqie knocked on the door. The room was very quiet, with no sound coming from inside. Ziqie grasped the doorknob and tried to turn it, but the door wouldn't budge. It had been locked from the inside. Open the door, Ziqie said calmly. This time, his tone was low and filled with coldness, unlike when he was calling out for Elder Chen earlier. 3, 2, Ziqie started counting down. Ting. When the countdown ended, Ziqie raised his foot and kicked forcefully. The powerful force caused the locked ton to break the wooden door frame, and the door swung open. Inside the room, Ziqie saw a group of people with fearful expressions. Chen Lianhu, Wang Qifang, and several other members of the Chen family. Ziqian's gaze swept over each of their faces, a playful cold smile curling his lips. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. At this moment, Wang Qifang and the group were extremely nervous and frightened. After joining the Yi family branch with Chen Liren, they had returned to live in Tianhai City. However, after Chen Liren and Chen Hanyu had an accident and were hospitalized, they knew the situation was dire, and the Yi family would not be able to protect them. So, they had returned to Chen's village to lay low, as they didn't want to end up like Chen Liren. They were drinking tea in the courtyard moments ago, but upon hearing Ziqian's voice, they quickly hid. They never expected Ziqie to find them so quickly at Chen's village. At this moment, each of them was filled with nervous fear, hiding here to avoid trouble from Ziqie. But who knew Ziqie had no intention of letting them go and had chased them all the way to Chen's village. Ziqie. Everyone forced a smile and shouted Ziqian's name. What are you hiding from? Ziqie teased. The crowd fell silent. What were they hiding from? Could they not hide? They had witnessed with their own eyes at the hospital the broken legs of Chen Liren and Chen Hanyu. According to the doctors, the injuries of these two were extremely severe. Even with the best treatment, they would have to rely on crutches for the rest of their lives. And Chen Liren had warned them not to oppose Ziqie anymore. Although Chen Liren didn't make it explicit, they guessed the fate of Ling Wan and his son. So, Wang Qifang and the others were truly afraid, wanting to stay far away from Ziqie. This ominous presence. You are hiding from me because guilty conscience needs no accuser, Ziqie said with a cold smile. He had originally intended to settle the matters with the Yi family first before dealing with the Chen family members. But, since they had crossed paths today, it was a good time to resolve this issue. Ziqie, let's go see the old master. Chen Liu stepped forward reluctantly to explain. Among these people, only Chen Liu had an ordinary relationship with Ziqiang, but even then, it was just ordinary. The relationship between Ziqiang and the others could be described as extremely hostile. Ziqiang had lived in the Chen family for over 2 years, and only the old master and Chen Liu did not mock or insult Ziqiang. Without exception, everyone else in the Chen family looked down upon Ziqiang. So in the current situation, only Chen Liu could barely exchange a few words with Ziqiang. Where is the old master? Ziqiang asked. He has gone out for something, not at home, Chen Liu answered truthfully. But after answering, he regretted it immediately. They were fully aware that in the large Chen family, only the old master had a certain level of friendship with Ziqiang. So if the old master was present, at least they would be safe. But now that Ziqiang knew the old master was not at home, how would he treat them? Indeed, when the crowd saw the cold smile on Ziqiang's lips, they all started to complain. Get out! Ziqiang glanced at Chen Liu. Whether in the past or present, Ziqiang was always clear about his grievances. His words made everyone in the room shudder. When Chen Liu stood still without moving, he knew that the actions of the Chen family members in the past were wrong. But even if they were wrong, they were still his family. How could he really abandon them? Hehe. Ziqiang shook his head lightly. If Chen Liu wanted to interfere, it depended on whether he had enough face. If you don't leave, then don't leave. Let's settle our accounts together. Ziqiang casually pulled a chair and sat at the door. The heart rates of the Chen family members in the room were accelerating nervously. They were nervous and scared. Previously, when they saw Ziqiang, they only felt disgust and disdain, even showing it without any disguise. But now, facing Ziqiang, all they felt was nervousness and fear, emotions they couldn't hide. Ziqiang, haven't you already settled issues with the Chen family? You also broke Big Brother Liren's leg, a member of the Chen family dared to ask. Yet, we had no problems between us. Chen Liren insisted on joining the Yi family. It has nothing to do with us. Everyone nodded, quickly shifting the blame onto Chen Liren. Ziqiang quietly watched them as they spoke. The issues with the Chen family had indeed been resolved before, but that was Ziqiang's mindset 2 days ago. Now, Ziqiang was different. As everyone spoke, they noticed Ziqiang's gaze was different, and they all fell silent. Are you finished? Ziqiang asked calmly. Yes. Yes, we're finished, everyone nodded. Then kneel down. I also have something to say, so kneel and listen. With these words, everyone in the room froze. Ziqiang was being so brazen now. When they heard what Chen Liu said in the hospital, they did not think much of it. But seeing Ziqiang now, they truly felt his arrogance and haughtiness. Ziqiang, regardless, they are your seniors in the Chen family. Chen Liu whispered. Who is my senior? Ziqiang asked mockingly. There were many older people in the world. Did he have to regard all of them as his seniors? Ziqiang, that's enough. Wan Qifang gritted her teeth. We might have misunderstood you initially, but you were truly useless back then, so it's not entirely our fault. As the saying goes, the nature is easy to change but the character is hard to change. At this moment, Wan Qifang clearly didn't realize her mistake. What did you say? Come in front of me and say it. Ziqiang glanced at Wan Qifang. Wan Qifang hesitated, then walked in front of Ziqiang with a frown. I said our attitude towards you. It's not entirely our fault. As the saying goes, it takes two to tango. And you, I don't need your excuses. Before Wan Qifang could finish, Ziqiang slapped her. Smack. The crisp sound echoed in the room. Wan Qifang covered her face with one hand, pointing at Ziqiang with the other, scolding loudly. I'm hitting back at you. Ziqiang slapped her again, this time with more force, causing Wan Qifang to spin in place before sitting on the ground with a thud. Ah, you devil, how dare you hit me? I used to be your mother-in-law, and you dare to lay hands on me. I can't live anymore. Wan Qifang sat on the ground, legs apart, clapping her hands up and down, crying and wailing. Do you want to go live with Chen Liren in the hospital? Ziqiang looked at Wan Qifang's legs. Wan Qifang instantly fell silent, then got up obediently and distanced herself from Ziqiang. At this moment, the Chen family members felt utter despair. The dragon had encountered mockery in shallow waters, and the tiger had been bullied on the plains. When Ziqiang was encountering mockery in shallow waters, Wan Qifang and her people insulted him to the extreme. But at that time, The Chen family members never expected that Zitia had the ability to soar to the sky. Now, it was truly too late for regrets. Zitia, we know we were wrong. This time, we truly know we were wrong. Someone started to apologize, and others followed suit. In the past, they always felt that as long as Elder Chen was there, Zitia would never lay a hand on them no matter what they did. So they repeatedly acted recklessly and crossed Ziqian's boundaries time and time again. They thought Zitia would at most scold them a bit, but couldn't do anything more to them. However, the incident of Chen Liren and Chen Hanyu breaking their legs completely shattered all their illusions. Once their illusions were shattered, they finally felt fear. Kneel down and listen to me, Zitia repeated this sentence. After a few seconds of silence from the Chen family members, they ultimately nodded with bitterness. There is a saying, what goes around, comes around. The consequences of their actions, they must taste and bear them on their own. I'm sorry. Chen Li sighed deeply, and then took the lead in kneeling down. After hesitating for a few seconds, the other Chen family members had no choice but to face reality and kneel down before Zitia. When their knees touched the cold ground, their emotions became extremely complicated. They never imagined that even though they had hidden here, they happened to run into Zitia. Just like how they never thought that the son-in-law they once casually humiliated could one day switch positions and return the humiliation in a way that they had previously done to Zitia. I'm sorry, we were wrong. Please forgive us for the sake of Elder Chen. Everyone began apologizing earnestly, with sincere eyes and tones. Just as Zitia was about to speak, footsteps suddenly approached from outside. Zitia. Immediately after, Lu Jinya rushed over and hugged Zitia. What are you doing? Zitia frowned slightly. Zitia. Don't kill anyone. Please don't kill anyone. I was wrong to misunderstand you just now. I'm sorry. Please don't kill anyone. Lu Jingya kept apologizing while clinging to Zitia, thinking that Zitia was upset and seeking trouble with the Chen family members. Although I don't know why you've become like this, matters of life are not trivial. Lu Jingya whispered in Ziqian's ear nervously, genuinely afraid that Zitia would kill the people from the Chen family. She was certain that if that happened, Zitia would definitely face severe legal consequences. Zitia nodded slightly and pushed away Lu Jingya. Then, after glancing at the Chen family members, he slowly stood up to leave. If you have the ability, go challenge the Yi family. Bullying us is nothing. At that moment, Wang Qiufang on the ground couldn't help but mutter a sentence. Are you stupid? Chen Li angrily grabbed Wang Qiufang's collar, slapped her hard multiple times. The slaps caused Wang Qiufang's nose to bleed profusely, making her head buzz, rendering her unable to speak. Ziqia. I'm sorry. She's just being stupid. Please don't mind her. Chen Li quickly apologized to Ziqia after hitting Wang Qiufang. It's okay. You think the Yi family is strong, then I will show you what it means to challenge the Yi family. With a calm tone, Ziqia finished speaking and left with Lu Jingya. The members of the Chen family remained in place, each with complex emotions. Ziqia. I'm sorry. Wang uncle has explained everything to me. I shouldn't have doubted you. Outside the door, Lu Jingya followed Ziqia closely, constantly apologizing. I never thought about saving those patients. It was Qin Heming and Wang Tonhai's idea. Hearing this, Lu Jingya couldn't help but chuckle. You're just pretending. Are you intentionally acting cold in front of me? I know you. Lu Jingya smiled slyly, reaching out to hold Ziqian's arm tightly against her chest. Ziqia took out his phone and tried to call Elder Chen's number. Meanwhile, Elder Chen had avoided his calls intentionally. Is Elder Chen deliberately avoiding me? Ziqia furrowed his brow, pondering things that he wanted to clarify with Elder Chen, yet couldn't find him. Why are you looking for Elder Chen? Lu Jingya curiously asked. It's nothing. Let's go back. Ziqia glanced back, then took a step towards the car. The immediate issue in front of him was the matters in Tianhai City, while the matters concerning Elder Chen could be addressed later. Time passed second by second. Soon, it was 2:30 in the afternoon. Since the incident at Chuan Hospital had unfolded, several hours had already passed. In that time, Yi Cheng once again showcased her powerful influence. She had ensured the problems of all the patients, even those rejected by hospitals, were effectively resolved. Despite the huge commotion, the news barely left Tianhai City, let alone reaching the capital city. The major news outlets in Tianhai City remained silent, refraining from reporting on the incident. Any attempts to do so were suppressed by the forces of the Yi family, leading to immediate removal for policy violations. This is the power of the Yi family, not even allowing a chance for the opposition to speak up. Won Tonghai sighed deeply, full of helplessness in his tone. When Zitia decided to take action, he was concerned about such a situation arising. However, he now understood the extent of the Yi family's influence. Mr. Z, what do we do next? Won Tonghai turned to Zitia. Just as Zitia was about to speak, the phone rang. I'll be waiting at the Taihua Hotel. If you don't dare to come, that's fine. The caller said just that before hanging up. I need to go out for a bit. Zitia put down his phone, grabbed the car keys, and left. Half an hour later, Taihua Hotel. Inside a private room, Yi Cheng was accompanied by Chen Jun, Lu Gang, and several other prominent figures from the business community in Tianhai City. On the other hand, Zitia brought only Qin Heming. As the arch-rival of Zitia, Yi Cheng's invitation for dinner was undoubtedly a malicious invitation to a feast of humiliation. Nevertheless, Zitia still arrived. Currently, both parties were seated at the same table with their hidden thoughts. I can tell you have a lot more confidence compared to before. Yi Cheng spoke as she slowly rose from her seat and walked towards the French window. She remembered the last time she met Zitia by chance in the suburbs. He was clearly maintaining composure in front of her. However, now, she could sense that Zitian's calm demeanor and confidence were genuine. Yet, that did not matter much. Confidence is a good thing, but confidence doesn't change anything. You invited me for dinner because of my departure. After all, things here have concluded. So, before leaving, invite your defeated opponent for a meal. Yi Cheng turned around, leaning against the toughened glass of the window to look at Zitia. Do you think you've won? Zitian's expression remained unchanged. Haven't I won? Yi Cheng chuckled. You tried attacking the Yi family with public opinion, but that just shows how naive you are. All the patients, including those rejected by your hospitals, have been properly taken care of. And the public opinion storm you were expecting never materialized, let alone spread to Tianhai City. Tell me, isn't this a victory for me? After Yi Cheng spoke, Chen Jun, Lu Gang, and others burst into laughter. Zitia, before coming, Missy said, if you sincerely apologize to her and the Yi family, she would consider giving you a way out. So, what will it be? Have you thought about it? Lu Gang smirked and glanced at Zitia. Don't get ahead of yourselves too soon. Qin Heming coldly interjected. What? Do you think we can't be pleased unless you are pleased? Mr. Qin, your medical skills are exceptional, but in front of the Yi family's medical team, where do you stand? Don't try to show off in front of me, Lu Gang. Lu Gang shook his head disdainfully, forgetting that it was thanks to Qin Heming's significant help that Elder Lu was saved when he fell critically ill. Ahem. Lu Gang wanted to say more, but Yi Cheng cut him off. Look at that. Tian Hospital sign is quite striking. However, it's destined not to last much longer. Yi Cheng pointed at the distance, where the three hospitals could be seen from the French windows of the Taihua Hotel. In the morning, there were many patients gathered in front of those hospitals, with journalists, media personnel, and ordinary people taking photos and videos. But now, those three hospitals had been cordoned off with no one in sight. Apart from those three hospitals, the other 57 Tian hospitals had a similar fate. Your methods couldn't suppress me. Yi Cheng smirked, and next, you'll have to consider the troubles you're facing. Zitia, say something. What other tricks do you have? Lu Gang and others smirked once again. Today's dinner was meant for Yi Cheng, the victor, to humiliate Zitia, the loser. Since Zitia showed up, they naturally didn't hold back. That's enough. Zitia checked the time, then slowly stood up and walked towards the window. What's enough? Chen Jun furrowed his brow, while Lu Gang sneered. Yi Cheng shook her head and smiled, gazing into the distance once more. What is this? The next moment, Yi Cheng's expression turned puzzled. Far away on the broad street, a convoy of 5 cars was slowly approaching. They entered the cordoned-off area surrounding the hospital. The significance wasn't in the cars or the convoy itself, but in the authority allowing them to enter the security zone with ease. Chen Jun also noticed the situation and quickly took out his phone to take photos, zooming in 50 times to get a closer look. What is this? Holy crap! Startled, Chen Chun's hands trembled as he took photos, dropping his phone with a clatter to the ground. What's going on? Yi Cheng furrowed her brow. Miss, it's from the capital. It's the convoy of the Beijing City Supervision Team. What? Upon hearing Chen Chun's words, Yi Qingcheng and the others instantly felt a chill down their spines. Are you really sure? Yi Qingcheng asked, eyes widening. I'm sure. The license plate is half covered. On the front windshield, there's a pass for the Shanghai Supervisory Team. Hearing these words from Chen Jun, Yi Qingcheng and others couldn't help but gasp in shock. What was their greatest reliance on? Their greatest reliance was the Yi family's unmatched ability to handle all matters, big or small. They could handle any situation with ease. So, the turmoil in Tianhai City during this period could not possibly leak out. As long as it didn't leak out, it wouldn't affect the Yi family's foundation in the capital. But now, even though the news hadn't spread, people had arrived. And not just any people, but people from the capital. And not just any people from the capital, but members of the supervisory team. What did the supervisory team do? They conducted on-site supervision at the grassroots level, listened to the voices of the people, responded to their concerns, and enforced local government responsibilities at all levels by mobilizing the efforts of various departments. Most importantly, they could communicate directly with the palace, delivering news to the very top. This was equivalent to the inspectors who used to patrol during ancient times. When the supervisory team arrived, all other supervisory offices and bureaus had to step aside. No matter how well you could suppress information, once they arrived, no information could be kept under wraps. Miss, what is the situation? Chen Jun was completely flustered at this point. Usually, a presence like this would be known beforehand by local authorities. Even if others couldn't find out in advance, at the very least, the Yi family should have known. But in this case, with the Yi family unaware, the supervisory team had already arrived in Tianhai City. What did this mean? It meant that they came prepared and knew about the chaos in Tianhai City in advance, issuing an investigation order. Yi Qingcheng's expression darkened, and Lu Buang and the others were similarly pale and shocked. Smile. Why aren't you smiling? Qin Hemming's tone was full of disdain. At this moment, Yi Qingcheng suddenly realized and turned to look at Xiaoshen. Miss Yi specifically asked me to come just to show me this, right? Xiaoshen's tone carried a hint of mockery. It's you. It's you, isn't it? Yi Qingcheng pointed a finger at Xiaoshen, gritting her teeth to ask. Xiaoshen simply ignored her and leisurely took the binoculars from Qin Hemming's hand. Looking into the distance, Yi Qingcheng looked at the binoculars in Xiaoshen's hand, realizing that Xiaoshen definitely knew about this in advance. It was possible that Xiaoshen even deliberately brought those people here. Otherwise, with 60 Qian hospitals, why did they specifically come here? You have connections in the capital too. I didn't expect you to have a background in the capital. Yi Qingcheng took a deep breath. She had calculated and thought she had everything covered, but she had missed this point. She couldn't understand how Xiaoshen had established such powerful connections in the capital. Xiaoshen still paid no attention to Yi Qingcheng, focusing instead on looking into the distance through the binoculars. As the supervisory team members disembarked and began taking photos for evidence, a large group suddenly rushed out from all directions. 30, 50, 100. Within seconds, over 200 people had gathered around the few cars. All these people were dressed in hospital gowns, some even holding crutches. Heavens, you've finally arrived. The Yi family has caused chaos in Tianhai City, making us common folk suffer. Over 200 people in hospital gowns began to cry out and plead around the cars. The supervisory team members continued to take photos and carefully listen to the voices of the people, documenting everything. Although Yi Qingcheng and her group couldn't hear from a distance, they could imagine what was being said. Bastard, it must be arranged by Xiaoshen. Those hospital gowns are all fake, he had them arranged. Look at the person with the crutch. He runs faster than normal people. Despite Yi Qingcheng's careful arrangements of the patients, how did this group suddenly emerge? This was definitely Xiaoshen's doing, finding patients from elsewhere. However, that didn't matter anymore, as the supervisory team only believed what they saw with their own eyes. Chen Jun and the others felt angry like never before, feeling extremely aggrieved. Xiaoshen, you're distorting the truth and fabricating lies. Yi Qingcheng suddenly turned and shouted angrily at Xiaoshen, who had already walked to the door. It's your Yi family that taught you well. Xiaoshen left with Qin Hemming after dropping this remark. Yi Qingcheng tightly bit her lip. She couldn't refute Xiaoshen's words. After all, She knew exactly what her Yi family had been up to in Tianhai City lately. Despite her strict orders for Chen Jun not to cause any trouble, he had still done many things behind her back, such as investigating John Hospital. This was intentional. He could have used other means to deal with us, but he decided to do it this way. He did this on purpose, to mock us, to humiliate us. Yi Ching gritted her teeth. In this moment, she realized a lot of things. From the morning until now, every event was interconnected, every step carefully planned. Xiaoshen might have even predicted their reactions in advance and set up traps for them. Ironically, Yi Ching and her group thought they were in control, but in reality, the whole chessboard was in Xiaoshen's hands. It was intentional, Yi Ching repeated. She knew that Xiaoshen had deliberately gone through all this trouble just to retaliate against her. In their previous conversations, Yi Ching had treated Xiaoshen with arrogance, belittling his intelligence and abilities. Now, Xiaoshen's actions clearly showed his intention to strike back at Yi Ching's pride. Miss, what should we do? Chen Chun's heart was in a panic at the moment, because regarding the matters in Tianhai City, he had the most involvement. Besides the arrangements made by Yi Ching, he had also made many decisions on his own. So, how could he not panic? What are you panicking about? The hospital belongs to him, and it was his decision to close it. He even kicked out those patients. His responsibility is much greater than ours. Yi Ching took a deep breath. Although everything that happened today took her by surprise, she was still confident that she hadn't lost yet. At least in the current situation, she hadn't lost. Hearing her words, the nervous feelings of Chen Jun and the others also eased. At this moment, Chen Chun's phone that had fallen on the ground rang, and he quickly picked it up to answer the call. All right, I got it. Do you know what to do? After Chen Jun spoke, he hung up the phone. The supervision team will go to Tianhai first, then inform the various departments locally. Now, the heads of various departments have received the notification from the supervision team and are preparing for an emergency meeting. Hearing Chen Chun's report, Yi Ching nodded. The supervision team was powerful, but they also needed to listen to the opinions from the local area. Many people in the upper circles of Tianhai City also sided with the Yi family. Therefore, Yi Ching became even more composed and gradually calmed down. Humph, you say I am self-righteous. Let's see who is being self-righteous after the results come out. Yi Ching said coldly and then turned and left. Chen Jun and the others looked at each other and then started using their phones to make arrangements. On the other side, John Dingnan's office building. Inside the meeting room, leaders of various departments were present. The staff from the supervision team were conducting a detailed review of the recent series of events in Tianhai City. Usually, when an investigation team arrives, they would first meet with the local leaders and then proceed with the inspection or investigation under their guidance and cooperation. However, this time, they first went to the grassroots to understand the situation and then approached Zhang Dingnan and the others. This made everyone understand that the situation this time was definitely not simple. This is what we have learned. Recently, there have been many events in Tianhai City, and the impact has been extremely detrimental, especially the event of collectively shutting down hospitals. Such behavior affecting the lives of ordinary people is extremely reprehensible and absolutely not allowed. Hearing the stern tone from the other party, everyone in the room felt tense. Just as someone was about to speak, there was a knock on the door of the meeting room. Shortly after, a staff member entered to report on the situation. People from the Yi family. The Tianhai City leadership is having a meeting. What are they here for? Liu, the secretary leading the supervision action, frowned. During this period, the Yi family has been involved in many things in Tianhai City. So, the staff member was cut off halfway through their explanation. In fact, all these were minor issues because many people were involved, but not everyone who participated was qualified to attend the meeting with Zhang Dingnan and the others. To put it simply, it was because of the significant influence of the Yi family in the capital city. After pondering for 2 seconds, Secretary Liu nodded. Let them come in to listen. Some matters do indeed require their cooperation and response. With the approval given, the staff member turned and left. Soon, Yi Ching led Chen Jun and the secretary, Li Ting, into the office. Hello, leaders. Regarding the recent series of incidents in Tianhai City during this period, our Yi family branch also had some involvement, and I know some information. So, I came to collaborate with the supervision team to assist in the investigation. Yi Qingcheng entered and briefly explained. It must be said that this Yi Qingcheng, a mere woman, was indeed quite extraordinary. In the current situation, most people wouldn't dare to step forward, but she actively came forward. This courage was truly remarkable. Please have a seat. Secretary Liu nodded and then looked at the others. Let's continue with our previous topic. The things I mentioned earlier need to be explained by you all. If you have no objections, I will sort out these matters and truthfully submit them. Hearing this, many people started to feel anxious. After all, as responsible leaders, if any issues arose locally, they would find it challenging to escape blame. Moreover, in such times, there must be a scapegoat to greatly reduce their responsibility. Yi Qingcheng didn't speak and quietly sat with Chen Jun and Secretary Li on the side. Secretary Liu, to be honest, the main responsibility for all these matters lies with Zitia. Yes, Zitia was originally a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but instead of treating patients well, he decided to start a business in the commercial district, causing chaos in the entire Tianhai business sector. We tried to control him, but he often challenged us, using his status as the champion of the National Traditional Chinese Medicine Conference. For a while, many people spoke up, directing their criticisms towards Zitia. Yi Qingcheng's confidence stemmed from these people. Many of the individuals present had strong connections with the Yi family, so naturally, they spoke in support of the Yi family. Therefore, even though Zitia had caused such a commotion, she still felt she had the upper hand. As the crowd continued to speak, Yi Qingcheng remained quiet. By just sitting there, she was already backing up those who were speaking. Besides Yi Qingcheng, Zhang Dingnan also remained silent throughout, showing no intention to speak up. Secretary Liu, Zitia not only caused chaos in the business district during this period, but recently entered the medical sector in Tianhai City and forcibly closed down dozens of hospitals, leaving patients with nowhere to go. As the crowd continued to criticize Zitia, Secretary Liu furrowed his brow slightly, finding the current situation a bit different from what he had been instructed before coming here. At this moment, Yi Qingcheng, Chen Jun, and Secretary Li were quietly laughing to themselves. Zitia had calculated everything, but in the end, he couldn't compete with the Yi family. In this current situation, Zitia basically had no chance of turning the tables. Yi Qingcheng glanced at the time man prepared to get up to leave. Just then, Zhang Dingnan's assistant stepped forward slowly. Have you all finished speaking? Everyone nodded. If you're done, then it's my turn to speak. The assistant nodded and then took out 3 file folders. Secretary Liu, the changes and fluctuations in the business sector of Tianhai City during this period, including the Tianan Hospital incident, are not solely Zitian's responsibility, but were decisions made under duress. I have documented in detail, including but not limited to evidence of certain members of the Yi family branch conspiring with relevant officials to maliciously suppress Zitian's side. They forcibly shut down legitimate businesses under Zitian's name, maliciously sealed off hospitals, and many people dared not speak out. Faced with the enormous power of the Yi family, they had no choice but to cooperate. The evidence is irrefutable. Secretary Liu, please review it carefully. The assistant handed the file bag with both hands. The entire conference room fell into a dead silence. All eyes, including those of Yi Qingcheng and Chen Jun, turned to the assistant. They had thought they had the upper hand and believed they had completely controlled the situation. Even Yi Qingcheng had prepared to leave the conference room and announce victory in front of Zitia again. Unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, Zhang Dingnan's assistant stepped forward and made a fatal move. For a moment, everyone's brains collectively froze, unable to think, just staring at the assistant. Then, Yi Qingcheng slowly turned her head and looked at Zhang Dingnan. Others also reacted and turned to look in this direction. This person is Zhang Dingnan's assistant, so can Zhang Dingnan not be aware of what he has done? Zhang Dingnan, who had not spoken, cleared his throat and straightened his body. What's going on? Zhang Dingnan frowned at the assistant and asked, how come you dared to act but not speak? How could I not know about this? I'm sorry, leader, I didn't tell you before. It was because I didn't dare to speak without solid evidence. You may not know about these things, but I do. I personally couldn't stand these vile actions, so I collected evidence myself. Even if the supervisory team doesn't come over, I have prepared to report in my personal capacity. The assistant spoke with righteousness, and with a few words, he completely exposed John Dingnan. However, who could sit here and be a fool? Anyone with eyes could see that the current situation was orchestrated by John Dingnan. A person who could serve as an assistant under John Dingnan would definitely not be simple, and would know what actions could be taken and which couldn't. Such unauthorized actions would not be possible at all. So even a fool could see that everything the assistant did was arranged by John Dingnan. In other words, from the beginning, John Dingnan was not on the same side as Yi Ching-cheng and the others. Director John, you hide it well. Yi Ching-cheng took a deep breath. Only at this moment did she realize that John Dingnan was siding with Zitia. His previous welcome to the Yi family, the politeness towards Yi Ching-cheng, and cooperation in various tasks were all just strategies. Everyone had thought John Dingnan was betraying Zitia by siding with the Yi family, but in reality, it was because John Dingnan knew that only by being in this position could he help Zitia. If he offended the Yi family and lost this position, even if he wanted to help Zitia, he would be powerless. Now the facts proved that John Dingnan's decision was correct. At this crucial moment, he gave the Yi family a fatal blow. Besides Yi Ching-cheng, everyone else in the room, including John Dingnan and the supervisory team, looked at him with complex expressions. At this moment, they had to admit that John Dingnan's ability and cunning were excellent to be in his current position. Now, how will this end? Let me see that. The head of the supervisory team, Secretary Liu, took the 3 files. Phew. Yi Ching-cheng let out a sigh and turned to Secretary Liu. Director Liu, I do not acknowledge what Assistant Zhang's assistant said. During this time, our Yi family branch in Tianhai City has done some things, but all of our actions are legitimate and in accordance with fair commercial competition. I, Yi Ching-cheng, including the entire Yi family branch, am ready to cooperate with any investigation at any time. Yi Ching-cheng spoke as she slowly stood up, her eyes and tone full of seriousness. She believed she was innocent and that all her arrangements were lawful and compliant. Although there might have been some minor issues, it was definitely not as serious as Assistant Zhang's words. So, she had confidence. After Yi Ching-cheng confidently expressed her opinion, she expected Chen Jun and others, including the members in Tianhai City, to support her. However, she found that both Chen Jun and those people remained silent, lowering their heads. Even a fool could see that they were acting guilty. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Ching-cheng turned to Chen Jun. How much have you done behind my back? Yi Ching-cheng widened her eyes. She knew that Chen Jun had done some things behind her back during this time, and she had learned about them later. But those actions were harmless. She understood Chen Jun quite well. He was a bit daring but not too much, and he would definitely not hide too much from her. But at this moment, Assistant Zhang's words and the reactions of Chen Jun and others made Yi Ching-cheng feel that things were not as simple as she had thought. Miss, Chen Jun hesitated. He knew Yi Ching-cheng's temper and certainly didn't dare to hide too much from her. However, many things he did during this time were directed by Yi Wenchen, so how could he dare not to do them? And now, he couldn't reveal Yi Wenchen, so he could only remain silent. Seeing Chen Chun's reaction, Yi Ching-cheng understood a lot, then shook her head with a bitter smile. At this moment, she suddenly understood the words Zitia had said to her. She had thought she was in control of everything, but in reality, she was just living in the world the Yi family had woven for her. Miss Yi, are you going to stick to your previous opinion? Can you bear legal responsibility for the words you just said? Secretary Liu didn't give Yi Ching-cheng any face, pointing to the meeting recorder next to him. I didn't say anything just now. Yi Ching-cheng smiled bitterly and shook her head, then sat back down slowly. Admit the mistake and accept punishment. Even though Chen Jun had done many things behind her back as a member of the Yi family, she couldn't escape the responsibility for those actions. Therefore, she was in the wrong. And when it was time to take responsibility, she had nothing to say and didn't want to argue. Secretary Liu didn't press Yi Ching-cheng further but continued to review the files in his hands. At this point, everyone in the conference room, except Zhang Dingnan and the supervisory team, were on tenterhooks. They exchanged glances, preparing to speak. Their goal, of course, was to defend themselves. However, as soon as they began to speak, Secretary Liu waved a hand to stop them. No need to say more. The files clearly document everything, and I can see it clearly. Secretary Liu's tone was straightforward. With the evidence in hand, he no longer wanted to hear anyone speak. Everyone. John Dingnan's assistant spoke again. We are all in this circle, so we should understand what it means to confess and resist persistently. So I suggest all of you, instead of struggling and insisting, confess everything and face the law quickly. Hearing this, many people sighed and gave up on the idea of defending themselves. 5 minutes later, Secretary Liu had already roughly reviewed all 3 files. When Yi Qingcheng saw Secretary Liu's expression, she knew the tide was turning against her side. During this time, she had been suppressing Zitia, leaving him defenseless. After a long silence, Zitia finally made a move that made Yi Qingcheng end up losing everything. Borrow the strength to strike with strength. What a clever move to borrow the strength to strike with strength, murmured Yi Qingcheng to herself, then shook her head self-deprecatingly. Only she knew the bitterness in her heart at this moment. I've looked at the data. Do you have any objections? Secretary Liu closed the files and looked at the crowd for a response. Secretary Liu, there must be a misunderstanding in this. A middle-aged man stood up, ready to speak. Although John Dingnan's assistant had already advised them to confess, people tended to be that way, not shedding tears until they see the coffin. Until the last moment, they always hoped to struggle. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? John Dingnan's assistant sneered. You all colluded with Chen Jun to maliciously suppress Yiqian's industry and forced it to close. Isn't that the truth? Others might not know, but you think I don't know. The middle-aged man fell silent. Just because the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Liu Wenzheng, had a close relationship with Zitia, you attacked Liu Wenzheng in retaliation, used underhanded means to slander and smear him, revoked his medical license. Is that true? More silence. This morning, after Jian Hospital changed its name, Chen Jun had you lead the team to review strictly. Is that also true? Everyone remained speechless. You collaborated to suppress Zitia, revoking the medical qualifications of those around him, closing their industries. Now that they are no longer in service, do you still want to push the blame onto them? John Dingnan's assistant asked these questions, and no one in the room refuted. When the evidence is concrete, forcefully objecting not only is meaningless, but also turns oneself into a laughingstock. So, everyone remained silent, heads down without a word. They finally understood that John Dingnan had been very lenient, turning a blind eye to all their actions. They said John Dingnan was fearing the power of the Yi family, but now they knew that John Dingnan had already been waiting with a stone in hand, ready to strike down when they jumped into the pit. Now, they all fell silent. Seeing everyone not speaking, John Dingnan's assistant turned to Secretary Liu. Secretary Liu, ever since Ziqiao won the championship at the Medical Skills Convention, he has made significant contributions to the development of Tianhai City. He cleaned up the cancerous elements in the Tianhai Business District, completely dismantled the Samik Group, and brought success to Tianhai City. Before that, the Tianhai Business District developed rapidly, harmoniously, and stably, flourishing. But since the Yi family branch arrived, several negative incidents have occurred in the business district. Many small and medium-sized enterprises closed down, employees lost their jobs, and the people of Tianhai City struggled to make ends meet, filled with complaints. I saw this with my own eyes, felt it in my heart, but my single-handed efforts were too insignificant. So please, Secretary Liu, give Tianhai City a fair judgment. The assistant finished his impassioned speech and then wiped away tears with a tissue. Although John Dingnan's assistant was the one shedding tears, it was Chen Jun and others who felt stifled and angry. They didn't expect John Dingnan's assistant to be so shameless. No, they were just as shameless as John Dingnan and his assistant. Unfortunately, they had no way to refute these matters. In front of the supervisory team, black was black, white was white. Black could not be whitewashed, and white could not be blackened. I understand everything. We will present all these circumstances truthfully. Regarding the situation in Tianhai City, we will provide a response as soon as possible. Secretary Liu looked at his watch, then picked up the file to leave. It was clear that their trip to Tianhai City was specifically for this matter, meant to assist Ziqie in taking action against the Yi family. This made Yi Qingcheng believe even more that Ziqian must have significant connections in the capital city. But what Yi Qingcheng didn't understand was what made Ziqia so worthy of so many people's help. She temporarily couldn't comprehend the situation. Secretary Liu, let me see you off. John Dingnan stood up, and everyone in the room followed suit, including Yi Qingcheng. Shortly, they escorted Secretary Liu and his group to the door. Please rest assured, We won't wrong any good person, nor will we let any lawbreaker go unpunished." After saying these words, Secretary Liu got into the car and left. As they watched the convo drive away, the people left at the scene had complex expressions and various thoughts. Soon, they dispersed. With the current situation, they couldn't help each other, so they could only find ways to protect themselves. Soon, only Zhang Dingnan and his assistant, as well as Yi Qingcheng and Chen Jun, remained at the door. Both sides were tacit, and no one left. Yi Qingcheng looked at Zhang Dingnan, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. She typically liked to occupy the moral high ground, then criticize her opponent from above. But this time they had made countless mistakes and were caught red-handed. What could she possibly say now? "Mr. John, you have quite the skill." Chen Jun couldn't hold back his anger and coldly remarked, "It's okay, I just did what I had to do." Zhang Dingnan replied with a faint smile. If the Yi family hadn't used such despicable methods, today's situation wouldn't have arisen. So, the outcome was not Zhang Dingnan's fault. It was due to Chen Jun and the others acting arrogantly and recklessly. "Hey." Chen Jun sneered, "Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Yi family?" As Chen Jun spoke, Yi Qingcheng frowned, but then thought of something, so she didn't stop Chen Jun, only quietly watching Zhang Dingnan. Zhang Dingnan turned to look at Yi Qingcheng and Chen Jun. The Yi family is powerful, with connections that span far and wide in the capital circle. Any student of the Yi family could hold a high position. But since I, Zhang Dingnan, have dared to stand up, I am not afraid of retaliation from your Yi family. Zhang Dingnan had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth when he said these words, calm and composed, as if Chen Chun's threat had no effect on him at all. "You." Chen Jun furrowed his brows. "I may not be able to hold on to this position, but at least I have kept Tianhai City stable. Lung Guo can do without me, Zhang Dingnan, but it can't do without Tianhai City. Handing over Tianhai City in the hands of a reliable person, even if I, Zhang Dingnan, leave, I can rest assured." Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng stared intently at Zhang Dingnan. Though she was the heiress of the Yi family, at this moment, she felt incredibly small in front of Zhang Dingnan. "How do you know that the Yi family can't maintain stability in Tianhai City?" Chen Jun asked coldly. "I don't know about that, but I do know that entrusting it to him won't be wrong. I handed Tianhai City over to a trustworthy individual. Even if I, Zhang Dingnan, leave, I can leave peacefully." Zhang Dingnan smiled calmly, his eyes filled with a sense of freedom. It seemed that no matter what the outcome was going to be, he would be able to accept it calmly. Chen Jun wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Yi Qingcheng waving her hand. At this moment, in Yi Qingcheng's eyes, Zhang Dingnan could be called a benevolent person, and a benevolent person is invincible. In this state, Zhang Dingnan was destined to stand in an undefeated position. Chen Jun relied on Yi's family, appearing imposing in front of Zhang Dingnan, but in Yi Qingcheng's eyes, he was merely like a clown performing acrobatics. What puzzled Yi Qingcheng even more was why such a highly regarded figure like Zhang Dingnan showed such favor towards Ziqie. "I just don't understand what exactly about him is worth your admiration and expectation." Yi Qingcheng looked at Zhang Dingnan, asking this question with great seriousness. She couldn't find anything exceptional about Ziqie, apart from his medical skills, in her investigation. Yet, the current situation was somewhat perplexing to Yi Qingcheng. As they say, those who are on the right path receive more help while those who are not receive less. In Yi Qingcheng's eyes, Yi's family was on the right path while Ziqie was not. However, with Zhang Dingnan in Tianhai City and someone in the capital willing to support Ziqie, along with a few people close to him who, although not very capable, were loyal, could Ziqie still be considered to be one on the wrong path? Wise people do not need to ask, ignorant people do not need to speak. Zhang Dingnan smiled knowingly, leaving behind these words before turning to leave with his assistant. "But he clearly isn't as reliable as you say, and he has many shortcomings and deficiencies in his abilities that are hard to accept." Yi Qingcheng was unwilling to back down, closely following and shouting after him. Hearing this, Zhang Dingnan paused his steps. "So what? Nobody is perfect. I've never thought he was flawless, but that doesn't affect my trust in him." Zhang Dingnan paused here, then turned his head to look at the glittering badge on the building, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Just like a nation isn't perfect, and there are many things, unfair and unjust, that we may not see, causing suffering for the common people. But that doesn't change my love for this nation. It's not about how great I am, But if even people like us were to do nothing, this nation would truly be chaos. After saying this, John Dingnan looked deeply at Yi Ching-cheng, then left without looking back. As she watched John Dingnan's figure getting further away, Yi Ching-cheng suddenly thought of a saying. In this broken world, there will always be those who try to mend it. Ignoring everything else, at least in Yi Ching-cheng's heart, John Dingnan could definitely be considered a compassionate official. The people of Tianhai City will surely live in peace and prosperity because of him, Yi Ching-cheng murmured to herself, before retracting her gaze and saying with a complex tone, Is Zitia also among those people who John Dingnan mentioned? Do I really not understand Zitia? Have I never truly seen through him? Miss, Zitia is just lucky, Chen Jun muttered, and very cunning. Yi Ching-cheng glanced at Chen Jun, shook her head, and prepared to get into the car. By the way, Miss, I'll talk to those people later, Chen Jun added. Even if offending Yi's family means you won't be able to hold this position, Yi Ching-cheng abruptly stopped in her tracks upon hearing this. Smack. Facing forward, Yi Ching-cheng suddenly turned around and landed a slap across Chen Chun's face. Before Chen Jun could react, Yi Ching-cheng slapped him again. I never take advantage of being part of Yi's family to insult you guys, Yi Ching-cheng said with a trembling voice. But with the things you've been doing, anyone has the right to strike you back. Yi Ching-cheng pointed at Chen Jun, her voice laced with anger. She had been trying hard to contain her fury, knowing that Chen Jun wouldn't act so recklessly without some connection to Yi Wenchen. However, Chen Chun's intent to act against John Dingnan ignited her emotions beyond control. If you dare lay a finger on someone who genuinely cares for the people and the world, I will make sure you regret even being alive. Try me, Yi Ching-cheng threatened before getting back into her car and driving away. Clutching his teeth, Chen Jun picked up his phone and immediately called Yi Wenchen, quickly explaining the situation. I understand. I will try to suppress it as much as I can. As for you, you should know what to do, Yi Wenchen responded, leaving Chen Jun sighing heavily before nodding in acknowledgement. After ending the call, Yi Wenchen clenched his fists and angrily hit the table. The situation that had seemed under control had unexpectedly been interfered with. This unexpected turn of events had caught them off guard. Most crucially, Yi's family had a vast network in the capital and should have been informed of any movements beforehand. But this time, the inspection team had already arrived in Tianhai City before Yi Wenchen's side had even gotten wind of it. What did this signify? It meant someone intentionally targeted Yi's family, trying to catch them off guard. Father, does Zitia had any connections in the capital? Yeshos furrowed his brows. He shouldn't. Yi Wenchen shook his head. If Zitia had any connections in the capital, he would have already utilized them. Based on their investigation into Zitian's personal information, there was no indication that Zitia had any contacts in the capital. The last time Zitia had been in the capital was on Yi's family's invitation, and he had been ushered with a private plane, monitored by their people from arrival to departure. In other words, Zitia had no connections in the capital before, and now he had no opportunity to make new ones. So, why would someone in the capital want to support him? Could it be that someone above is dissatisfied with us? Yeshos speculated, as he also believed that Zitia had no capacity to interact with the capital. If that was the case, most likely there was someone trying to teach them a lesson. If that's the case, it's easier to handle. Yi Wenchen shook his head. Any discontent had its reasons, and once they identified them, they could resolve the issue. Nevertheless, if someone was supporting Zitia just to make a statement, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. It's probably just a coincidence, not as serious as we thought, Yeshos said. Right at that moment, Yeking Surpass stepped into the room. We have a problem. Upon Yi Ching-kang's words, both Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe were shaken. If it was something that troubled Yi Ching-kang, then it definitely wasn't a small matter. Father, what is the specific situation? Yi Wenchen asked as he stood up. It's more complicated than we imagined. This time, the people from the palace were the first to take action, bypassing everyone secretly. And by doing so, it means that before the supervisor's team arrived, they already knew the detailed situation in Tianhai City. Yi Ching-kang's words left Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe a bit puzzled. The fact that the people in the palace knew about Tianhai City in advance indicated that someone named Tianhai City could communicate with the palace insiders. But the question was, who had this ability? Even John Dingnan, a figure in Tianhai City, had to report any matters layer by layer. At most, he could sit in the audience during large meetings and glance from afar at the people from the palace. Even John Dingman wasn't qualified for direct communication. So, who could it be? Stepping back, the ability to communicate directly with the palace insiders proved the person's identity was extremely formidable. And why would such an influential figure be in a small place like Tianhai City? Let's not worry about that for now. Someone wants to talk to you. You should go see them. I'll handle the rest. After Yi Qingkang finished speaking, Yi Wenchen nodded, then left the room to meet the person who wanted to talk to him. However, neither Yi Wenchen nor Yi Qingkang, including Yi Xiaozhe, were particularly nervous at this moment. This matter was more surprising than troubling for them. After all, the Yi family had been entrenched in the Long Kingdom for many years, weathering countless storms. This minor matter was really nothing in comparison. Now, they just needed to see what position the authorities took and then find the most appropriate way to resolve it. Nightfall. Tianhai City also settled into a tranquil night. People like Ligan, who had seen the arrival of the supervisor's team from the capital in the afternoon, were initially very nervous. However, Yi Qingcheng reassured them, and later it was known that Yi Qingcheng and Chen Jun had attended the meeting. After the supervisor's team left, no one in Tianhai City was reprimanded, and Chen Jun did not contact them, leading Ligang and others to believe that the matter had been properly handled, so they went to sleep peacefully. But Yi Qingcheng lay awake in bed, tossing and turning, fully aware that the matter was far from over. Now, they just had to see what the authorities in the capital would say. Unable to sleep, Yi Qingcheng sat up and went to the balcony. On the table, her phone displayed the photo of her and Zitia. What kind of person are you really? I thought I could control everything, but in the end, it seems like you have outplayed me. Yi Qingcheng murmured softly, feeling for the first time in her 20+ years that she had been led astray by someone. She couldn't understand it. She had always been very good at reading people and had clearly seen that Zitia was not a particularly powerful person. So how had he managed to gradually counteract the Yi family? The phone rang with the ringtone of faraway Yu. Yi Qingcheng picked up the phone and saw it was Yi Wenchen calling. At that moment, she guessed a lot of things in her heart. Dad. Yi Qingcheng answered the phone. You have to come back. Yi Wenchen's voice sounded weary. With just that sentence, Yi Qingcheng understood that she had ultimately lost to Zitia, a person she had a low opinion of. At that moment, the last bit of pride in Yi Qingcheng's heart was completely extinguished. Even with the resources of the Yi family and the support of the family in the capital, she could not compete with Zitia, a young self-made man. What right did she have to be proud? I'll be back tomorrow, Yi Qingcheng said, in a low voice. No. You must leave Tianhai City before the announcement is made. Yi Wenchen's tone was firm. I'll be back tomorrow, Yi Qingcheng repeated with a furrowed brow. Recognizing Yi Qingcheng's character, Yi Wenchen eventually had to agree. As soon as possible, Yi Qingcheng hung up the phone, looked down at the photo, and fell into a long silence. A quiet night. The next day, at the lakeside villa, Zitia sat in the yard drinking tea, while Li Jianmin finished grooming Haifeng, then picked up a brush to groom him. Meanwhile, Li Jinya was in the kitchen, learning to cook breakfast with Li Jianmin's mother. The scene was peaceful and warm. Honk! Suddenly, a car horn broke the tranquility as a car rushed to the gate, screeching to a sudden stop. The car door opened, and a slender figure with dazzling white legs stepped out, followed by the tall and elegant Yi Qingcheng. Seeing Yi Qingcheng, Li Jianmin's eyes flashed with hatred. He clenched his teeth and turned back into the villa. Who's that? Zitia. Li Jinyao, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, poked her head out of the kitchen window. Hey, she's kind of a rich young lady after all, but somehow turned herself into a housewife who can only do laundry and cook. Yi Qingcheng glanced at Li Jinyao with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. What's wrong with being a housewife? Cooking for someone you love is a very happy thing. But Miss Yi, do you even have someone you love? Or rather, never had the chance to cook for someone you love? Li Jinyao's words struck a nerve with Yi Qingcheng, causing her expression to change. She took a deep breath and then turned to look at Zitia. Dismissing Li Jinyao's remark, she continued to cook nosily in the kitchen. Zitia, on the other hand, remained calm and unperturbed by Yi Qingcheng's presence, as if her arrival was no surprise to him. Zitia. Yi Qingcheng walked up to him. Initially, she wanted to address Zitia with her usual aloof attitude. However, as a failure at this moment. She clearly lacked confidence. "Speak," Zijia said calmly as he continued to sip his tea. Yi Qingqing fell into silence upon hearing his words. She had stayed awake all night and had an idea in the morning to meet Zijia. She had prepared some words to say on the way but found herself unable to utter a single word in his presence. "Zijia, breakfast is ready," Le Jingyao shouted from the kitchen. "If you have nothing else, please leave." Zijia stood up slowly, preparing to return inside. "Wait." Yi Qingqing took a step closer to stop Zijia.